Section 17 of The Influence of Monarchs by Frederick Adams Woods. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 16, Part 2. Edward I, who already came to the front as a national hero, in his father's lifetime saved the royal party and did much to restore the nation to tranquility. Though he was still a mere youth of 25 or 6, he did not disappoint his early promise, but developed into one of the greatest kings England has ever had. The many economic and political influences of Edward I are always recognized by English historians. It is only necessary to consult the most easily accessible accounts to see that authors writing without any generalized theory of genius and its influence do not fail to appreciate the special significance of King Edward I. Let me merely quote some paragraphs written by Professor C.W.C. Oman in the article on English history in the New Encyclopedia Britannica. Edward I was a remarkable figure, by far the ablest of all the kings of the houses of Plantagenet. He understood the problem that was before him, the construction of a working constitution from the old ancestral customs of the English monarchy, plus the newer ideas which had been embodied in the Great Charter, the provisions of Oxford, and the scanty legislation of Simon de Montfort. Edward loved royal power, but he was wise in his generation, and saw that he could best secure the loyalty of his subjects by asserting to so many of the new constitutional restraints as were compatible with his own practical control of the policy of the realm. He was prepared to refer all the important subjects to his Parliament, and, as we shall see, he improved the shape of that body by introducing into it the borough members who had appeared for the first time in Montfort's Assembly of 1265. He would have liked to make Parliament, no doubt, a mere meeting for the voting of taxation, with the smallest possible friction, but he fully realized that this dream was impossible, and was wise enough to give way whenever opposition grew too strong and bitter. He had not fought through the civil wars of 1263 to 1266 without learning his lesson. There was a point beyond which it was unwise to provoke the baronage or the commons, and unlike his flighty and thriftless father, he knew where that point came. The constitutional quarrels of his reign were conducted with decency and order, because the king knew his own limitations, and because his subjects trusted to his wisdom and moderation in times of crisis. Edward indeed was a man worthy of respect, if not of affection. His private life was grave and seemly. His court did not sin by luxury or extravagance. His chosen ministers were wise and experienced officials, whom no man could call favourites or accuse of maladministration. He was sincerely religious, self-restrained and courteous, though occasionally under provocation he would burst out into a royal rage. He was a good master and a firm friend. Moreover, he had a general regard for the sanctity of a promise, the one thing in which his father had been most wanting. It is true that sometimes he kept his oaths or carried out his pledges with the literal punctuality of a lawyer, rather than with the chivalrous generosity of a knight. But at any rate, he always endeavoured to discharge an obligation, even if he sometimes interpreted by the strict letter of the law and not with liberality. A conscientious man according to his lights, he took at his device the motto Pactum Severa, keep troth, which was afterwards inscribed on his tomb, and he did his best to live up to it. Naturally, he expected the same accuracy from other men, and when he did not meet it, he could be harsh and unrelenting in the punishment that he inflicted. To sum up his character, it must be added that he was a very great soldier. The headlong courage which he showed at Lewes, the first battle, was soon tempered by caution, and already in 1265 he had shown that he could plan a campaign with skill. In his latter military career, he was the first general who showed, on a large scale, how the national English weapon, the bow, could win fights when properly combined with the charge of the mailed cavalry. He inaugurated the tactics by which his grandson and great-grandson were to win epoch-making victories abroad. Despite the checkered fortunes of his latter years, the reign of Edward had been a time of progress and prosperity for England. He had given his realm good and strong governance. According to his lights, he had striven to keep faith and to observe his coronation oath. He had on more than one occasion quarrelled with his subjects, but matters had never been pushed to an open rupture. The king knew how to yield, and even opponents like Winchelsea and the Earls of Norfolk and Hereford respected him too much to drive him to an extremity. The nation, however, much it might murmur, will never have been willing to rebel against a sovereign whose only fault was that he occasionally pressed his prerogative too far. Edward's rule was never oppressive. The siege of the Merchants' Wool in 1297 was the only one of his acts which really caused fierce and widespread indignation. For his other arbitrary proceedings, he had some show of legal justification in every case. It would have been absurd to declare that his rule was tyrannical and his policy disastrous. The realm was, on the whole, contented and even flourishing. Population was steadily increasing, and with it commerce. The intellectual activity which had marked the reign of Henry III was still alive. Architecture, religious and military, was in its prime. He was himself a great builder, and many of the perfected castles of that concentric style, which later ages have called the Edwardian type, were of his own planning. In ecclesiastical architecture, his reign represents the early flower of the decorated order, perhaps the most beautiful of all the developments of English art. In many respects, the reign may be regarded as a culmination and crowning point of the Middle Ages. It certainly gave a promise of greatness and steady progress which the 14th century was far from justifying. With the great king's death, a sudden change for the worse was at once visible. The individual character of the king was still the main factor in political history, and Edward II was in every respect a contrast to his father. He was incorrigibly frivolous, idle, and apathetic. His father had given him much stern schooling, but this seems to have only inspired him with a deeply rooted dislike for official work of any kind. He has been well described as the first king since the conquest who was not a man of business. Even Stephen and Henry III had been active and bustling princes, though their actions were misguided and inconsequent. But Edward II hated all kingly duties, he detested war, but he detested even more the routine work of administration. He was most at ease in low company. His favourite diversion was gambling, his best trait a love for farming and the mechanical arts of the smith and the gardener. The reign of Edward II in England is almost identical in its lawlessness, its misery, and its hopelessness with typical weak periods so frequent in other parts of Europe. There were no great and patriotic leaders in England at just that time. The prominent men, Glaveston, Thomas Lancaster, Pembroke, the Mowbrays, the Despensers, were all lacking in capacity or character. Mere partisans in spirit, they wasted their own and the nation's opportunity in quarrels among themselves. This lack of leadership offers a suitable and satisfactory explanation why the reign of Edward II presents fewer favourable aspects than the reigns of Henry III or of John. No one seemed great enough to command the concerted action of Parliament or harmonise the rival factions. During the whole period of 20 years, there is but one progressive action to record. In 1322, the Parliament which met at York gained the independent constitutional advance that from the time onward no statute should be technically valid unless the consent of the Commons had been obtained. In this way alone did the reign of Edward II differ from any other age of anarchy. It is worthy of comment that even in such a blind and leaderless period as this, some success was gained, slight though it be, along a line for which England has been most famous. The minority of Edward III, 1327 to 1330, shows little change either for the better or the worse. The government was theoretically in the hands of a council of state. Practically the Queen and Mortimer exercised complete authority, but not to the credit of themselves or the nation which allowed the disgraceful pair to control its destinies. England, with all her spirit of freedom, her parliament and her council of state, unable to save herself from a wretched decay that had been eating into every portion of her being for more than 20 years, at last found a deliverer in a boy of 18. Exaggerated as it may sound, it is no more than the recital of the facts of history. The date of the birth of an individual is no more clearly fixed than the date of the rebirth of England. On the night when the boy king, Edward III, secretly entered Nottingham Castle by the subterranean passage, took Mortimer prisoner, declared himself free from all guardianship, and commenced his work of restoring order, the period of Edward III, 1330 to 1377, is one of the longest and most important in English history. In some ways it is very progressive, in others not so much so, but in most ways an expression and outgrowth of the king's own forceful, magnetic, but half-quixotic personality. Edward III is not so great, a man as his grandfather Edward I, not so broad and deep, but no one typifies better than he the real chivalry of the 14th century. Knighthood without the veil of virtues, read in by poets old and new. In all the clash of arms and brilliant feats, the English king outrivals all his contemporaries. The marvel of his age, the central figure, admired and even beloved by his subjects who willingly followed him in foreign wars. Edward himself liked to fight. This was enough. All others must rally to his standard. He knew how to build the common eye in a blaze of glory, or the light that beats about a throne. And until he grew too old, he was very successful. One thing is certain, England began to prosper again, as in the days of Edward I. The restoration of order, giving of wise laws, the victories of Haileydown Hill and Cressy were especially the result of the king's activities. Even in a very general way, the reign taken in its entirety seems as much an expression of Edward's own nature as so many reigns in other countries were. The willful and able, or like an extravagant type of the ruler, brings victory to his country, stimulates economic life, wastes much of the public treasure, and perhaps overburdens the people by taxation. For a few years before the death of Edward III, the conditions in England had been far from satisfactory. Disasters abroad and domestic strife at home were the work of the Black Death still unredeemed. The nation had to face exceptional difficulties when Richard II came to the throne. At that time but 10 years of age, the council which had been appointed to govern the country was not equal to the task. A great social uprising, partially political and partially economic, forms the most notable feature of the regency of Richard II. In addition to which, defeat after defeat met the English army abroad. The Channel fleet, which in the early part of Edward's reign had won the important victory of Sluys, was now no more, and the French actually invaded Sussex and burned Rye and Hastings. The whole period, 1377 to 1399, presents scarcely a single meritorious feature. Parliament, though it accomplished nothing in the way of bringing about coordination of rival interests and a better practical administration, did gain something for its own internal development. One picturesque happening, the turn in the tide of the peasants' uprising at the time Wat Tyler was killed, was directly brought about by the bravery and initiative of the boy king himself. He was then less than 15 years old. The mob at Smithfield had lost their leader and were about to draw their bows, shouting, "Kill, they have slain our captain." "What need ye, my masters?" cried the boy as he calmly cantered up to meet them. "I am your captain, your king. Follow me." It seems probable that if Richard II had developed the character which this event foreshadowed, many of the evils and misfortunes of his reign would have been avoided. He did indeed show bravery and insight on many occasions, but his conduct was extremely undependable. He was nervous, fitful, headstrong, easily elated or depressed. A creature of moods, and the moods always visited him at the wrong time. If he had not been thoughtless, arrogant, and overbearing in 1398, he might have reigned for many a year. Richard could not be called cruel, nor was he a notorious liver, nor a thoughtless weakling. Nevertheless, he fooled away the crown which kings, intellectually as well as morally, his inferiors, preserved to their death day. No sovereign is ever more entirely the author of his own destruction. The reign of Richard II's rival, Henry IV, was one of great confusion, ill-defined in its direction, filled with civil wars, blights of nature, famine and plague. Extreme poverty more than anything else characterizes the worst features of this 14-year period, while diplomatic successes and the sturdy and praiseworthy behaviour of Parliament must be reckoned on the side of progress. We have no evidence of any wise counsellors on whom he could rely, and we are led to infer that he had headed his campaigns in person, so he directed the councils of the country without reference to any will but his own. Henry IV is not reckoned among the great, but was at least a man of many excellent virtues, and on the score of energy must be placed in the first rank. He was brave in battle, though cautious in politics. Few speak directly of his ability. In the words of J.O. Green, the mere maintenance of his power through the troubled years of his reign is the best proof of the king's ability. By far the most singular and this far the most interesting phenomenon is the strength of the action of Parliament, especially as no personalities emerge above the average nobleman or knight of the shire. Never before and never again for more than 200 years were the Commons so strong as they were under Henry IV, and in spite of the dynastic question, the nation itself was strong in the determined action of the Parliament. or the intelligent knowledge of the needs of the nation, or the real belief in the king's title is centred in the knights of the Shire. There is much treason outside, but none within the walls of the House of Commons. Henry V, the much admired hero of Agincourt, doubtless influenced history greatly, but the value of his conquests across the Channel can hardly be thought to outweigh the national exhaustion which the Long Wars brought to England, or the mischievous consequences flowing from the now continuous policy of pretension to the throne of France. It was a genealogical and personal claim. It would seem that Henry sincerely believed that in enforcing that claim he did only what was right, however that may be. All the chief events and important changes, both for good and evil, sprang from the activities and interests of the king. Parliament and ministers sank into the background. At the time he mounted the throne, restoration of domestic peace was a most pressing need, and the accomplishment of the same is unstingingly credited to the firmness and prudence of Henry. He it was who first realised the importance of the British Navy, and is generally regarded as its true founder. It took a very adroit position in relation to the schism of the Church, and shares with the Emperor Sigismund the credit of bringing this long quarrel to an end in the election of Pope Martin V. Diplomatic success, the restoration of internal peace, the glory of external conquest, the wasting of men and money, which are the four cardinal points in expressing in rough form Henry V's era, seem well enough to be the handiwork of the regal craftsman, the natural expression of a character quite clearly defined and described by all historians in much the same way. A brilliant soldier, a sound diplomatist, an able organizer, and consolidator of all forces at his command. A typical medieval hero, one of the greatest of warriors and statesmen. As a general, he far surpassed all of his own time. As a diplomatist, he was able, firm, but conciliatory, and even in the midst of his busy warfare, found time to form and maintain a system of alliances which included almost all the states of Western Europe, of which he was himself the centre. In work of civil administration he was less engaged, though in England he healed the animosities which had distracted the previous reigns. Oman admires the moral character of Henry V somewhat less, but does not depreciate his intellectual calibre except to call his religious and diplomatic policy narrow, chaste, abstemious, patient, courteous, a good master and a faithful friend, hard and narrow. In politics he saw clearly what was profitable to his dynasty, and sought that end unswervingly, unconscious apparently that a Christian king has any duty towards his neighbours. He commands of intellectual respect, but no one can call him sympathetic or a love-worthy character. The minority of Henry VI, 1422 to 1444, presents a picture rather different from any other minority. Gloucester, the king's uncle, was regent in theory, but all extra powers were taken away from him by the Council of State. Gloucester was fairly able but self-seeking and unpatriotic. His influence was always in some pernicious direction. Bedford, the other uncle, was a big figure of the time, a fine character in every way. He was chiefly employed in carrying forward the war in France, which failed disastrously, seemingly through no fault of his own. It may have been typically one of those occasions when men find themselves helpless in the storms of fate, or shall we attribute the unusual outcome to one unusual and astonishing happening, the advent upon the scene of the Maid of Orleans. Whatever view we may take of this historical episode, the scene remains unparalleled and at best not well understood. The whole minority of Henry VI was inauspicious in the extreme. No good progress of any consequence can be cited. The entire nation seems under a cloud. Parliament, acting as an oligarchy, did nothing creditable and even lost ground. Restrictions of the right to franchise under the Statute of 1429 made the Commons less truly representative of the will of the middle-class freeholders and burghers. This disastrous period, 1422 to 1444, does not reflect the influences of royalty in a straightforward way, since both Bedford and Beaufort, the latter a son of John of Gaunt, were able and patriotic princes. Yet the personal element is not lacking. Probably no one would contend that these events could be understood apart from the behaviour of the various princes, most important of all being Humphrey of Gloucester, whose role was to thwart continually the more noble aims of the others. Bedford did well in his early campaigns abroad. It was the evil machinations of the Duke of Gloucester, more than anything else, which prevented the successful continuation of the war, at least from the standpoint of the English offence. Looking on the other side of the conflict, on the question of French defence and French attack, Joan of Arc clearly turned the scales. France was in utter despair by the year 1429, just before Joan of Arc appeared on the scene. Then Philip of Burgundy went over to the winning party. It was not until 1435, the date of Bedford's death, that the English cause was hopelessly lost by the transference of allegiance on the part of Philip from the English to the French side. Paris was abandoned the following spring. The Burgundian alliance, which weighed so heavily on the political scales after they had turned in France's favour, was clearly enough for a royal influence. Philip le Bon of Burgundy, self-willed person if ever there was one, made every decision an expression of his own desires, and furthermore, no monarch in Europe was more powerful and able to carry out his every wish. Philip had very nearly bolted from the English cause. At the time, the same self-seeking Humphrey attempted to gain the inheritance of Hainault and Holland by marrying Philip's cousin, the Countess Jacqueline. It was Bedford's tact that soothed the quarrel, and as long as he lived, this stout old patriot was the mainstay of his party. Thus, the scenic changes of this more than usually confused minority are very much a matter of entrances and exits of the principal characters: Bedford, Philip le Bon, Gloucester, Beaufort, and Joan of Arc. Other more general causes, like the essentially strained and impossible nature of the struggle, ought to be considered, but such would transgress the limits of method set for the thesis in hand. This period is very complex. The most that one can say is that the personal element is present, but is not so easy as usual to demonstrate. It is marked by countercurrents, most of which seem to result from the perverse agitations of the Duke of Gloucester. The actual reign of Henry VI was in reality little more than a protracted minority owing to the extreme weakness of the king. Henry was not an imbecile, but in his relations to historical events he might as well have been one. Politically he amounts to almost nothing. His moral character was good, indeed exceptionally so from every standpoint, and his interest in education show that he was no fool. The foundations at Eton and King's College, Cambridge, were the results of genuine royal initiative. But the inability to judge men, his utter reliance to others, and his disinclination for the business of government and the burden of kinship under his position in the intellectual grade scale of kings is a low one. At one time, for a year or so, his mind entirely gave way, and he was declared legally insane, which malady was in all probability an inheritance from his grandfather Charles VI of France. Henry VI is a character worth thinking about. He is a king who, according to all accounts and in all liberality, cannot be graded among kings or among male royalty without at least 70 to 90% of all tabulated persons being given precedence over him for intellectual rating. He would most probably be placed in grade 3 on the groups collected for mental and moral heredity and royalty, possibly in 4 or 2, but not above 4. If he were placed in 4, there would be 70% above him. If he were placed in 2, there would be 90% superior. The position which Henry VI occupies among actual kings is necessarily even a little worse than this, because the average standard, or mean of the kings is higher than the mean of all royalty in the widest sense. As when kings, princes, and dukes of small countries amass together, as they are in the frequency table on page 19 of Mental and Moral Heredity and Royalty. If Henry VI were a very intellectual sovereign from the purely theoretical or literary standpoint, at the same time lacked personal business qualities, like Alfonso X of Castile, for instance, it would be difficult to offset one kind of gift against the other, but there is nothing to show that Henry VI was more than an educated man, interested in furthering the cause of education. Lacking resolution without knowledge of men, he was always under the influence of a stronger mind, and though suspicious, liable to be deceived, in the latter part of his reign he was a puppet of every faction. The kingdom drifted in anarchy, and his mind broke down beneath his troubles. Yet Henry was no dullard. Hull is probably right in describing him as neither a fool nor very wise, but though he recognised his position as a constitutional sovereign and some sound political views, his heart was never in business. He was well educated, his life was that of a scholar and pious recluse. His piety was no mere form, and he was devoted to his family. He ought to have been a monk or a schoolmaster. Except for the period of insanity, the intellectual calibre of Henry VI seems fully equal to that of the average monk or schoolmaster of his day, equal above the average of all Englishmen of that time. Yet when judged side by side with royalty, he belongs only to the grade somewhere from 10 to 30 in a scale of 100. Comparisons like this confirm the belief that royalty, as a whole, is much above the average in natural capacity. The reign of Henry VI, 1442-1461, presents no good features that can be recalled. Also, there were no great statesmen. Suffolk, Somerset, Warwick, Edmund, Beaufort, York, and Margaret of Anjou were not more than politicians or partisans. The history of England at this point is just as disgraceful, and no more so, than the numerous accounts of demoralized national life found in other countries when strong leadership happened to be absent. Edward VI, who defeated the incompetent Lancastrians, and therefore deserves some credit, is not an easy king to grade for intellectual merit. His peculiar trait was spasmodic energy, his cerebral functioning a patchwork of light and dark, great gifts as a soldier, and all the wily astuteness of a successful diplomat, all the brilliant and popular qualities, eloquence, wit, good humour, and pleasing manners were counterbalanced by periods of extreme lethargy, sensuousness, laziness, and utter indifference to anything save gadding about and having a good time. He was a better general than Warwick, the medium grade in which he, perforce, is placed, since, for much of the time spasmodically, his intellectual activities were much below the average, fails to give a true view. At any rate, it makes little difference. The good events of the period were probably not much the direct outcome of the personality of Edward IV. The gains are chiefly on the economic side. A discernible beginning of manufacture, comparative prosperity among the peasantry, and great activity in the construction of costly buildings, such as new and improved types of manor houses, and the large churches in the perpendicular style. Apart from the widespread moral decay, in spite of the churches, which does not come under the scope of the present research, as I have not attempted to study intellectual and spiritual progress, the worst feature appears to be constitutional, a decline in the power of Parliament. The Wars of the Roses make a complex story, especially if causes be sought. They do not appear to have much affected the prosperity of the middle and lower classes, and the cities were almost entirely removed from the theatre of war. Richard III reigned for a short time, 1483 to 1485. That important internal or economic changes are scarcely worth noticing. His only Parliament of 1484 passed one great law restraining a special abuse of royal power. Richard's successful rival, the first of the Tudor dynasty, a cool, sly, cautious, and hard-working king, stamped his impress upon the reign in the most unmistakable manner. Henry VII was served by able ministers, Morton, Fox, etc., but it is not thought that they were ever more than lieutenants placed in power to carry out a perfectly definite and continuous royal policy, and one for which England, on the whole, had much to be thankful. The suppression of disorder, the elimination of Lancastrian and Yorkish pretenders, the reburnishing of the crown, gave a problem of more than usual difficulty at the commencement of the reign. It was not until the reign was half over that the new monarch found himself secure. The last part of Henry VII's reign was very prosperous. A patient if tortuous, non-belligerent diplomacy secured peace for England between the balanced rivalries of France and the Habsburgs, and even earned some subsidies. Most important were the commercial treaties which Henry made with Flanders, Scandinavia, Denmark, and Venice. The growth of commerce is the most distinctive economic aspect of the time. The navy also took on some small development. Finances were so well managed that the national coffers fairly burst with the plethora of coin hoarded by the monarch. The avaricious old fox, an extortionate as a despot perhaps, but none the less a benefactor to his country, and disputed master of a new nation now well ordered and disciplined, and on the high road to prosperity. His impetus continued under Henry VIII, 1509 to 1547, and England became a greater power than ever before, both in native strength and continental influence. Almost every economic and political aspect is plus in its trend. The suppression of the monasteries, it is true, caused individual suffering. Educational advance was thereby injured, and its spiritual effects were to be hard to weigh. But economically, this change was advantage to agriculture and to the public revenues. Wool growing increased especially. The general commercial prosperity found a parallel in the far greater importance of England as a sea power with reliance on the navy. The greater influence over Ireland and incorporation of Wales were a part of the larger political role which Henry, though always actuated by the most selfish and insatiable ambitions, left as heritage to his nation. Henry VIII was guided in his decisions very little by opinions or wishes other than his own. There is no proof that any of the ministers or subordinates ever overrode him. In the early part of his reign, before the king was, say, 23 years old, and took interest only in hunting and sports, Richard Fox and Wardham, and afterwards Wolsey, controlled the government, but after that Henry grew to be more and more his own master. It is significant that the period when Henry and Wellesley were together, 1514-1529, was not crowned by diplomatic successes, nor was Thomas Cromwell ever anything more than a very efficient agent in carrying out policies originating in the mind of the king. Henry's unique position among English kings is owing to the extraordinary degree of personal weight that he was able to throw into the government of the realm. Strictly speaking, he was not the unconstitutional sovereign. All his doings were clothed with a form of legality. But the whole machinery of state, both legislative and executive, moved simply in accordance with his pleasure, and however unpopular might be his government at home or his policy abroad, no one could venture to impugn his acts, or could doubt his consummate statesmanship. The increase of English influence abroad during this reign was in fact due rather to the personal qualities of the king and to the skilful use which he made of European complications than to the number or excellence of the troops at his command. He worked for the good of the state because he thought his interests were bound up with those of the nation, and it was a real coincidence of this private and public point of view that made it possible for so selfish a man to achieve so much for his country. The reign of his successor gives another proof of the personal weight of Henry VIII in the political and economic disruption which followed his death. England altogether fell from the great European position which she held under Henry. Agrarian discontents, financial exhaustion, and political mistakes are the chief features which mark the minority of Edward VI. It is clear that Edward must soon have risen against the misrule of the Protectorate if the Protectorate had not fallen by the intestine divisions of the plunderers themselves. England also declined during the reign of Mary, 1553 to 1558. Never had the fortunes of England sunk to a lower ebb than at the moment when Elizabeth mounted the throne. The country was humiliated by defeat and brought to the verge of rebellion by the bloodshed and misgovernment of Mary's reign. France, mistress of Calais, became mistress of the Channel. Scotland, a standing danger in the north. In the presence of this host of dangers, the country lay helpless without an army or fleet, or the means of manning one, for the treasury, already drained by the waste of Edward's reign, had been utterly exhausted by Mary's restoration of the church lands in possession of the crown by the coast of her war with France. Mary was herself an inefficient ruler, though she did not lack the mentality. On the contrary, her precociousness as a child was remarkable, but the high spirit, courage, and mental activity could not make headway against a pathological constitution, and growing bodily infirmities became accompanied by a disordered mind. The infamous persecutions of her reign have gained her the name of Bloody Queen Mary, though quite unjustly, for the troubles, religious as well as political, lay in a too great reliance on others. Her own nature would have shrunk from barbarities in every form. Mary, though not dull, lacked judgment. Her reign was certainly a period of decline. Whatever one may think of the general cause responsible for the state of England during the years 1553 to 1558, the point remains incontestable that even as late as the 16th century and in England, a wretched and deplorable reign is to be found which seems to reflect the lack of royal leadership. Mary's reign and the reign of Edward VI point back to the first two Tudor periods, and indicate by their contrast the reality of the greatness of the work of Henry VII and Henry VIII. Mary's reign is also interesting as the last of English history during which decline outweighs advance. Elizabeth had far more influence than her elder sister over the affairs of her nation. Without pretending to estimate minutely the part she played in an age made glorious by so many forms of activity, one can at least remark that her era presents the parallelism and identity of sovereign and political economic variation, the listening and counting of which is the chief burden of this thesis. It would seem unwise to hazard an opinion as to whether England would or would not have progressed at this time under a weak monarch. It is, however, no assumption, but rather a conclusion, both from intensive study of the reign itself and from the generalization concerning strong monarchs, that the personal impetus from Elizabeth herself added to the national momentum. The personal influence of the ruler is much more difficult to quantitate here than in most history, and is interwoven with a widespread evolution of the entire English race. From James I to George III, 1603 to 1811, no great sovereign, with the exception of William III, sat upon the throne of England, yet not a single reign period can be adjudged other than progressive. The royal factor becomes so reduced that it is sufficient to pass very rapidly over this entire era. The main requirement is to point out that it is an age of non-royal growth, and is moreover very long in duration, and comparatively speaking, very early in the date of its beginning. Nothing is comparable to it in European history, except the same age in Scotland. The first two Stuarts cannot be thought to have contributed much to England's progress, yet theirs was a time of great commercial activity, of voyages and discoveries, of conquests abroad, and a new life within the British Isles. It was particularly an era of colonial expansion, growth in manufactures, increase in population and in wealth, improvement in agriculture, and activity in building, and essentially in economic prosperity. The condition of the lower classes remained perhaps the same. The civil wars naturally brought much distress, but the success of the popular cause, and above all the staunch, determined resistance of Parliament against the impositions of tyranny, made the reigns of James I and Charles I of important moment in political growth. It is only in diplomatic work and in the bellicose potentialities on which diplomacy leans that weakness looms in the balance. Cromwell's personality overcame these conditions. The navy became vastly improved and England could be again aggressive. The period of the Commonwealth was, both politically and economically, a glorious one. If Cromwell was not a king, and so properly has no place in this study, there is this to be said, that he behaved like a king, and his single authority became supreme. He was all, in all, the same as many founders of royal dynasties, and if his son Richard had been made of the stuff of his father, perhaps a Cromwellian line might have come to the throne of England. The birth and public appearance of men like Cromwell, from the ranks of commoners, gives a philosophically inclined, one kind of measurement of a nation's power or development, independent of royal leadership. A phenomenon, as I have often remarked, rare for long periods of time in many parts of Europe. Charles II was of little use to his country, yet his reign was marked by most important constitutional events. The government was utterly incapable, and its foreign policy shameful, yet the House of Commons marched forward as never before. It was a wonderfully broad movement, and comparatively speaking, utilized by any very famous statesman. Agricultural conditions and the wool trade were not so progressive, but a trade in silk grew to respectable dimensions. Commercial and financial interests made continued strides. Much the same may be said of James II and his reign. At the close of the struggle between Parliament and the Crown, it became settled that England was ever afterwards to be ruled by a constitutional king. Yet it cannot be asserted that the good government which England afterwards enjoyed came about because this legal development had long training in the art of self-government. The having of many voices representative of the entire nation can scarcely suffice to explain why the Anglo-Saxon has ever been an outrider in the march of modern democracy and the preemptor of popular liberty. The causes must lie deeper than this. Early training of representative government were a cause worthy of being spoken of as the cause, in order to find a general support in the relations of constitutionalism to a successive government in other parts of the world, a question which I have discussed at the close of the chapter on Spain. Thus William III came to the throne as a constitutional king. He was the last English king to whom one applies the mystic word genius. Whatever his shortcomings may have been, and they were frankly numerous, there is something in the majesty of William III, in the breadth of his grasp, in the unconquerable heroism of his nature, and insight into the destiny of nations, gifts of leadership, and prophecy, that makes a frail little eagle-beaked figure irresistible. The impression in the end is always the same, that it was William III who held Europe together in the struggle which delimited the greed of Louis XIV and the overgrowth of France. William III was one of the greatest diplomats of modern times. Here his influence is undoubted, but much of the successful side of his reign, the naval victories, progress, legislative, financial, industrial, and commercial can scarcely be credited to the king. England continued to expand under Queen Anne, a sovereign of the dullest type. The foreign policy and continental wars were brilliantly successful. Blenheim, Oudenarde, and Malfequet brought both profit and inspiration. By the Peace of Utrecht, the objects at which England had aimed at the outset of the war were attained. Her trading interests were secured and extended. She obtained Newfoundland, Nova Scotia and Hudson's Bay Territory in America, and Gibraltar and Minoria in Europe. France was humbled and England's future was laid bare. The great man of the hour, Marlborough, must receive at least a mention, though no pretence be made to estimate the personal note. So under the Georges, throughout the 18th century, the advance continued, slow at first, fast as it grew, cumulative, and on the whole unprecedented both in length of time and magnitude. The 20 years of peace from 1719 to 1739 were utilized by the people in a development material and mundane. It must be confessed, yet it was this economic strength which added the greater political expansion and militant renown, the empire on which the sun never sets. The closing quarter of the 18th century saw what yielded the greatest activity of industrial forces that ever been witnessed in the history of the world. Notable progress in agriculture followed the new science of cultivation, the rotation of crops. Cattle breeding became important as the science of that art brought greater results. It was the beginning of the age of iron and coal. The flying shuttle, the jenny, the mule, and the steam engine gave England a pioneer leadership in that form of evolutionary civilization which is so particularly to characterize the 19th century. Great statesmen and great scientists there were in plenty, but the Hanoverian kings sank into nothingness. So great in the country, and so little are they, soulless and uninspiring, scarcely emerging at all into the really interesting happenings of the time, or aiding in the great constructive efforts. George III was scarcely the nonentity that he had been sometimes pictured, for his portraits, more than those of most kings, have been darkened and blurred by party prejudice. He was better than the first two of his name, but the best we can read of him still leaves us cold and unmoved. No, we cannot get more than the feeling that George III was a prig, a man great in little things, and little in great. The name of Walpole, Chatham, Burke, Fox, and Pitt stand in the world's hall of fame unquestioned. Criticize or dissect as we may, the fact remains that there have not been greater non-royal statesmen than these. If there have been, then who are they? At one or two great statesmen are picked from Greece and Rome, and 3 or 4 from modern times, my point will be proved, for the above 5 English luminaries of the 18th century will still be the first score, and in this sense 20 in a small number. The almost synchronous appearance of 4 or 5 of that never numerous species, the great statesmen, is a factor to be reckoned with, no matter what may be the elements of England's remarkable political and economic advance. Some of us who believe that after all the real differences among nations, as among the individuals who compose them, are caused by arrangements of chromosomes within the gametes, will look upon these great statesmen as born and not made, and will also believe that the nation as a whole was much favoured by certain forces almost hidden and unsuspected as yet, forces inborn in their nature, such as may well be acting all the time without any detection, differences brought about by natural selection, by immigration and emigration, by differences in net fertility, sexual selection, formation and development of the caste system, and other eugenic or aristogenic movements but little understood. However that may be, my purpose in this chapter has been to show that by carefully measuring one single force, namely the royal influence in England, I have been able to establish and definitely mark out a difference as something to be compared and contrasted with other European nations. As I have said before, the personal influence of the sovereign was very strong in England prior to the time of Elizabeth, though there are to be found a number of milestones making the rather spasmodic growth of democratic evolution earlier than this, and even earlier than John. Those interested in either defending or explaining the anti-aristocratic doctrine will do well to concentrate upon these peculiar early periods. Above all, they must satisfactorily explain the wonderful and continuous budding forth which commences with the Elizabethan era. But they must not fail to take into the reckoning the regal and individual equation, the exposition of which has been alone the object of this chapter. End of chapter 16 and end of section 17. Section 18 of The Influence of Monarchs by Frederick Adams Woods. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 17. Interpretation of the Results. Having viewed the undulating waves of economic and political prosperity in detail, it now behooves us to leave the microscopic method for the macroscopic and to take a broad survey of the whole matter. Standing back at a distance, the main outlines are still clearly enough visible. The rise and decline of Spain and Portugal, Sweden and Turkey, the cumulative but spasmodic growth of France, the early slow and late accelerating growth of Prussia and Russia, the evanescent importance of the Dutch, the retarded development of Scotland, the comparative negativeness of Austria, the unexpanded state of Denmark, and the early hesitating but afterwards continuous progress of England. These all present themselves en masse in bold relief, and with these variations are the concomitant variations in the intellectual strength of the monarchs themselves. Some correlation is evident. How much that correlation is becomes the first question. The cause of that correlation is the second. The following table shows numerically the correlations, as derived from the tabulation in the appendix, between the 3 grades for conditions and the 3 grades for rulers. At the bottom are the totals for all countries, and these figures are the basis for the general correlation approximately obtained. The figure 8 in the upper line for France means that there were 8 cases where the ruler was plus, at the same time that the conditions were plus. Next to the right, the 4 means that the 4 instances occurred in France when a plus ruler was associated with medium conditions. There were no cases in France where a plus ruler is associated with minus or declining conditions. On pages 241 to 244, the table's interpretation of the results are displayed. For France, Castile, Aragon, Spain, Portugal, Netherlands, Denmark, Sweden, Russia, Prussia, Austria, Turkey, Scotland, England in 1066 to 1603, England in 1603 to 1811, and the totals. All taken together, the totals show 105 instances of a superior ruler associated with advancing conditions against 11 associated with decline. The true numbers are probably less than 11 and greater than 105, as I have thrown all the doubtful cases, or those of 2 signs, into squares which are least close representing identity. Thus, if the ruler were plus and the conditions neutral or negative, it has been counted as 1 case of ruler plus, conditions minus, and so for each case on the border line no doubt. The figures for each country separately are too small for mathematical treatment, but they are not too small for a uniform result. With the exception of modern England, all show an unmistakable correlation. An idea of this is gained by comparing the greater weights of the numbers in the upper right and lower left-hand squares, multiplied together, with those in the upper left and lower right, multiplied together. If there were no correlation, r equals 0, the products would balance each other. If the correlation were perfect, r equals 1.0, all the numbers would fall into the upper left, the center, and the lower right squares. The amount of deviation from this, r equals 1.0, is measurable, and in this result for the total is about r equals 0.6 to 0.7, with a probable error of about 0.05. I have not given more than an approximate value to r, but I feel secure in placing it at r equals 0.60, for the lowest limit of its value. This, it must be remembered, is a very high correlation in comparison with the general run of anthropometric and biological results. The correlation coefficient must not be confused with the percentage. As a matter of percentage, it is possible to express the results in the table for totals thus. Out of 354 cases, 41 or less than 12% show conflict, 223 or more than 63% show identity, and 25% divide this significance. If the cases with the double sign, negative or plus, etc., are halved and one half allotted to increasing the percentage of identity, then 70% of the cases would show identity of signs and less than 10% show conflict, while the remainder would divide their significance. A summarized statement of the results in terms of percentages would be strong, mediocre, and weak monarchs are associated with strong, mediocre, and weak periods respectively in about 70% of the cases. Strong monarchs are associated with weak periods, and weak monarchs include in non-royal regions with strong periods in about 10% of the cases. In about 20% of the cases, mediocre monarchs are associated with strong or weak periods, or mediocre periods are associated with strong or with weak monarchs. To return to the correlation coefficient and its significance, the reader will now see that the coefficient of correlation is obviously more convenient than percentages, as it expresses in a single fraction all that can be put into an unwieldy paragraph. Other correlations can in the future be worked out and compared with it, as for example, the correlations between politico-economic conditions on the one hand and on the other, a number of likely concomitant variables, the personalities of prime ministers, the condition of war or peace, intellectual, religious, or artistic activity, advantageous opportunities, and its changes in the great trade routes, climatic changes, forms of government, and amount of liberty, or any other series of changes which by hypothesis may be thought correlated. As stated above, a correlation of r equals 0.6 is a high one in comparison with most correlations. It is greater than that expressing the mental and bodily resemblances between children of the same parentage. The correlation coefficient for brothers is not over r equals 0.5. For parents and offspring, it is about 0.4. For man's strength of pull and stature, 0.22 to 0.3. For strength of pull and weight, 0.34 to 0.54. Some correlations are much higher, as for instance those representing the resemblances between twins, where the correlations approximate 0.8 and are often 0.9 or more. Such high correlation ratios as these represent that sort of resemblance between twins which, to the casual observer, seems like identity and leads to all those amusing mistakes and confusions, anecdotes of which everyone recalls. So I have found a correlation between rulers and conditions running as high as 0.8 or 0.9 would be about the same as complete parallelism. Having found a substantial, indeed a very high correlation, r equals 0.6 or more, between mentalities of rulers and the conditions of their realms, the next step is to inquire the causes of this phenomenon. It may be that the monarchs have influenced the conditions. It may be that the conditions have influenced the monarchs, or both may be caused by some third external agency, or any combination of the three hypotheses is tenable. Let us first see if it is possible to find any evidence that conditions have influenced monarchs. Has any country ever molded its rulers according to a type? The early history of Turkey would seem to support such a view, or at least it presents a coordination of facts, a repetition of events, formed in the sort of way one might expect if general or external conditions were forceful enough to make themselves measurable. There are 7 strong sultans, one after another, in the Ottoman dynasty from 1288 to 1481. A mediocre sultan comes next, and 2 more very high in mental grade extend the chain as far as the year 1566. It is not unlikely that such a line of strong sultans should be caused by the forces which we call hereditary, i.e. predetermined in the germplasm. A wonderful pedigree on the maternal side would make such an hereditary expected, but this cannot be claimed. The mothers of the sultans were, with one exception, the daughters of undistinguished ancestors. On the other hand, reasons can be easily imagined why the Ottoman power should have expanded as a result of general causes. Therefore, the study of this country by itself, and during this epoch, would undoubtedly induce any historian to a conviction favourable to the force of events, rather than a belief in the power of individuals. Here is a good illustration of the danger of drawing generalizations from limited historical perspective. If any one country is chosen at random, a series of repetitions of practically 10 progressive periods is not to be expected unless the pedigrees are very strong. But on the contrary, one such curious repetition of plus periods is to be expected from the laws of chance if a large number of countries and periods is made the subject of study. That is, we may rightly conclude that, for once, the strong qualities pass directly down the male line from father to son for many generations without diminution or loss. Hereditary in royalty shows that practically all the other families that continue to reproduce genius did so only when selection of similar strains on the maternal side supported the male line. The strength of the Turkish reigning line was somewhat maintained by struggles between the brothers, but even setting this aside, There is nothing in the single instance of ancient Turkey to refute the general position which I maintain, provided it is the only instance. Looking over the tabulations, one sees that ancient Turkey is the only example of such extensive repetition, and therefore no argument can be drawn from it in support of the view that long-acting circumstances have influenced monarchs. Modern England furnishes the only other example of a long unbroken series of plus periods, but here the monarchs are not plus, and the history of England from the age of Elizabeth onward has been constantly granted as not belonging to or resembling the major portion of the history which the present volume discusses. Next in number of repetitions of plus reigns, Sweden counts 5, but the total periods covered is only from 1600 to 1660. There are but 2 instances of a whole century covered by continuously progressive reigns. In Aragon from 1035 to 1134, 3 reigns, and again in Aragon from 1228 to 1327, 4 reigns. The other cases of as many as 4 progressive reigns coming together is found in the Netherlands from 1507 to 1559. Table 2 proves that no analysis of the whole series of signs can be made so that cycles of prosperity and adversity can be demonstrated. Such cycles, if present, would doubtless be an argument in favour of surroundings as against personality, and the absence of such cycles is an argument in favour of personalities. The run of signs is, with the exception of modern England, nothing more than a chance or random distribution. There is no tendency for the same signs to be grouped into series. At least the tendency is not strong enough to be measurable in the data here presented. The whole series departs so little from a random arrangement that nothing can be predicted from one symbol as to the character of the next. In other words, the conditions of one reign do not sensibly influence conditions in the next, nor is there any evidence that several reigns, say 3, are, as a whole, so much influenced by any general or continuous force that they are moulded to a common resemblance. Nor is there any evidence of small ways of gradual rise and fall as will be expressed by negative followed by neutral followed by positive, or the series positive, neutral, negative, neutral, positive. Table 2 shows 28 cases where positive is preceded by positive and also followed by positive. There are 8 cases where positive is followed by positive and preceded by negative. There are 9 cases where positive is followed by positive and preceded by negative. The last is a type of sequence showing a sudden jump from negative to positive. The first shows no change, the second but slight change. The types showing an abrupt change are numbered 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 19, 20, 21, 22, 25. The average of these is 12.8 cases showing abrupt change. The average of all the other cases, those showing gradation or similarity in the signs, is 11.3. This is somewhat artificially lowered by the greater total number of neutral signs in this group. If all those cases between 10 and 18 are omitted, we eliminate this error, but the average of the traditional cases is not much raised. The number of gradual changes then averages 13.4. It can be seen that number 9 shows 20 cases of progressive reigns. It can be seen that number 9 shows 20 cases of progressive reigns sandwiched between 2 periods of decline. Number 19 shows 15 cases of the reverse. Thus both the types which illustrate the most abrupt changes are equal to and even in excess of random expectation. Table 2 is displayed on the page of 3 columns: the numbered categories, the number of cases, and the sequences. A star next to the numbered categories indicates abrupt changes. These figures 20 and 15 may be matched against the figures 17 and 28 at the bottom and top of the lists. The numbers of cases are all about of equal significance. The positive combination occurs a few more times than any of the others, but would not present such excessive repetition except for the exceptional series in the late history of England. There should be a slight correlation between the signs and their neighbouring signs, as a result of the action of hereditary holding successive rulers towards the same type of ability. The introduction of minorities and the starting of a new dynastic line tends to lower this correlation, but even so I should expect a correlation ratio of about R equals 0.1 to 0.15. This relation, being small, could not be measured without a far greater number of cases. The total 354 is large enough to measure a high correlation like that between monarchs and the condition of their countries, articles 0.6 or more, but it is not great enough to measure a low correlation like that which probably exists between one reign and the next. It is, however, a total of sufficient magnitude to prove that the correlation is not large between the conditions in one reign and the next. A high correlation would certainly have been detected even with a small total of 354. The material which I have collected is sufficiently extensive to give an answer to this particular question, and to prove that there is no great tendency for periods of prosperity to be clustered in groups. Thus, to recapitulate, the first reason for believing that the conditions have not caused the variations in the monarchs themselves to any considerable extent is drawn from both an intensive and extensive examination of the transitional periods between the different states of progress. These transitions are indicated whenever the symbols for conditions of the country change, especially when they change from positive to negative or from negative to positive. If these usually merge into each other through the gradual transition of an intervening sign, which is neutral, we should naturally explain the gradual change not as personal but as a general force. On the contrary, if there are so many cases of abrupt change occurring on the death of one king and the ascension of another, then there is that much in favour of the hypothesis of personal influence. An examination of the whole material demonstrates a great number of abrupt changes in the signs, and moreover it may be added that a detailed reading of the actual histories dealing with these times of transitions shows numerous examples of direct statements of the abruptness of these changes, all taking place in a short time. A second argument in favour of monarchical influence is drawn from minorities and interreigns. Here we have several known and admitted facts to start with. The fact that it was a minority or interregnum is known, and if no member of the royal family is in control as regent, this fact is also known. This furnishes a case of monarch minus that may be accepted with certainty. These short cases of monarch minus can then be compared with cases of monarch minus, presumably based on the opinions of history. If the advance in prosperity were due to the propitious circumstances, why did not the countries advance during minorities? They did during some minorities, but under the control of some one strong leader who was virtually a monarch and acted like a monarch. Table 3 shows 36 minorities, or interreigns, that were minus or retrograding in their conditions, beginning at the top, the minorities of John II, Charles VI, of France, etc. 29 of these were either under weak regents or were governed by councils with divided power. 21 of the divided regencies turned out disastrously. The right-hand column shows but 2 divided regencies associated with plus conditions. The whole series of facts and statements concerning both the disastrous and propitious conditions during minorities is understandable enough on a basis of monarch-causing conditions, but is not understandable on the reverse view. Table 3 is displayed on page 253 to 255. Regencies, minorities, and interreigns divided equals power divided in a council. There are 3 columns with minus or declining conditions, neutral, plus or minus on doubtful conditions, and plus or progressive conditions. These are divided between the rows of France, Castile, Aragon and Spain, Scotland, Netherlands, Sweden, and Russia. The third argument pointing in the same direction is drawn from studies in the pedigrees of monarchs. The individuals who compose these pedigrees reside in various European countries as a result of the policy of international marriages so common among royal families. A maternal grandfather of a French king may just as likely have been Spanish or English, yet the maternal grandparents are correlated as closely and are as similar in mentality as their grandsons, as their probabilities of heredity through germplasm demands. I have shown in Hereditary and Royalty that royal persons resemble their maternal grandfathers as much as their paternal, and the correlations for individual with all grandfathers and all great-grandfathers are as high as is expected. The circumstances, conditions of the countries which we might suppose acted upon and influenced the greater generations were necessarily different from those acting upon the third or younger generation. Now, if these circumstances had a significant importance, they would show that importance by lowering the correlation ratios for hereditary. These are not lowered. The lines of great kings and princes correspondingly great pedigrees. The only conclusion is that all the individuals developed as they did by reason of innate differences. The men moulded the circumstances and not the reverse. Without such a view we could not explain the pedigrees, for neither men themselves nor the events in which they individually lived could have arranged the marriages of their ancestors of 100 years previous. In other words, the special conditions in any one country might conceivably have influenced the kings, but these circumstances could not be retroactive and form pedigrees. The conditions are correlated with the pedigrees. The conditions could not cause the pedigrees. Therefore, the monarchs are the results of the pedigrees, and the conditions the results of the monarchs. By this triangulation of reasoning, the question is settled once and for all. No other explanation will suffice. This does not mean that the surroundings have not played some share in the whole story. It does mean that such influences are trivial, elusive, and difficult to measure. It may be that both the monarchs and the conditions have been moulded somewhat by some extraneous forces, but here again these efforts must be trivial, elusive, or difficult to measure. The absence of system in the arrangements of the symbols in Table 2 discourages a hope of finding any such force, but I do not wish to be understood as saying that such a third category of forces may not indeed exist. But the question is not, do environmental forces exist, but how great is their importance, and where and when are they to be found? I have looked at the recorded evidence from many points of view, with the wish to decide if the observed fluctuations in material conditions of the various countries could be due to the immediate influence of the sovereigns, and have come to the conclusion that this is the only explanation consistent with all other observations. A further inquiry will now be made to see if there is any way of comparing royalty with other social classes, those lying beneath them in point of inherited wealth, prestige, and power. Royalty has had exceptional opportunities and a peculiar and isolated position. It will not affect the general conclusion of this research, which declares the positive and intuitive influence of monarchs, but one thinks that royalty as a whole has been much favoured by matters environmental, or whether one takes the extreme view regarding hereditary and explains everything by inherent mental superiority. The influences are just the same, no matter what be the ultimate source of these influences. Even if all the kings be thought really very stupid, and all the observable effects could be imagined due to the blind and implicit obedience to the divine right of kingship, the influences and moulding powers of the monarchs on history would be just the same. Also, their superiority might be real, but nevertheless favoured by education or preferment or any other external fact. The problem up to the present has been simply to measure the influence of A on B, not to estimate the magnitude of A in itself or to compare A to anything else. I will now attempt first to compare royalty with other social classes in point of actual ability, and then take up the question of how far such ability depends on inherent genetic causes. In Hereditary and Royalty, page 301, I made the assertion that there is no doubt but that modern royalty as a whole has been decidedly superior to the average European in capacity, and we may say without danger of refutation that the royal breed, considered as a unit, is superior to any other one family, be it that of noble or commoner. I have no wish to modify this extreme statement. Capacity is here used as meaning natural inheritability, and the word family is one large interrelated group of persons. Several converging lines of argument lead to the view here expressed, and it is not easy to see just why this statement should ever be disputed, except for the first thought that superior opportunities have been enjoyed by those born to the purple. While this is a very natural feeling, allied perhaps to human vanity and supplying the middle class with a comforting excuse for not achieving more glory, such a view will hardly fit in with all the facts. Nor is there any good reason why a person should be any more ashamed of being born with a poor protoplasm than of being born with a poor environment, since both are matters of birth. Monarchs have doubtless had very different opportunities from commoners, and in some ways they have had superior advantages, but in other ways they have had greater disadvantages, greater responsibilities to bear, and greater difficulties to overcome. It is difficult to weigh one against the other, but granting for the moment that the advantages outweigh the disadvantages, is there any indication that such propitious opportunities have had a discernible effect in raising the estimation in which royalty has been held? First, Is the reputed ability greater than the real ability? Second, is the real ability, such as it is, and whatever it is, caused in part by environmental differences? The answer to both these questions is the same, and is yes, but not to any great extent. Not conspicuously so, not in any easy way, measurably so. The affirmative answer is given from a priori considerations, from a feeling there must be something to the side of the question. The qualifying limiting clause is derived from the failure of tests to bring forth supporting evidence, and also from several considerations of a widely different nature. These may be enumerated as follows. 1. Younger sons of kings are not less eminent than heirs to the throne. 2. The precocity of royalty. 3. Their success in government as compared with ministers. 4. Their success in war as compared with non-royal generals. 5. Their genius or talents in other directions. 6. The proportionate number of recognized geniuses to the total. 7. The slightly excessive amount of insanity. 8. A priori considerations. Election of early rulers. Struggles and survival of the fittest. 1. Comparing the eminence of younger sons with those who have inherited the succession, while it does not give a chance of directly comparing royalty of non-royal classes, does serve somewhat the same purpose. If evidence can be reduced that the actual monarchs ranked higher intellectual ability than their younger brothers, we might infer that opportunity had aided the actual sovereigns in gaining their celebrity or reputed ability. As a matter of fact, the younger brothers are, according to the accounts of history, just as eminent intellectually as are the inheritors of the crown. 2. A large number of scions of royal houses have been exceedingly precocious. Not that the early manifestation of exceptional talent proves the existence of genius, but precocity is one of the symptoms of genius, therefore its presence is to be expected, and if found, becomes an argument in favour of the geniuses of the reputed ability. Most of the princes who were precocious in youth were great in maturity. William the Conqueror showed his incisive military genius before he was 21. Henry I of England ruled wisely in the Cotentin when only 21 years old. Edward I, when only 15, became the soul of the reconstructed Royalist party, and at 26 defeated Simon de Montfort at Evesham and met the demands of a difficult crisis. Edward III took matters into his own hands when 18 and soon reversed the declining conditions which had marked the reign of Edward II. William III of England, like Charles XII of Sweden, was a wonderful example of premature mental development. Charles XI of Sweden was also an example of precocious talents. When barely 20 years of age, he brought his country out of a condition of disaster and anarchy, and was unquestionably the initiator of all important movements from that time until his death. William the Silent received his first military appointment at 18, and was soon pitted against experienced and formidable opponents like Nevers, Chatillon, and Coligny, but held his own against them. In 1555, he was but little over 22 years of age, and he was preferred to the command at a critical moment of the Emperor's career, over the heads of veteran soldiers much senior to himself. Even at that age, he was more of a statesman than a soldier. Philip Augustus of France was but 15 when he began to reign alone. Yet, boy though he was, he never for a moment swerved from his course, or made a false step. Other great rulers who showed marked precocity were Louis XI of France, Isabella the Catholic, Margaret of Denmark, Gustavus I of Vasa, Charles IX, Christina and Gustavus III of Sweden, Ivan the Terrible and Peter the Great of Russia, and the Great Elector of Brandenburg. 3. Another series of facts pointing to the mental superiority of royalty can be drawn from considerations concerning prime ministers, their work, their personalities, and their total number. Richelieu was strong, and Louis XIII was weak. Sully aided Henry IV of France, and Pombal, in the 18th century, remade Portugal. If it should be found that the total number of such prime ministers exceeded the number of sovereigns supposed to equal them in natural ability, achievement, influence, or whatever serves as the criterion, then it would be something to the discredit of royalty. But even then, as the statesmen were drawn from many families and from a class numbering many thousands, whereas the great monarchs came from one interrelated family and a total of less than 1,000. It would not prove royalty inferior in natural ability to the nobles and commoners. As a matter of fact, the total number of statesmen alleged to be great is less than the total number of monarchs. This does not in itself prove the monarchs and caste of monarchs superior to other castes, but does present the sort of fact that one would meet were the royal breed actually mentally superior. Opportunity may have helped the monarch more than the ministers, but as differences of opportunity are shown by other tests to be usually of slight causative value, it is not at all likely that such differences of opportunity could account for the vast differences in numerical ratios. Differences that make it thousands of times more likely than among average people that the breed of kings will produce a statesman. 4. The same sort of indication is furnished by the records of monarchs as military leaders. Matching non-royal generals against royal, the comparison favours the generals of royal birth. There have been comparatively few generals of the first rank from other than royal families. Many others of sub-royal birth have been placed in the highest command, so that it is not true that they have wanted opportunity. In this way, the two classes can be fairly compared in terms of success and failure. The dozen greatest non-royal generals do not show any equal amount of success, or in a way the same evidence of genius. Marlborough is better remembered than Eugene, but the latter actually won more battles and with fewer men. Wallenstein is outranked by Gustavus. Even Napoleon belongs in part to royalty, since the great parvenu augmented the strength of royalty, inasmuch as he became royal and allied his family with royalty. Also, the great changes and improvements in the art of war have been introduced, with the exception of Napoleon, not by generals who were of lower origin, but by those actually born in the regal caste. All this falls in with the fact that the highest geniuses in this direction, those who are by all authorities acknowledged at the head of the profession of arms, tally the highest known number of eminent relatives close of kin. Therefore, a whole series of observation fits in with the theory of hereditary. 5. Monarchs and princes have shown their genius chiefly in war and government. They have become distinguished more as men of action than as men of thought. They have belonged essentially to the ultra-practical type, but the domain of literature and poetry seriously claims a number of important royal contributors, chiefly in the olden times. Alfonso X, in all probability, actually deserves the credit of founding Castilian prose. He was the chief literary man of his generation. His grandson, King Diniz, occupies the same position in regard to the language of Portugal. He was the chief poet in a court famous for its romancistas. James I of Aragon also was entitled to a high place in the early literature of the peninsula. He wrote, in addition to other works, a chronicle of his own life, an artistic autobiography which has excited much interest apart from its historical value. All these men should be judged in comparison with their contemporaries, and so judged they loom large, and also have the important merit of having been pioneers. There is some doubt if James I of Scotland wrote the King's Square, but if he did, he was a man of genius, and bears somewhat the same relation to the literature of Scotland. Charles of Orleans and Thibault of Champagne have a noble place in the history of literature, and Sancho IV of Castile and Juan Manuel, a nephew of Alfonso X, must be mentioned. Thus, 4 of the early literary princes were closely related. Among more recent members of royal families, the amount of literary activity is great, though their production seems hardly worthy of being deemed works of genius. If the question is made out of quantity of books published per 1,000 interrelated persons, probably no other group of 1,000 persons can be found to match royalty. So that even on the side of mentality, where royalty is weakest, there is evidence of considerable activity, quite as much as is to be expected, when we remember that the qualities that first brought their ancestors into prominence and have held their descendants in place have been essentially practical rather than literary qualities. In the domain of science, with the exception of military science, their activity has been slight, never approaching genius and rarely exceeding the merit entitled them to be classified as patrons. Henry the Navigator is in a way an exception. He was doubtless a personal initiator of the great maritime discovery of the 15th century. Everything points to his being truly a great character, a soul filled with grand ideas, but from the fragmentary information we possess, he seems more of a colonizer and crusader than man of science in the strict sense of the word. It may be that the desire to make discoveries for their own sake, which is a distinguishing mark of the man of pure science, is so much a peculiar trait apart from other traits that is not correlated with those practical mental gifts for administration which characterize royalty, and which at one time or another have been absolutely essential to the formation of dynasties and their maintenance. 6. The best argument in favour of the real and inherent nature of the intellectual gifts of royalty and their average superiority when judged as a single breed comes from thinking of proportional ratios. If all questions are set aside except the total number of men of unquestioned genius as compared to the total within the group, a striking fact is brought out. In Hereditary and Royalty, I showed that out of a total of 823 royal persons, there are about 20 of the intellectual eminence of Frederick the Great, Peter the Great, Gustavus Adolphus, William the Silent, Eugene of Savoy, etc. Let this proportion, 1 in 40, be compared with the number of great men who arise out of a total population at any period or in any country, and the contrast is astonishing. There have not been at most more than 200 men of such unquestioned genius born in any of the nations, England, France, Germany, or America, during their entire history. Each has had a population of 20, 50, or 100 million or more. Yet only 100 or 200 of such great geniuses have been produced. The differences are overwhelming. The chances in favour of royalty are several 100,000 times as great. In other words, the average prince throughout modern times has a small chance of becoming a man of genius. There has been only about 1 chance in 40, but this is more than 100,000 times as good as the chances for an average child of average parents. Even if there be thought to be but 2 monarchs whose natural ability is granted to be equal to the natural ability of other great men, there would still be 10,000 times as many men of genius among royalty as expected from the general population. So there seems to be no way of getting around the fact that royalty has far exceeded the masses in the production of men of genius. The same is true for several grades approaching the model or average type of royalty, as supremely gifted types merge gradually to types less and less gifted. These average sovereigns are certainly more intelligent than the average commoner, probably superior to the average professional man. But I do not wish to lay particular emphasis on this point, as it is nothing more than my own impression about the matter. I am not concerned for the present with establishing a measure for the medium or neutral grade for royalty, so much as with showing that there must have been very frequently enormous deviation in the plus direction. These are the persons who have profoundly affected history. 7. There has always been a great deal of insanity in royalty, and this in itself is an argument in favour of the genuineness of their genius. The usual amount of insanity in a general population is less than 1%. Among men of genius and their kinsmen it is at least 4 or 5%, and the same time is true for royalty. Before discussing the a priori reasons for considering as valid the foregoing 7 direct reasons, it will pay to summarize the general characteristics of royalty, as this will lead the way to clearing up the whole matter and bringing everything in line with modern ideas concerning the inheritance of particular traits. Enough has already been said concerning their mental ability. As for other important elements of character, courageousness is the attribute most frequently found. Only very few have lacked this quality. They have frequently been ambitious, often excessively so, but there is a considerable percentage of persons showing the absence or reverse of this trait. Selfishness, greed, and a thirst for power are very commonly found, joined with ambition. Not satisfied with already wielding more power than any of their countrymen, and burdened with a plethora of worldly gods, the avaricious and domineering rulers have, seemingly impelled by inward instincts, continued to strive for more and more. A very common trait also is jealousy, though one reads the word more between the lines than in the direct statements of historians. Diligence, like ambition, is met with in fully 1/2 of all the rulers, but in perhaps a third is replaced by sloth and indifference. Cruelty and licentiousness alternate in about half of the cases, with amiability and chastity respectively. Contrasts are everywhere met with, and these contrasts call for a great deal more study and along more exhaustive lines than can be presented just here. But as so little has been done to bring these psychological and ethical problems into touch with the facts of history, the 2 lists which I have here present are worth considering. In all probability, the same contrast will be presented by a more extended study, one embracing all the modern rulers, or indeed any historical families, who have been sufficiently in the light of publicity. It will be observed that there is not any marked tendency for the cruel and licentious types to occur in the earlier ages. Also, it should be noted that intermediate types are not very common, even if all the doubtful persons are allotted to the medium grade, including those who are obscure. 6 tables are presented in the pages from 266 to 268, displaying and comparing data for the early rulers in 3 columns: licentious, doubtful and chaste, or cruel, doubtful and not cruel. France, early rulers: licentious, Philip I, Philip Augustus, Charles VI, Charles VII, Louis XI, Charles VIII, Louis XII, Francis I, Henry II, Charles IX, Henry III, Henry IV. Doubtful: Philip IV, Charles IV, Louis X, Philip V, John, Catherine de' Medici, Mary de' Medici. Chaste: Louis VI, Louis VII, Louis VIII, Blanche of Castile, Louis IX, Philip III, Charles V, Louis XIII. England, early rulers: Licentius, William II, Henry I, Richard I, John, Henry III, Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, Edward IV, Henry VIII. Doubtful: Henry II, Edward II, Richard III, James I. Chaste: William the Conqueror, Stephen, Henry III, Edward I, Richard II, Henry IV, Henry V, Henry VI, Mary, Elizabeth, Charles I. France, early rulers: Cruel: Philip Augustus, Philip VI, John, Louis XI, Catherine de' Medici, Henry III, Mary de' Medici, Louis XIII. Doubtful: Philip I, Charles IV, Louis X, Philip V, Philip VI, Louis XII. Cruel in war: Francis I presented the Huguenots. Henry II. Not cruel: Louis VI, Louis VII, Louis VIII, Blanche of Castile, Louis IX, Philip III, Charles V, Charles VI, Charles VII, Charles VIII, Henry IV. England, early rulers: Cruel: William II, John, Edward IV, Richard III, Henry VIII, Elizabeth. Doubtful: William I, Richard I, Edward I, Edward III, Henry IV, Henry V, Mary, Charles I. Not cruel: Stephen, Henry III, Henry II, Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, Henry VI, Richard II, James I. Castile, early rulers: Not false, deceitful, cruel, or tyrannical: Ferdinand I, Alfonso VIII the Noble, Ferdinand III, Maria, Regent, John I, Henry III, John II, Isabella, except in relation to the Inquisition. Opposite traits: Urraca, Alfonso X, Sancho IV, Ferdinand IV, Alfonso XI, Peter the Cruel, Henry II. Aragon, early rulers: Not false, deceitful, cruel, or tyrannical: Peter I, Ramiro II, Raymond Berenguer, Peter II, Peter III the Great, Martin the Humane, Ferdinand the Just. Opposite traits: Alfonso I, James I, Peter IV, John II, Ferdinand the Catholic. The considerable number of early sovereigns in England and France who were either chaste or not cruel, merciful, kind, or benevolent, is to my mind extremely significant. The same lesson is drawn from the early history of Castile and Aragon, when its number of rulers who were not false, deceitful, cruel, or tyrannical. Why are historians continually explaining the bad characters by the influence of the habits and customs of the ages in which the individuals lived? He was no worse than his contemporaries, is a phrase frequently met. Is he to say, and has been reasonably sound, so the reader accepts it unquestionably, but generally such statements are utterly contrary to facts. Due allowance must be made for the age in which he lived is another favourite phrase, but I should like to ask just what that due allowance is. The result of counting 568 cases of royal persons, all classes and both sexes, has been to prove that vicious types of character are not much more numerous in one age than in another, even if judged by standards of today. If the matter were gone into carefully, I have no doubt that it could be demonstrated that a slight increase in the percentage of moral types marks each generation. But this is not the chief or the first fact. In descriptive science we search for differences, and here be the most conspicuous difference are those which exist in one single generation, one age and one country. Now the significance of all this lies in the remarkable way in which the diversified facts fit into the theory of heredity. The expectations of gametic inheritance are fulfilled by every feature of this series of observations. There are two main subdivisions to the argument. The first derives itself from the fact that the characters are contrasted. The second from the generalizations that have been made as to the mental traits of royalty as a whole. All the biological researches on the subject of heredity that have been recently made have united in making it more and more clear that all inheritable characteristics tend to be segregated in the course of transmission from generation to generation. This segregation of separately inherited factors is the essential feature of mentalism as is understood today. Thus, while the separation of cruel and non-cruel types, like sentious and chaste, ambitious and indolent, etc., is not clearly and absolutely defined, the tendency to segregation which is observed is to be expected from the usual workings of hereditary, and furthermore, nothing of the sort is to be expected as a result of environment. In Hereditary and Royalty, I continually dwelt upon the phenomena of segregation and its significance to those who aim at understanding human character. Therefore, the subject will not be discussed further, except to refer to the fact that a large number of recently compiled pedigrees show alternative inheritance for a wide variety of human characteristics, anomalies, and diseases. These include eye color, color blindness, night blindness, hair color and curliness, albinism, diabetes, insipidus, split foot, polydactylism, brachydactylism, pulmonary tuberculosis, deaf mutism, marked ability, chronic trophodema, angioneurotic edema, hermaphrodism, hemophilia, imbecility, insanity, and allied characters. If diseases and other peculiarities of the body are transmitted in the all-or-nothing principle, there is so much more reason for believing that peculiarities of mind are transmitted in the same manner. It lends subsidiary support to the view which I advanced in 1902 to 1903 and have since many times defended, that it is impossible to understand human nature and the difference between one man and another except on the double assumption. First of the main differences are due almost entirely to inherent, predetermined or genetic differences, as second of those differences tend to be inherited on the all or nothing, yes or no, present or absent principle. Besides the confirmation which modern statistical researchers and the development of the pedigree chart method of intensive analysis led to the extreme view of genetic causation, another entirely different line of support comes from the biological laboratory, especially from microscopical research on the structure of elementary cells. Since 1901, it has become more and more generally admitted that the sex of the offspring is predetermined in the egg, and not the result of environmental stimuli. In many of the invertebrates, notably the insectivora, and in some of the vertebrates and perhaps among human beings, it has been proved that differences in sex are due to the differences already present in the gametes from which these individuals are formed. The behavior of the minute granules which in nuclear arrangement govern the growth and functioning of these gametes, the number and arrangement of the granules, chromosomes, in a word, all the recently discovered phenomena in regard to sex bear out the view of the importance of predetermined causes. The same application is to be made of microscopical study of enzymes in relation to Mendelian hereditary, and finally it may be added that the researches concerning the causation of twins point in the same direction. It is necessary for historians, psychologists, and sociologists to know something of the results of such investigations, even if it is impossible for them to follow the details, or to interest themselves such in the questions why they remain sub judice. It can at least avail themselves of the condensed conclusions as soon as these conclusions have passed into the domain of verified and accepted knowledge. If they fail to do so, they will surely be to the extent behind the times, and less able to understand human nature, either in the actuality of the present or a vision of the past. 8. Another survey of the whole series of historical observations that have been made and arranged within this volume compels the same conclusions both as to the genuineness of the hereditary factor and the supposed superiority of royalty. Avert the a priori point of view. All the peculiarities which the members of the royal families are found to possess in a more or less excessive pedigree are just the sort of traits that they ought to possess if hereditary and general selection are the all-important forces. The formulation of royalty as a biologically isolated caste dates from very ancient times. The pedigrees of reigning princely houses of Europe usually go back in the male line to the 9th or 10th century. Leo's genealogy gives also all the ancestors in the female lines. On viewing these fan-shaped pedigrees, one can see at a glance that nearly the entire lineage of the royalty is made up either of members of the royal families, strictly speaking, or of the nobility. Of course, if one could trace the lines far enough into the past, they would finally merge in the general population. But the point is that royalty, as a result of selection and breeding, has gradually been formed into a distinct sub-variety of the human race, and this process of separation has been going on for many centuries. During that time, new men have been coming forward, usually from the ranks of the nobility, rising in the social scale, and some of these have been themselves taken into the royal fold. Others, like the rich and powerful nobles whose daughters have married into royalty, are in that way included in the pedigrees. The caste of royalty is, genealogically speaking, surrounded by a fringe of nobility without any definite demarcations. That there has been a genuine survival of the fittest within the ranks of royalty, there can be no question. The history of each country shows this. The kings who have been forced to abdicate, and the lines that have become sterile, have been the weaker rather than the stronger. I have already proved in Hereditary and Royalty, Chapter 17, that the inferior branches have left fewer adult descendants. A review of the reigning dynasties included in the present volume brings added proof that the struggle for the possession of the throne, the stronger rather than the weaker, have survived and become the progenitors of future kings and princes. William the Conqueror was a greater man than any of the immediate kings of the Saxon time. Henry I defeated his weaker brother Robert. Henry II replaced Stephen. Henry IV was superior to Richard II. William III to James II. Bruce won on his merits. William the Silent was greater than the rulers whom he displaced. The same is true of Gustavus Vasa, founder of the Swedish line. The weaker Sigismund was deposed by his stronger rival Charles IX. In early Russia, there was much struggle and survival of the strongest. The Romanovs began by the election of the throne of the able and judicious Fyodor. In Portugal, Alfonso III deposed his brother Sancho II, and the line continued upon its stronger stem. Also, John of Avis, who became John I, was superior to Ferdinand I, whom he deposed. Examples of the selection of strong kings in early Spain are Sancho IV versus his nephew Alfonso, Henry II versus Pedro the Cruel, and the choice by James the Conqueror of Peter III of Aragon as his favourite son. Turkey furnishes many instances of struggles within the royal family. The military gifts of Orkhan, 1326 to 1359, enabled him to gain the succession over his elder brother. The jealousy and rivalry among the princes of the House of Osman exceeded all bounds. The murder of younger brothers was a recognized custom. It is said that when the aged Sultana, who was a daughter of Muhammad I, came to Bayezid to move his fraternal feelings in Dejim's favour, Bayezid answered with stern brevity by citing the Arab proverb, "There is no relationship among princes." Also in the wars between the nations, the greater nations have all started with modest beginnings. Those nations that have never had great kings have remained small, or been absorbed by the larger. It can be easily shown that all the kingdoms that have remained small and unimportant have never chanced to fall under the guidance of men of genius. The bigger men, controlling as they did the bigger nations, fought against each other until the great absolute monarchies were constructed. And so much of Europe came as it did. In the 15th century, under the sway of four men, Charles V, Francis I, Henry VIII, and Suleiman of Turkey. Besides contests among those already within the royal fold, to maintain their position or to gain a greater prestige. There have been at all times struggles on the part of the sub-royal or noble classes, those wishing admittance within the consanguinity of the actual reigning families. Thus history has been a process of natural selection. In the long struggle for wealth and power, royalty is merely a name applied to those interrelated families that succeed in getting and keeping the most of what most men want. Some branches of modern royalty have not recently added to their possessions that have been left in peaceful enjoyment of their estates for, say, 2 or 3 generations. This gives the superior observer the idea that being born to the purple means the ease of that struggle. Nothing could be further from the truth. There may or may not be a necessary struggle today amongst kinds of royal families. But as far as the past is concerned, there has been a tremendous struggle which epitomizes the ceaseless human struggle and rises to the top, awe-inspiring from its duration, its distinction, and its success. And what would be the traits most probably found in persons able to win in the old game of war and plunder? In the earliest days, kings were elected, but the most part since the 10th century, when the genealogical record begins to be authentic, the breed of kings has been made up of such counts and parents as were successful in war and government. For such success, bravery is obviously a primary need. Ambition and energy, mental insight and alertness are also essential. Greed, jealousy, cruelty, and licentiousness would not be drawbacks. The first two might indeed be aids, but most important of all would be just those mental qualities, whatever they may be, that are essential to the leadership of men. These new men will reproduce their kind to a very great extent. although it would not be expected that all their descendants would equal them. The pedigrees of royalty are peppered with the names of men of genius, but also included in the pedigrees are the wives and the ancestors of the men of genius, and the ancestors of the wives of the men of genius. For this reason, varying degrees of ability are met with both in the pedigrees and in the monarchs, so it is to be expected that some of the monarchs would be deficient in ability or in ambition, or in any given trait. But the essential fact still remains. The extraordinary high percentage out of the total of persons naturally able to do just that sort of work that fate thrust upon them. And this explains why, bearing a percentage of exceptions, they have always been so eager and willing to take upon themselves the burdens and responsibilities of their position, and though having much, seek ever more and more. All living species represent adaptation. Had there been no adaptation, there could be no species, and the same is true of this sub-variety of the human race. Thus the a priori point of view fits in with all the facts and offers a single simple explanation. The law of parsimony is satisfied. It is illogical to introduce further causes when a single simple explanation will suffice. This single simple explanation I will call the Kemetic interpretation of history. But before discussing the use and definition of this phrase, I will take up at this point the important question of a possible bias on the part of historians that might falsely magnify my conclusions. I have postponed the discussion out of the present because only now have all the facts been brought together, which when viewed and cross-viewed give a sufficiently clear reply. The question of false bias. In Chapter 2, I have much insisted on the need of distinguishing between random errors and constant errors. Random errors may be ignored if all one wishes is a lower limit to the degree of correlation. Constant errors may sometimes be ignored or looked upon in the same way as the random errors, provided it be known that they work towards lowering the correlation. Certainly they would then not lead to a false conclusion. Thus the constant error that I have introduced by intentionally and continually placing the doubtful cases in a way to count against personal influences may be treated as an error which can cause no anxiety. On the contrary, constant errors might tend to raise the correlation improperly. Therefore, it is important to consider the following possible sources of fallacy. If historians have in their own statements overestimated the importance of kings, or if following sycophantic chroniclers they have been inclined to overpraise the successful and underpraise the unsuccessful, then the correlation ratios would be thereby artificially raised. But a consideration of the whole question indicates a minimum of error from such a source. There are at least 5 reasons for holding this error as probably slight. 1. For the early history of some countries such as Spain and Portugal, the reports of a few chroniclers under royal patronage from nearly the whole of the source material. The later history of these countries is much better authenticated and supported by more varied materials. If the latter history did not exhibit the strong correlation which it does, one would suspect that the early history were fallacious. The latter history shows about the same correlation as the earlier. Therefore, there is evidence that the chroniclers were not unjustly biased. Although the nations which have been very exhaustively studied, such as Prussia and France, do not show a lowering of the personal influence, and furthermore, these much-studied countries show the influence just as strong, even as late as the 17th and 18th centuries. All this tends to increase one's reliance on the opinions of the early chroniclers. It leaves a belief that the kings who were much praised or blamed were really not so very different from the pictures drawn of them by their contemporaries, or sometimes patched up by chroniclers hired by their descendants. 3. Estimates of historical characters have been but rarely reversed. The estimate of Edward II, which Froissart made, has never been reversed. Richard III of England is an exception to the rule. As time goes on, new evidence becomes forthcoming, but it is rare that a character needs to be much reshifted in the scale of estimates. Everything points to the great influence of great personalities within the periods and reigns of well-authenticated facts. Therefore, why should they not have been so in the age a little earlier? Special instances doubtless come up which arouse suspicion, but these are few in number compared with the total number of monarchs studied in their volume. 4. It must also be remembered that while more circumspect study sometimes lowers sovereigns in our estimates, sometimes, perhaps more often, the result of modern research is to act in the opposite direction. Therefore, it cannot be supposed that the correlation ratio is seriously affected or spiritually raised by the introduction of monarchs were obscure or are delineated only by Cartesian historians. 5. Additional arguments are derived from a general survey of the whole material. The suddenness of the changes on the deaths of monarchs indicates that the historians have been telling the truth. Why should they have described such a multitude of reversals in the fortunes of nations unless these actually occurred? Why should they have described so many minorities as disastrous when government was divided, unless indeed they were disastrous? Furthermore, the distribution in pedigree charts of strong and weak kings in relation to their ancestry, particularly their maternal grandfathers, leads to the same sort of reasoning here as it did concerning the problem of whether the monarchs caused the conditions or vice versa. See page 240, et seq. The strong contrast between successive periods, the strong contrast between monarchs close in period of time, which is expected by hereditary, the rapidity of the change, are all in accordance with the truth having been told. It is highly improbable, virtually impossible, that historians could estimate all these monarchs incorrectly and make the latter generations tally with or probably resemble the earlier. In a word, make the whole scheme hold together. For the view of history which postulates the extreme importance of hereditary and of selection, this breeder's view of history, as one might call it, I propose the phrase Genetic interpretation of history. This is preferable to using the word Genetic, as genetic has so many different connotations, as being used and abused until it has a variety of meanings. Genetics merely means the study of successive generations. Of course, history is genetic. Everything that is lived is genetic. Everything that grows is genetic. But the word genetic, which is much in use among students of Mendelian hereditary, means something very specific. The gametes are the reproductive cells, both male and female. Genetically determined qualities, differences, among adults are those that develop because of qualities, differences, already present in the reproductive cells for which the adult sprang. It is not conceivable that all adult differences can be due to genetic differences, but it is conceivable that nearly all important adult differences are foreshadowed by differences within the germ cells, gametes, and a genetic interpretation of persons, families, dynasties, and nations is merely one which accounts for the great bulk of the observations in this way. Genetic is the antithesis of environmental. The question now comes up, can we separate hereditary from environment? The answer from one point of view is no, from another yes. The gametes unite and form the new individual, zygote. The new individual must have an environment to develop in. So from one point of view, the genetic and environmental forces are inseparable. But as soon as a problem becomes a problem of differences, it takes on an entirely new aspect. To prove that observed differences can be shown to be caused by one or the other and not both of these determiners, let us think of a simple illustrative experiment. An agriculturalist cultivates 2 plots of ground side by side of approximately equal richness. He then sows a large amount of seed of equal average quality. He then applies a fertilizer to one plot and not to the other. An observed difference would in this case be due to environment. By the same method, he could, by keeping the other conditions identical and changing only the quality of the seed, observe a difference which would be due to the genetic differences. By this sort of reasoning, it is already known in a practical way that a great number of valid variations, differences, in domestic animals are due to genetic differences and not to environment. Differences in color of the hair and eyes are caused by differences in the gametes, while the linguistic differences among mankind are a good example of the action of environment. So as in the interpretation which is given here for the influence of monarchs on political and economic history, it cannot be said that the monarchs cause the history or they cause the conditions, but it can be contended that the differences between the conditions in one reign and the next were caused by the differences between the monarchs, and this is a quintessence of this research. End of section 18. Section 19 of The Influence of Monarchs by Frederick Adams Woods. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 18. Causation in History. In this chapter I shall make an additional special and minute analysis of one period already covered, in order to show that authorities do corroborate each other, and that out of a number of causes, one case stands out preeminently. I shall then discuss other methods of unraveling historical causation and illustrate the need of a more exact and graphic representation of social and intellectual class differences, and at the same time offer a new hypothesis for the rise and fall of the ancient Oriental monarchies. From 1415 to 1619, the Duchy of Brandenburg maintained an equilibrium, or gained slowly and steadily in importance under a line of Hohenzollern rulers either equal to or exceeding the average in ability and tenacity of purpose. During those 2 centuries there occurred no period of decline, nor was there a sovereign classified as weak. From 1619 to 1640, a sharp decline separated a strong reign, 48 years, 1640 to 1688, from another reign of weakness, 1688, 1713, after which the grand expansion commenced, which culminated in the Prussia of Frederick the Great. Here then being a well-ploughed historical ground, and in comparatively modern times, it is therefore an excellent field for deeper and more searching investigation, for practical illustration as to the possibilities of measuring and verifying historical causation. The first of these periods of decline occurred during the rule of the Elector George William, 1619 to 1640. The regeneration occurred under his son, the Great Elector. The second decline corresponds to the reign of Frederick I, and the second generation parallels the rule of Frederick William I and Frederick the Great. At the outset, one must try to gain as clear a proof as possible of the real mental and personal traits of George William, the occupant of the throne during the first of the debacles. Perhaps George William was unjustly blamed for a stroke of fate. Perhaps because the times were hard, the king was despised by his contemporaries, while modern criticism has reversed the verdict. Perhaps the best historians will today be found to disagree among themselves. As a matter of fact, historians do not take any other view than that George William was weak, though some, like Volt and Berner, try to gloss over his failings and especially make a point of the difficulties of his position, owing as it did during the 30 Years' War. It will pay to look clearly into the question of George William's mentality and his relation to Prussia of the 17th century, for this prince may be taken as an example of a typical weak sovereign, placed in the minus grade on the basis of the unusual statements. For this reason, all the different authors are here quoted at the point where they make the most direct statement. Muirhead, in the first European Britannica, says, "This unfortunate prince may be described as the first utterly incompetent ruler of his line, though due allowance must be made for the extreme difficulty of his position." A. W. Holland, in the 11th edition of the same work, says that George William proved a weak and incapable ruler. According to Tuttle, to the vacillation, the duplicity of this prince may be ascribed the inglorious part which Brandenburg played in the great religious struggle. A timid and capricious prince, Price gives the same idea. He had neither nobility of ideals nor the sensitive conscience to lead him aright through great disasters. His nature was superficial. Pearson's comment is much the same. The times demanded a prince of all ruggedness, and George William's nature was weak. Voigt, who does his best to exonerate George William's grandson, Frederick I, another inferior Hohenzollern, and is in general not in the least inclined to make harsh criticisms, shows by comparison with the high praise which he bestows on several other members of the family the slight regard which he has for George William. The reign was one of the most unfortunate and harmful for the country. The mark which since the end of the 15th century has been conserved for more than 100 years in profound peace by the wisdom of its princes, was dragged into the abyss of misery under George William. The cause for this has often been ascribed to the Elector himself and to his Chancellor, Adam von Schwarzenberg, without considering if the circumstances of the times were not more to be considered than the men themselves. One thing at least is incontestable, and that is that George William's lack of energy increased the evil. The position of Berner is much the same. He is reluctant to say a word against the sovereign, yet he cannot say a word in his favour. He puts it in this way. In truth, George William, all the same, lacked the Hohenzollern energy and decisiveness. None of these histories, it should be noted, attempt to credit George William with any ability whatsoever. They do not mention ability in any of its forms. Thus the picture is clear enough. Even if the last two writers had been alone consulted, the attitude they display towards George William in comparison with their estimate of other Hohenzollerns would result in the same grading. That is, the Great Elector, Frederick the Great, Frederick William I, Frederick of Brandenburg, died 1440, and Albert Achilles would enter the plus grade. 8 or 10 of these others would go in middle or doubtful grades, and George William and King Frederick I, died 1713, would just as certainly find their way into the minus class. This does not prove that George William was weak, but does prove that the standard historians agree in so placing him. Furthermore, no change has taken place from the opinions of contemporaries by whom he was held in just as little esteem. Now as to whether all authors may not have been very unjust, and the man called weak because combinations of circumstances made him necessarily unsuccessful. This is possible, but it is extremely improbable. Combinations giving rise to great difficulties had occurred in the lives of the members of this same family many times before, and did occur many times afterwards. Yet these princes were not regarded as non-entities, but were valued and praised for one trait or another. Some were considered vigorous, able, masterful, and some merely shrewd and thoughtful, some quiet and plodding, or their virtue and learning came in for recognition where the mental qualities failed to arouse enthusiasm. Frederick the First Elector had great difficulties to overcome at the very start. His successor, Frederick II, had to deal with the turbulent cities and to balance Mecklenburg, Saxony, and Hesse, one against the other. Albert Achilles had to master Pomerania and Mecklenburg, while the affairs of the empire occupied his attention at the same time. His successor, John Cicero, did not have to face any great problems. He was a prince living in an entirely different period from George William, yet history places him in nearly the same inferior class. John Cicero was, however, a man of learning, and therefore gets some appreciation over and above George William. Joachim I may be said to have lived in comparatively easy times. He is pictured as narrow-minded and plodding and a shrewd politician. Joachim II lived during the period of the Reformation. The dates of his reign are from 1535 to 1571. He found serious complexities enough in the urgent religious questions of the time, and had he not been a clever politician and gained by the best of intentions, might have allowed his country to lapse into civil war. John Sigismund, who reigned from 1608 to 1619, also had the religious entanglements on his hands, and he also dealt with them very successfully. More significant still, George William's son and successor had all the difficulties to overcome, which beset the father, yet this man not only brought the country out of its utter demoralization, but left it on the high road of prosperity. The sudden changes alone consistent with the view that the real trouble lay in lack of personal leadership from 1619 to 1640, and the subsequent events which followed the death of the Great Elector only the more certainly confirmed the idea. During the leadership of the Great Elector, practically everything was in a flourishing condition. The nation was respected abroad and wonderfully active and progressive within its own, now considerably expanded territory. The Great Elector was only 20 years of age when the death of George William, distracted and disconsolate, left him his Augean task. He carried it through to a wonderful completion. A definite policy was at once established. George William had no policy at all, unless his actions as described by Carlyle can be called a policy. Where the Titans were bowling rocks at each other, George William hopped by dexterous skipping to escape share of the game. George William expected to remain in neutrality, but it was a helpless neutrality, and Brandenburg became crushed between Denmark and the Empire. While the eastern possessions, Prussia, fell between the upper and nether millstones, Sweden and Poland. The contestants in the 30 Years' War had injured Brandenburg more than they had injured each other. The new elector sought neutrality, but it was to be armed neutrality. The first thing to be done was to get rid of the half-hearted Chancellor, Schwarzenberg, who had been foolishly and obediently playing into the pocket of the Emperor. The elector then halved the anger of the Emperor, and gave way temporarily in favour of Sweden, but with a shrewd eye and with the provision that the Swedish troops should be withdrawn from the electorate. By first turning his activities towards the army, by directing every effort to giving himself a weapon with which to back his claims and command quest and attention, he was soon able to play one power against the other, to gain time in which to restore the wasted and scattered resources of his country. This was done so successfully that in 8 years, at the Treaty of Westphalia, 1648, Prussia was able, by its mere military potentialities, to demand and receive excellent compensation. The satisfactory results of the Treaty of Westphalia could not have been carried through without an efficient army. This army, which had become one of the best organized in Europe, obviously came to being under the personal management of the Great Elector. The reign of the Great Elector forms one of the most signal instances in history of the conquest of diverse circumstances by personal energy and merit. At the death of Frederick William, the new North German state of Brandenburg-Prussia was a power that had to be reckoned in all European combinations. Inferior to Austria alone among the states of the empire, it was regarded as the bead and patron of German Protestantism. Its area raised to 43,000 square miles, its revenues multiplied fivefold, and its small army nowhere surpassed in efficiency. The Elector had overthrown Sweden and had offered a steady and not ineffectual resistance to the encroachments of France. Most historians have acknowledged the importance of royal and individual leadership in Prussia, especially at this point in the story. Naturally, they notice the right-about face which conditions take just here. The truth is more obvious than usual, but this is simply on account of the unusually contrasted types of character. The causative importance is not any greater here than elsewhere, it is merely more apparent. Granting for the moment that the favourable reversal in the nation's fortunes rose from the change in leadership, it is profitable to speculate on a further set of questions concerning this common use of the word if. The failure of the reign of George William, 1619-1640, has not unnaturally been ascribed to a number of causes, either isolated or combined. Though it has seemed futile to discuss the question of ifs in history, and to say that if such and such an event had not taken place, then such and such consequence would not have followed. It may be of some clarifying value to show that there are probable and patient ways in which an if may be interpolated, as well as other ways in which such speculation is vague and vain. Among the excuses usually offered for the first Prussian setback are 1. Weakness of the Chancellor Schwarzenberg. 2. The Chancellor's devotion to the Catholic faith. 3. The inefficiency of the estates. 4. The jealousy and corruption of the ministers and advisers who surrounded the Elector. 5. The Elector's own poor education. And 6. The general difficulties of the 30 Years' War. Of course, actual and inherent weakness in the personality of George William is also recognized, but the point is that if we mention any other cause than this last one, the remark loses its pertinence. An open-minded consideration of the various possibilities will bring out the difference between an explanation derived from the personality of George William and the above-mentioned first 6 explanations. As for the character of Schwarzenberg, it is probably true, as supported by the facts contained within this book, that all would have been well if the chief minister had been a great man. But the general history of Europe shows that able ministers were rare during this age, not nearly as numerous as able sovereigns. Hence, there is not any great likelihood that Prussia would find a man from non-royal ranks able to cope with the situation. Schwarzenberg favoured both Austria and the Catholic party. As it turned out, this was a bad policy, since, in the hands of Austria, he was continually hoodwinked. But to mention this Roman Catholic allegiance as a cause of Prussia's downfall is not to the point. It is merely another way of saying that Schwarzenberg lacked discernment. A more able man might have known which party to favour, or perhaps it was unwise to favour either party. There is no way of telling. Perhaps a greater man like Frederick William, who afterwards did actually become the nation's restorer, would have favoured neither party and built up his own integrity. As for the inefficiency of the estates, it is obviously true that if the estates had been sufficiently efficient, success would have stood in the place of failure. But here again there was little likelihood of a parliament at this time showing any concerted patriotism and organised intelligence. The same may be said about ministerial cabinets, and the question whether the advisers of the king should be blamed for their personal jealousies and lack of light. In the ordinary affairs of life, we are not interested in postulating a very improbable if as a crucial explanation in the turning point of a career. To take an extreme instance, if a man were about to fail in business, he would doubtless be saved if he discovered a gold mine in his backyard. Though such a remark would be inane, it would not be considered otherwise than to the point if someone should remark he might have been saved had his stepfather died one day earlier than his mother instead of a week later. The difference in interest in the two ifs lies in this, that the second chance is not so remotely improbable. it might easily have occurred. In the same way, if an untoward and unexpected accident befalls a person, we then say, if this had not occurred, etc. In the ordinary affairs of life, common sense or unconscious knowledge of probabilities comes to our rescue. The fool is a person who lacks the ordinary sense of proportion and consequently makes the foolish remarks. Ordinary common sense will guide us up to a certain point in correctly allotting causes. There is a vast ground covered with entanglement and obscurity which can never be successfully plotted and measured by methods unsupported by the aid of instruments of precision. It is here that statistical methods may properly be introduced. In the example of the man about to enter bankruptcy, our personal knowledge of the man himself may in some cases make us very sure just where the trouble lies, but in other instances the circumstances are too complex. It is a perfectly proper scientific question to inquire by statistical means how large a percentage of all business failures are due to incompetency, how many are lack of capital, panics, or to exceptional accidents. This has been done and is done continually by the commercial agencies, although returns are necessarily only an approximation. Although they don't help much in settling causes in the single instance, they would help if it could be shown that any series of effects is very strongly correlated with any series of causes. If, for example, all the men who failed once in business always failed again sooner or later, another type was found that always went steadily ahead, it might be concluded that for practical purposes, and broadly speaking, the whole trouble lies always with the men themselves. Suppose for the sake of argument that a very high correlation were found, not a perfect correlation of one represented by a unity, r equals 1.0, but one of say 9/10, r equals 0.9. We should then be able to conclude for the special instance, if we knew nothing of the particulars of the merits or demerits of the case, we could express our opinion as to the cause, be guided in our expectations as to the future success of the individual in question, and all with a judgment now strengthened by its sense of proportion found in probabilities. In other words, we depart from the position of the fool and his absurdly improbable suggestions as to causes, and approach the position of wisdom, just in proportion as we are able to measure and express probabilities. In this way, an expression of opinion that the cause of the first Prussian downfall lay in the inherent weakness of the elector George William is a wiser remark than any other observation regarding the possible causes, for the simple reason that this is the more probable. There is more evidence that this factor in the totality might likely enough have been different, and there is more evidence that if it had been different, a changed condition would have resulted. Why is this view as to the major cause, that his inherent weakness was the real trouble, better than the view that the lack of education was to blame? As a matter of fact, George William did not have a poor education, but supposing for the moment that his education had been neglected, my reply is that there is no evidence that differences in education have produced measurable effects on the personalities of royalty. Some correlation may exist, but this has not been proved as yet. From general consideration derived from various indications and modes of reasoning, this correlation is probably slight. There is on the other hand a great deal of collected evidence demonstrating that strength and weakness in royalty has resulted from hereditary combinations of the gametes and is independent of ordinary environmental differences. To summarize the conclusions, the inherent personality of the elector is the most probable and the most important cause. This fits all the facts well. There is nothing to be said against such a theory, and the analogies of history hasten to lend support, by prop and pillar, pulled from regions remote in time and place. The generalization that weak kings are usually associated with weak periods is rendered probable by a variety of indications, all pointing in the same direction. These are discussed elsewhere. Now, if the generalization is correct for, say, 90% of the instances, then it has 9 chances in 10, in this particular instance, of being the primal cause. No other isolated factor can stand up in the turmoil of hazard like this factor. No other factor has been, or is likely to be proved to be, so reliable as this under all the complexities which necessarily go to form the shifting drama of history. Therefore, knowing nothing certain as to the finalities of the actual reign under discussion, and remembering that no one can know in the intricacies of the single instance that might have been, that might have followed, interposed, and postulated ifs, the inherently weak nature of the elector remains as the best, most probable, and most important cause. To discuss the relative importance of the other 6 causes would carry me beyond the pretensions of this research. But this specific illustration has shown that the important underlying causes in history are not necessarily so difficult to demonstrate, even for limited errors. In all attempts to unravel historical causation, we must try to get explanations as far back as we can towards first causes. The impossibility of ever actually arriving is no more a discouragement than a domain of those sciences whose length of life has been longer and whose oft-practiced methods enable them to claim the adjective exact. The complexity of history. It is sometimes erroneously thought that because an effect is the complex result of a large number of interwoven causes, it is hopeless to unravel the separate causes. Such may be true from the teleological point of view, but nothing can be further from the truth if the problem is looked at from the standpoint of everyday practice. If a motor car suddenly stops, the chauffeur is not concerned with final causes. He searches the point or points that are not as far as they were before. He searches for differences. It is easy to give innumerable illustrations where practical problems of causation are made into problems of difference. For instance, the monetary value of introducing novelty of method into the management of a business corporation can be tested even though the intricacies of business management are infinitely complex. Let it be assumed that the factors A, B, C, D, E, N are the same before and after the rest, and that the novel factor X is the cause of any change which may be observed. In strict truth, A, B, C, D, E, N never are, at any successive period of time, exactly the same. But if they are nearly the same, it may suffice. Of course, if X is found to be small and the other factors A, B, C, D, E, N are known for any reasons to change much, then only doubt and confusion could come to the investigator as a result of his laborious search. But in other cases, X may be found large enough to be unmistakable. A decision as to the significance and value of the results belongs to the problem itself. There is no characteristic aspect to problems of history, and nothing inherent to separate them from problems of everyday life. The idea often expressed that history cannot be made a science, that causes here cannot be properly sought for, because the various factors A, B, C, D, E, N do not remain the same, is an ill-founded one. In all the fluctuating realm of nature, the subsidiary factors never do remain exactly the same. Even in the best cases that one can think of, the opinion that such and such a cause is the cause can be expressed only with a high degree of probability. Why did a certain man die? He was killed in a railroad collision. But how do we know that he did not die of some undeterminable bodily ailment just at the moment before the train was wrecked? This is to the highest degree improbable, so much so that we accept it as improbable to call the wreck the cause. Suppose it were a collision at sea and the man were drowned. Suppose the man were old and feeble and that some of the passengers in more robust health had been saved. We should still be unanimous in ascribing his death to the collision, if we had a belief, drawn from the probabilities of the case, that if this collision had not occurred, he would have lived much longer. Yet all along during the voyage, the man's strength was declining. The conditions were not the same at any two periods of time, but this change in the A, B, C, D, N factors do not prevent our calling X, the new factor, the main cause. But it is easy to see that these cases would gradually merge into cases which would give to argument as to the main cause of death. For instance, if all the passengers were saved but one, and this one were in very poor health, say in a dying condition, and died during exposure, it might be difficult to decide whether his death ought to be ascribed to the shipwreck or not. It is just the same in dealing with historical causation. Some cases are impossible to separate, but other cases can be picked out as a real cause to a high degree of probability. It is not necessary that the series A, B, C, D, E, N should be exactly the same, any more than the questions of everyday life. It is only necessary that they should be probably approximated the same. The degree of this probability and of this approximation depends upon the necessities of the particular case. There is no inherent objection to the application of such method of history any more than is psychology. For history is, after all, nothing but past psychology. Matters of history, it is true, never repeat themselves, but at the same time it is true of everything else. In every problem, the amount of accuracy required in the measurements depends upon the nature of the questions propounded. Many historians and economists have fallen into the error of supposing that the method of differences, as it is called by logicians, is not adapted to the historical and social sciences. In order to apply this method, they say that we must have two instances which tally in every particular, except the one which is the subject of inquiry. While this is true, if a very exact determination is required, it need not be read with such strict wording if a general and qualitative answer is wanted in the place of an exact and quantitative one. It is possible to imagine causes in which the expression tally in every particular except the one which is a subject of inquiry is made to read tally in most particulars except the one which is the subject of inquiry. Here, if the observed differences are comparatively great, we may be sure that the observed difference is a real cause of the result. Take, for instance, Mill's illustration of the failure of the method of differences to decide on the causative value of a protective tariff. It is true that it is impossible to find two nations which are exactly alike in every respect, except only in the presence or absence of a protective tariff. But if all the nations in the world had a high protective tariff, and one of them suddenly abolished it, and at the same time greatly declined or rose in economic strength in comparison with the others, we should be justified in postulating as a hypothesis the tariff change as the cause of the variation. If this were observed repeatedly, it would become more and more probable, even though all the nations differed in many particulars. The reliability of the conclusion would depend upon the magnitude of the change and the repetition of the observations, and might theoretically even become independent of the varying particulars within the nations themselves. The possibility of answering any problem of historical causation must be decided on its own merits. We cannot tell until we try. If the observed difference is small, we may be forced to abandon the analysis or inclined to give up the problem as affording too little certainty. If, however, a single observed difference be great, or better still, if a repetition of similar differences of considerable magnitude be found running through a long period of historical time, we may have such result which can be rightly made to mean only one thing. The dynamic factor which history presents is its strong point as compared with sciences like sociology, pedagogy, and psychology, where the observations have been made only for a short time. The differences which permit history, running differences, one might call them, are very important, and it has not been appreciated what a great boon this time element is to the historiologist. Like the paleontologist, his record is often faulty and uncertain in spots, but the wide sweeping curve at which he can view the panoramic changes makes it possible for him to see the trend of things and discover their causes in a way that would be impossible if we were obliged to concentrate his attention upon one age or one level of world strata. The time element of history, with its long series of repeated phenomena and its visible slowly moving points of change, outlining broad curves of recognizable contour, often teaches more than is revealed within the limits of the story itself, for it often gives a hint of what is to come. With the unions and minutiae, saltations may be found, but in a larger way nature makes no sudden changes, the things which we still continue to be, though never just the same. Still, for a time the same phenomena will be likely to persist, and that is what gives a study of the past its practical value to the needs of the present, and default of better prophecy is claimed to be indicator of the tendencies of the future. The personal influence of a very few great men is a phenomenon that doubtless started at a far earlier date than I have traced in this volume. It was unmistakably of very great importance in Greece and Rome, even greater in Persia, Assyria, Babylonia, Jerusalem, and Egypt. Just how far back into the past and in what neighborhoods one must go to see the force at its maximum cannot be said. But there is every reason to suppose that, looking backwards into the origins of human society, there was a time when the force was not merely so great as it afterwards became. As the evidence stands, we may accept 10 centuries in northwestern Europe as a low limit for the duration of the importance of this power of royal or other personal leadership. Most of the 14 nations have not been tabulated for centuries earlier than the 15th, but the most cursory reading of the histories of earlier centuries shows the same coincidences, though the obscurity and confusion make all but the most towering personalities and the most notable material changes difficult to distinguish and unsafe to measure. It is unlikely that a phenomenon which started as long ago as the 10th century and continued unabated in most countries until the end of the 18th should abruptly cease. The influence of monarchs in the 19th century must have been considerable. Napoleon, Alexander I of Russia, Leopold II of Belgium, Franz Joseph and the Kaiser William II are positive forces that need to be reckoned with, as are the statesmen Bismarck, Gladstone, Disraeli, Salisbury, Cavour, and Metternich, while on the negative side the absence of statesmen of the first rank in minor and backward countries must also be taken into account in explaining political transformations. In many nations it would seem that the personality of the monarch is almost as important as ever. The facts brought forward in this volume must undoubtedly, to a considerable extent, support the view of history which attaches importance to the great man as a moulder of circumstances. The facts, more than anything else to my mind, prove that whatever be the mental differences between the ordinary man and the man of genius, the differences are of great importance if judged by the results of their power. It is not easy to measure mental differences except in terms of achievement, nor from the standpoint of history do we much care what the natural talents of men may have been if they have failed to put them to the practical test. If from the pragmatic standpoint men differ much among themselves, and a few men may rise very conspicuously out of the masses in some nations and at some periods, then how very important it becomes not to think and talk of any people as if the individuals were all alike. To speak of the Egyptians, the Romans, the Greeks, and the English, without taking into account this question of intellectual and social variation within the nation, is to talk in the loosest and most confusing way. The Egyptians, as a whole, probably never had any high-developed building instinct, though some of their rulers had. The Greeks, as a whole, may never have been artistic and intellectual, though a percentage certainly were. The Romans may never have had a special faculty for law and government. Such talents may have been confined to the patrician families. Indeed, the Roman people may never have declined for the simple reason that the Roman people may never have risen. The free citizens of Greece disappeared. They never were numerous. The Roman patrician families disappeared. They formed but a small proportion of the total population. The important point is that no investigations into the decline of countries can succeed without taking into account this matter of class differences and approximate distribution of intellectual qualities. Such distribution, if represented graphically, must in the nature of things be different for different nations, as there are no two leaves on the same tree alike, so no two national curves of this sort could be just alike. Our present knowledge does not allow us to draw these curves with all desired accuracy, but it does enable us to sketch three extreme types of curves, and these graphs will at least help to clarify much that I have had to say in former chapters, and also aid in the explanation which I am about to offer for the rise of the Oriental monarchies of antiquity. If all the inhabitants of any community were made to stand in single file and a line were drawn along the tops of their heads, such a line would trace a curve something like half of a very broad bell, Figure 1. Intellectual stature, natural ability, or ability judged by achievement, we may be sure, would also give a curve of the same general shape, though we do not know just what its precise form would be. Displayed on the page is Figure 1 and Figure 2. Curved lines, Figure 1 displaying dwarfs, the masses, and giants relative on the bell curve, and Figure 2 displaying the same curve labelled N, M, and L. One way to gain some insight into the form of the curve for any one historical period is to measure the importance of a few leaders as against the masses. If the nation has gained ground without the leadership of such men, then there is not much rise to the curve at the right as compared with the centre. Curves LL or NN express the distribution. Where the converse is true, then the few are much above the masses and the curve MM is fulfilled, Figure 2. For the period of history covered in this volume, Spain, Portugal, Turkey, and indeed most European countries will conform more to type MM, while Great Britain, since the 17th century, will be represented by the line NN, with perhaps a greater percentage of defectives and dependents. Certainly a higher position of the masses, and a more gradual rise in the curve towards the right. The lower line LL represents the mental distribution in savage tribes, a stage of evolution where hunting and fishing are the sole or chief means of livelihood. An example is furnished by the North American Indians of the United States at the time of the arrival of the Europeans. North of the tropics, no great civilizations so-called were found. no dynasties, no great kings, no men very much raised above their fellows, but all very much alike and all possessing such skill and force as gave them adaptation to a life in the wilderness. In the regions to the south, on the contrary, in the warm lands of Mexico, Central America and Peru, complex civilization had been established and powerful monarchs ruled over widely extended political groups and controlled the lives of myriads of people. The type of curve representing their state of society is of the order MM. Now it requires very little historical observation to see that the first great civilizations of antiquity found their cradles in the warm and fertile regions of the globe, within the tropics or near the tropics, always where the cultivation of the soil was easy, and particularly in broad river valleys like the Nile, the Tigris, and the Euphrates. Furthermore, all these earliest civilizations, as far back as one can trace them by their monuments, even to their earliest beginnings, are always found under the control of dynasties of reigning monarchs. My hypothesis to account for both the appearance of the civilizations and the evolution of monarchical governments is as follows. Whether men first originated in that part of the world where the Indian Ocean is now, or somewhere else, it is certain that he first made his appearance in a warm country, or he must have from the first lived in groups or gregarious bands. As he multiplied and pressed farther and farther into the cooler regions, not only would the more ambitious and energetic be the ones to depart, but long generations of life in the more rigorous climates would, by natural selection, cause an increase of the attributes, ambition and energy. Man would become adapted to the hunter stage of civilization, to living in small groups of tribes. Such a condition may be pictured for Central Asia and Europe during long eons of time. Let any of these northern peoples return to the tropical river valleys, they would be able to conquer races that had never left the tropics, races that had never by natural selection acquired the qualities of ambition and energy. They would either exterminate the inferior tropical races or would bring them into slavery. In any event, there would then take place a new set of changes, causing a differentiation of all the people, change from the type represented by the curve LL into that represented by the curve MM. It is not that the northerns arrived in the valleys of the Nile, the Tigris and the Euphrates, and the fertile regions of America, already men of genius, already capable of controlling vast armies, constructing great monuments and predicting the movements of the stars, but it is that only in such regions could the evolution speedily take place of castes mentally alert and superior to the masses, castes from which men of genius would be likely to arise. The change with the community from type LL to MM is the kernel of the whole explanation. The reason for this change lies 1. In conditions of the climate and soil making agriculture easy. 2. In the accumulation of wealth. 3. In legitimacy of descent. 4. In sexual selection. 5. In mental inheritance. In the hunter stage of society, the accumulation of wealth is not easy. Meat and fish soon spoil. There is no service to be striven for among the different members of the group, no property to be handed on to the next generation, no rights in land and buildings, cattle, corn and slaves. But in a fertile agricultural country, all these forms of wealth may become the objects of the fiercest warfare. The tropical man, strictly speaking, the Ethiopian, does not now, nor did he ever, exert himself to acquire wealth. Wealth has no meaning for him. He does not want it, would not know what to do with it if he had it. He prefers his simple cabin and his life of good-natured ease. Warfare is between one tribe and another, not intertribal. It has been wrongly thought that this laziness and indifference of the tropical man is caused by the direct effect of the warm climate, but this cannot be true. It is not the direct but rather the indirect effect of the climate. A question of natural selection is because none of his ancestors ever lived for long periods of time when natural selection could produce the opposite qualities. This must be so, for otherwise how are we to account for the fact that in the hot climates there was at one time so much activity, indeed the earliest of the great mental awakenings of humanity, the beginnings of recorded history of architecture and of accumulative thought? Given a set of people now possessing ambition and energy, and in a territory where the accumulation of wealth is a natural phenomenon, there will inevitably take place a struggle. Even if the people differ very little among themselves, there will necessarily be some more serious than others to acquire, and more able than others to have and to hold. Some will get more than their share, and as soon as this indifference begins, it at once becomes self-accelerating, and for the following reasons. When the possibilities of immense permanent wealth are introduced into the life of a community, and some men are acquiring more than others, since life is short and none carry wealth beyond the grave, there soon arises a desire to bequeath this wealth to their close of kin in the next generation. In the earliest forms of society, a loose relationship suffices. Descent of rights through the mother or through the sister suffices. But with greater property comes greater desire to know the exact relationships, and the father wishes to know his own son, to whom he will leave his accumulated wealth. This means the beginning of family, in the modern sense, with legitimacy of descent through the male lines. In other words, father right takes the place of mother right. As soon as property is transmitted, and some fathers of families possess more wealth and power than others, and some sons and daughters are prospectively the heirs to more property than others, there will naturally arise a desire on the part of parents to unite their children in marriage with the children of other rich men. The ambitious will be more inclined than the unambitious to seek such unions. The ambitious and energetic are on the whole the ones who have succeeded most signally in acquiring the property. Probably the more ambitious, on the whole, the more able. Whether or not this last statement is true, certainly those who have most acquired property will, on the average, be the ones most endowed with ability so to acquire it. No matter how much a question of good luck may enter into their success, good luck will have to balance bad luck in a large number of cases, and the most successful will have to average the higher intelligence as far as intelligence means, the practical acquisition of wealth and power. Thus the richer and more intelligent families will, by the force of marriage unions, sexual selection, be brought together, while the poor and less successful will be left to marry among themselves. When the rich and successful men were giving in marriage their sons and daughters to the sons and daughters of other successful men, they were seeking immediate advantage for their family, and they were really raising their families more than they supposed, for they were introducing the possibilities of new hereditary variations around high levels. It is true that all the children of such selected unions would not equal their parents. Some would revert to the general average level, but some would even exceed in natural aptitude the average of their parents. Thus, in each succeeding generation, on the average, there would be some whose natural ambitions and ability to hold and control large fortunes would exceed any who had lived in the previous generations. The individual exceptions to this tendency will make no difference except to delay their progress. The whole matter hinges on the question of mental heredity. If mental qualities are inherited in the same way and to the same degree as physical, then this process of differentiation must take place wherever there is a large community and wealth is sought for. In a state of civilization where sympathy and charity are at a minimum, there soon becomes no room for a man who is not of either lower or the higher caste. The people of the lower caste are allowed to remain because they are willing to serve their masters, and in men of the middle class who become pretentious are ruthlessly cut off. The process works towards forming more and more a caste small in number and smaller percentage to the total population, but at the same time the point of power and intellect more and more raised above the general population. The high wave once formed, the struggle within the superior caste, for it must be remembered that these are the people most ambitious and grasping, tend towards the survival of only a few, and lastly one family, the royal dynasty, those willing to serve the dynasty and the ruling order of society, as the monarchs, which lieutenants, soldiers and priests, are allowed to survive in the curve where this aristocracy of the intellect is formed. In the course of time, there are so few persons in the extreme upper caste, and the whole nation is so dependent on their guidance, that a new danger is introduced. The whole had been formed into a sort of waterspout structure, the slender point of which, growing higher and higher and narrower, is liable to break. This is just what has happened so often in history. The whole civilization of the nation, depending on the brain power of a few persons, soon passed away when those few were destroyed. Such I believe to be the true account of all the early states of civilization, and such was to a considerable extent the supposed strength of Spain and Portugal and several other nations of more recent times, though their dynasties were not self-engendered out of native stock. These latter dynasties, like all other modern European dynasties, were evolved out of the Germanic races, Norsemen, Scandinavians, Saxons, etc. The same five forces led to the same series of social and intellectual differentiations. The waterspout formation with the governing caste more and more elevated in natural ability, at the same time fewer and fewer, not in actual numbers, but in percentage of the whole population. This phenomenon did not take place in the north any more than it did in the south, until the people passed from the hunting stage to the agricultural stage until accumulated wealth became an object for intra-tribal competition. It was slower and later in the north because agriculture was more difficult. The curve also started in the southern countries from probably a higher general level, that is, the great mass of the people in Germanic and northwestern countries had, even before the days when agriculture became the chief source of wealth, already acquired much in the way of mental alertness and instincts of industry and ambition. On the whole, it seems probable that the curve for modern Europe at the present time is more of the order NN than MM, at least in comparison with the civilizations of antiquity. Just why it is so we do not know, but it is perfectly clear there are always at work two sets of forces, one which we may call the aristocratic force tending towards the formation of MM, the other which we may call the democratic, tending to reduce the curve. The democratic force is made up for the most part of impulses belonging to the milieu, to ideas, institutions, combinations on the part of proletariat, revolutions, diffusion of rights of suffrage, and to the great extent of education. It is not the province of the present book to discuss this, the environmental side of the question, but is the generalized conclusion from the facts here collected and reviewed that as far as a greater portion of human history is concerned, this levelling tendency cannot have equalled its opposing force. For how otherwise could the supremely important few have been engendered? The aristocratic force is made up of impulses lying in the germplasm. Its consequences have been continually coming to the force, no matter what may be the form of government, nor how much the laws of man give power in theory to the people, as long as sexual selection tends to mate like with like. Just so long, the laws of mental heredity will work towards the formation of governing classes inherently superior to the sons of other men. Universal suffrage and universal education, the most carefully equalized scheme of social opportunity, cannot prevent this tendency of the homogeneous to pass into the heterogeneous, the splitting up of mankind into sub-varieties, castes, and breeds. It is part of the trend of organic evolution, nor does all this fail to have a significance in relation to the future. It is probable that the separation into castes is increasing rather than diminishing at the present day in all European countries and especially the United States, where the opportunities for acquiring wealth are particularly abundant. Historical science can scarcely at present predict the future, but it can interpret the past. If the work of the world had been initiated and directed by a few very great men, if these men are the predetermined products not of outward but of inward differences, the true interpretation of history must hinge upon the gametes, and the laws of history will be found to be but a part of the laws which govern all organic life. End of section 19. Section 20 of The Influence of Monarchs by Frederick Adams Woods. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Appendix 1. Bibliography for France. A. Encyclopædia Britannica, 9th and 11 editions. B. La Grande Encyclopédie, 31 volumes, Paris, 1886-1902. A. Lévis Ernet, Editor. Histoire de France depuis des origines jusqu'à la Révolution. Public avec collaboration, 9 volumes, Paris, 1901-1911. B. Duret, Victor. Histoire de France, Nouvelle Edition Illustrée, 2 volumes, Paris, 1870. B.B. Same. Paris, 1879. C. Kitchen, G.W. History of France, 3 volumes, Oxford, 1873-77. A widely read textbook. D. Martin, Bon Louis, Henry. Histoire de France depuis les temps les plus reculés jusqu'en 1789. Nouvelle Edition Revue et Ornementée, 4th edition, 17 volumes, Paris, 1860-62. Consulted for the less readily accessible periods. E. Vaudreuil, Adolphe. Études sur le régime financier de la France savante, 1789, 2 volumes, Paris, 1883. F. Levasseur, Pierre-Emile. Histoire des classes ouvrières et l'industrie in France avant 1789, 2nd edition, 2 volumes, Paris, 1900-1901. G. Beer, Adolphe. Allgemeine Geschichte des Withandels, 3 volumes, Wien, 1860. A compilation very useful for statements concerning commerce and industry. H. Wright, G.H., editor. A History of All Nations, 24 volumes. Philadelphia, 1905. Sparingly consulted to fill in lacune. J. Grisot, F.P.G., History of France, 3 volumes. London, 1880. K. Darest, C. Histoire de France, 9 volumes. Paris, 1874-1880. L. Gibbons, H. D.B., The History of Commerce in Europe, London, 1891. The appendix is divided onwards between 2 columns, with the ruler and the condition of country. France. Ruler, Hugh Capet. Prudent, brave, conciliatory, and polite. Perhaps unscrupulous. Pious. Altogether an enigmatical person, about whom too little is known to form a fair opinion. Condition of country, 987 to 996. Neutral. Country pacified, authority established, France definitely separated as a kingdom distinct from Germany. Negative. Robert II. Weak and prone to insults. Pious and kindly, beloved by his people. Literary tastes. Condition of country, 1996 to 1031. Negative. An inglorious reign, civil wars and constant struggles against barons. Henry I. According to some authorities, he was weak and extremely indolent. Others think he may have been quite the reverse. There are no contemporary records by which to judge him. 1031 to 1060. Negative. Kingdom invaded by the Normans. Discord and petty warfare. Negative or positive minority of Philip I. Baldwin V, Count of Flanders, regent. He was a son-in-law of Henry I. Was able, energetic, and well liked by the people. 1060 to 1067. Positive. Order maintained and sedition suppressed. Negative. Philip I. Of fair natural capacity, but lacking ambition, industry, and courage. False, dissolute, grossly sensual, and without honour. The weakest of all the Capetians. 1067 and 1100 or 1108. Negative. Interminable petty warfare and dissolution. French territory invaded by the Normans who seized and burned Mentz. Positive. Louis VI. Able, brave, strong, and generous. A noble character, pure in his private life, universally esteemed by the people. 1108 or 1100 to 1137. Positive. Establishment of national unity and authority over the lawless barons. Better days for the lower classes. Beginning of the organization of the communes. Increased power over the crown. Many cathedrals built. Neutral and negative. Louis VII. It is difficult to gain a clear idea concerning this king. Not much is known about him. He was pious and praised by the monkish chroniclers. In ability he was probably not above mediocrity. Was well educated, just and liberal. De mortes pures. Levies. 1137 to 1180. Neutral positive. During the first part of the reign, in spite of the disastrous crusade, 1147 to 1149, good financial management and internal order maintained under Suger. Trade and agriculture made some progress. After 1152, the country declined in dominion and resource, against which may be offset the growth in town life and concessions to the lower classes. Royal authority gained in importance. Positive. Philip II, Augustus. A cold, clear mind, crafty and sagacious, equally able in war and diplomacy, charged with deceit and lack of generosity. Materials for a moral portraiture are meagre. Was, at least more or less, a libertine. 1180 to 1223, positive. France unified and greatly strengthened. Normandy, Poitou, Touraine, Anjou, Vermandois, and Picardy conquered. Order and security maintained. Cities grew. Industry and commerce improved. Financial administration good. Louis VIII. Authorities differ as to his ability. Some credit him with vigour and understanding, others call him weak and attribute his activity to the prompting of his queen. He was pious and chaste. 1223 to 1226, negative. English lost half their possessions in France. Submission of Lower Poitou, Limoges, and Perigord. Successful but costly crusade against the Albigenses. Positive. Majority of Louis IX. Blanche of Castile, the Queen Mother, regent. Firm, prudent, masterful, exceptionally able and ambitious, proud, imperious, and steadfast in her friendships. A good mother. Her chief faults appear to have been obstinacy and jealousy. 1226 to 1236, positive. barons subjugated and tranquility established. Submission of Languedoc and territorial increased in the south. Positive. Louis IX, Saint Louis. A great king and a great man, firm, energetic and just, wise and profound, pious, affectionate, conscientious, his private life temperate and pure. 1236 to 1270, positive. A period of conspicuous progress, the only detracting features being the brief and unsuccessful 7th and 8th Crusades. More territory was acquired in the south of France. Security was everywhere maintained and private warfare suppressed. Population, commerce, and industry increased. Many important public buildings were erected. Negative. Philip III. Weak and ignorant, controlled by others, pious, docile, and virtuous. He led a monk-like life. 1270 to 1285, negative. Internal tranquility continued. Catastrophe of the Sicilian Vespers. French foreign influence declined. Disastrous expedition against Aragon. Philip IV the Fair. Accounts are too meagre, generally considered cold and merciless, but some contemporaries picture him as pious, chaste, humble, and charitable. 1285 to 1314, neutral. Some increase in territory, most important of which was the city of Lyons. Foreign prestige and influence considerable. France humbled the papal power and dictated the church affairs. Grinding taxation and much oppression, coinage debased. Commerce injured. Louis X, an obscure king about whom little is known, undoubtedly a cipher in the affairs of his time. Generally considered childish and pleasure-loving, leaving the affairs of state to others. 1314 to 1316, negative. Lawlessness and private warfare, disastrous expedition against Flanders, famine. Philip V. We know almost nothing concerning his ability of character. 1316 to 1322, negative. Short reign following much confusion and persecution. Charles IV the Fair. Obscure like his two brothers who preceded him. 1322 to 1328, brief and unimportant reign, coinage again debased. Negative. Philip VI. Incapable and headstrong. Violent, cruel, false and heartless. He was, however, pious, and it is said that he loved his children. Some generous impulses in his erratic nature. 1328 to 1315, negative. French defeat at Crécy. Commerce hampered. Finances badly managed. Black Death. Negative. John II. Rash, ignorant, obstinate, and incapable. Passionate, cruel, self-indulgent. Fond of gaiety and luxury. 1350 to 1356, negative. Evil days full of confusion and misery. Defeat of Poitiers. France humiliated. Fiscal depletion. Excessive taxation. Negative. Charles V. Regent during the captivity of John II. At this period he was between 19 and 23 years of age, a foolish, indifferent, and extravagant youth, even cowardly, cold, and dissembling. 1356 to 1360. Misery and despair continued. Jacquerie uprising and other acts of lawlessness. Humiliating treaty of Bretigny. Further financial decline. France obliged to pay a large ransom for King John. Negative. John II. Returned to France for a brief space, then went back into captivity in England. Charles V again present during John's absence. For characteristics, see above. 1360 to 1364, negative. Deplorable condition of pestilence and disorder continued. The free companies ranged throughout the land. Positive. Charles V. His mature years, clever, cold, prudent, patient, tenacious, scholarly in his tastes, pious, tolerant, benignant, chaste, and temperate, somewhat unprincipled in his methods. 1364 to 1380, positive. Advance in general prosperity, re-establishment of order, reforms in the army, good fiscal policy, territorial increase by diplomacy and arms, regain of Ponthieu, Quercy, Rouergue, Limousin, Agenais, Poitou, Saintonge, a great part of Guienne, Bretagne, and also part of Normandy. Negative. Minority of Charles VI, regency divided between the three uncles of the king. 1380 to 1388, negative. Lawlessness, revolts, disorders, financial difficulties. Negative. Charles VI. Weak and feeble mind, became insane. Had temporarily lucid periods. Uncontrolled in his impulses and dissolute in his pleasures. His only merit was his good nature. 1388 to 1422, negative. French defeated at Agincourt. Ruin lost. Country torn asunder between rival factions. Excessive and burdensome taxation. Negative. Charles VII. A selfish prince, fond of ease and luxury, much given to debauchery. There were periods when he roused himself to political work or to war, then showed himself not without ability. His judgment and prudence were always acute until the last years of his life, when he was beset by morbid terrors, died of starvation and saying through fear that his son would poison him. 1422 to 1461, positive. Expulsion of the English from all Francis at Calais, Havre, and Guinness-Castel. Financial reforms, taxation regulated, standing army organized and established, lawlessness suppressed. The general misery continued, though somewhat alleviated. Positive. Louis XI. Able, crafty, astute, extremely ambitious and industrious, cold, notoriously unscrupulous, suspicious, irascible, also a bad husband and father. 1461 to 1483, positive. Gain in strength and unity, increase in territory, maintenance of law and order under a strong hand, advance in commerce and industry, especially in the towns, loss of personal liberty. Positive. Minority of Charles VIII. Regency of Anne, daughter of Louis XI. Resembled her father, energetic and well-informed, firm, wise and prudent, haughty and austere, selfish and perhaps unscrupulous in her methods. 1483 to 1491, positive. Revolts suppressed. France triumphed over the rivalry of Austria. Allies defeated. Brittany forced to submission. Reform in the mode of election of the States General. Negative. Charles VIII. Romantic imagination but inferior ability. Ignorant, heedless, self-willed. Given to debauchery. His only good trait was his amiable disposition. 1491 to 1498. Neutral. Wasting wars in Italy, bringing no advantage to the French. Loss of Cerdagne, Roselyn, Burgundy, and Artois. Commerce industry continued good. Negative or neutral. Louis XII. Intellect inferior or mediocre. Relied much on the judgment of others. His character is somewhat puzzling, lazy and self-indulgent, yet well-intentioned. Noted for his good nature and humane qualities, yet cruel in warfare. Frivolous and debauched in younger years. Simple and domestic in later life. 1498 to 1515, positive. Weak foreign policy, Italian, otherwise a period of progress. Improvement in the army, finances brought into good order. Advance in agriculture, maintenance of law and order. Progress in the arts brought from Italy, especially architecture. Neutral, positive, Francis I. The king of culture, brilliant, brave, ambitious, and accomplished, but shallow. Wanting in judgment, resolution and force of character. Chivalrous, but selfish and self-indulgent, lacking in sense of duty. 1515-1547, neutral. Wasted resources in unsuccessful foreign wars, though French territory remained intact. Commerce and especially industry increased. The middle classes on the whole prospered, though there was much disorder and discontent. Taxes were burdensome, judicial reforms, some loss of political liberty. Neutral. Henry II. Of mediocre or inferior intelligence, dull, gloomy and obstinate. He was perhaps honest and not evil in his intentions, but his character lacked strength and he was much under the influence of his aged mistress, Diana of Poitiers, cruel at times. 1547 to 1559, neutral. Foreign wars, ending the peace of Catalan-Cambresis, may be regarded as indecisive. Public finances declined, industries advanced. Negative. Minority of Francis II, regency divided. Francis of Guise, military affairs. Charles of Guise, civil affairs. Catherine de Medici, title, nothing more. 1559 to 1560, negative. Violence, party factions, civil and religious strife. Positive. Minority of Francis II, regency of Catherine de Medici. A remarkable and highly gifted woman. A consummate schemer, unscrupulous in her means, devoid of moral sense. 1550 to 1571. A period of religious wars which hindered mercantile and industrial activity, improvement in the financial conditions, and in the administration of justice. Negative. Charles IX. Weak and facilitating, immoral and false, diseased in mind and body, character once feeble and violent. 1571-1574, negative. Religious wars continued, bringing ruin and desolation, taxes heavy, trade and industry declined. Negative. Henry III. Idle, childish, deceitful, dissipated, is accredited with natural gifts, though he never put them to any use. 1574 to 1589. Negative. Conditions similar to the preceding reign. Civil and religious wars. Bands of lawless adventurers overrun the land. Public wealth squandered. Taxes became more burdensome. Industry languished. Positive. Henry IV. Brilliant gifts, tremendous energy, dauntless courage. Not highly educated, but intellect was vigorous and sane, eloquent as a speaker, but nature was fitted to be an arbitrary ruler and leader of men. Moral nature deficient, selfish and sensual, and created excitement, ingratiating in his manner and popular with all classes. 1589 to 1610, positive. First part of the reign devoted to the establishment of authority and order. Second part, a period of exceptional advance, increase in trade and industry, improvement in agriculture, financial reforms, better roads, bridges, streets, many public buildings erected, acquisition of new territory between Lyons and Geneva. Negative. Minority of Louis XIII, Mary de Medici regent. Incapable, capricious, irresolute. 1610 to 1617. Negative. Government in a condition of feebleness and indecision. Industry suffered. Treasury depleted. International prestige weakened. The burdens of taxation became increased. Negative. Minority of Louis XIII, de lunaires, non-royal, at the head of affairs. 1617, 16 to 21. Negative. Unsettled conditions continued. Unsuccessful attack on the Huguenots in Languedoc. Negative. Louis XIII. Weak in will, childish in mind, gloomy, ill-tempered, cold-hearted, even cruel. Usually described as chaste in his private life, but there is some doubt. 1621 to 1643, neutral. Acquisition of Roussillon, Catalonia, and Sedan. France attained a position of international importance, but the financial condition was bad, and the masses were impoverished. There were internal disorders and conspiracies, and loss of personal liberty in the growth of absolutism. Neutral. Minority of Louis XIV, Anne of Austria regent. Ambitious and proud, her intelligence was of a narrow sort, suitable only for intrigue. 1643 to 1661, neutral. Close of the 30 Years' War, resulting in treaties of Westphalia and the Pyrenees, which were advantageous to France. Considerable territorial gain. To offset this, the internal administration was weak. Poor commercial and agricultural showing. Taxes increased. Financial resources declined. Positive. Louis XIV. Great ambition in industry, a shrewd but narrow mind, excessively vain, egotistical and selfish, much of a libertine, but had several popular and admirable qualities. 1661 to 1715, neutral. First part of the reign marked by wise internal administration and brilliant victories over alien powers. The last part was a period of decline. The country was impoverished by foreign wars. The internal administration was bad. The revocation of the Edict of Nantes cost France much in wealth and population. Positive. Minority of Louis XV, Philip, Duke of Orleans, regent. Endowed with a brilliant mind, versatile and accomplished, literary, scientific, and musical tastes, all indifferent, with a dissolute moral nature. 1715 to 1723, neutral. Diplomatic positions weakened. Disorder in the finances. Trade and industry increased. Improved roads and canals. Agricultural conditions somewhat ameliorated. Negative. Minority of Louis XV, Louis, Duke of Bourbon, regent. Dull and brutal, greedy and debauched, completely under influence of his mistress, the Marquise de Prie. 1723 to 1726, negative. Diplomatic and financial management weak. Emigration of Huguenots. Minority of Louis XV, Cardinal Fleury at the head of affairs. 1726 to 1731, positive or neutral. Improvement in the financial condition. Trade and commerce revived. The general administration was not, however, particularly definite and strong. Maritime power allowed to decline. Negative. Louis XV. Inferior capacity. Weak, indolent, timid, sensuous, and cold-blooded, notorious for his dissolute life. 1731 to 1774. Negative. Disastrous 7 Years' War. Loss of Canada. Decline in commerce. Financial troubles. Under excessive taxes, and peasantry were reduced to extreme misery. Neutral or negative, Louis XVI. Well-meaning and endowed with fair intelligence, but weak and vacillating, obstinate and narrow-minded, at the same time often under the influence of others, had many private virtues. 1774 to 1793, Negative. First part of the reign shows some improvement in finances, agriculture, and international prestige. Last part of the reign a horrible picture of general ruin, misery, and anarchy, terminating in the revolution. Bibliography for Spain. A. Encyclopaedia Britannica, 9th 11th editions. A. Dunham, S.A., History of Spain and Portugal, Lardner's Cabinet, Cyclop, 5 volumes, London, 1832-1833. Out of date but interesting to compare with modern opinions. B. L'Enfant y Zamora, Historia General de España, 30 volumes, 1850-1867, etc. Out of date for the medieval period. C. Burke, U.R. History of Spain from the earliest times to the death of Ferdinand the Catholic, 2 volumes, London, 1895. C.C., 2nd edition, 1900. Contains additional notes and intro by M.A.S. Hume. D. Altamira y Crivia, R. Histoire de España y de la Civilización Española, Barcelona, 1900. D.D., 2nd edition, Corregida y Aumentado, Barcelona, 1909. E. Lemke, F.W. Geschichte von Spain, 7 volumes, 1902. F. Prescott, W.H. Ferdinand and Isabella, 3 volumes, Boston, 1857. G. Hume, M.A.S., Spain. Its Greatness and Decay, Cambridge, 1899. H. Rousseau, Saint-Hilaire, E.F. Histoire de Spain, 14 volumes, Paris, 1844-1879. J. Beer, A. Allgemeine Geschichte des Westlands, 3 volumes, Wien, 1860. K. Leah H.C., A History of the Inquisition in Spain, 4 volumes, London and New York, 1906-1907. L. Camilo Manuel, Reyes Cristianos des Alonso, 6. Hasta Alonso 11, en Castilla, Aragon, Navarra y Portugal, Madrid, 1891. M. Catalina Garcia, J. Castilla y León durante los reinados de Pedro I, Enrique II, Juan I, y Enrique III, 2 volumes, Madrid, 1891-1893. Positive. Ferdinand I. Exceptionally able and virtuous, one of the greatest and best princes. 1035-1065, positive. Garcia of Navarre defeated. Castile extended south of the Douro. Mohammedans also driven out of a large part of Portugal. Leon acquired by marriage and well administered. Furors granted. Sancho II, obscure. 1065-1072, obscure. Positive. Alfonso VI, the Brave. A valiant and renowned warrior, very fierce and astute, but a keeper of his word. 1072-1109. Dawn of a Christian prosperity in Spain. 39 victories and 2 defeats. Galicia in northwest secured. Toledo captured. People received privileges. Negative. Urraca. A notorious character. Violent, fickle, licentious, incapable. 1109-1125. Negative. Uninterrupted discord and party strife. Moors made inroads. Positive. Alfonso VII, the Emperor. Brave, firm and ambitious. Headstrong and immoderate. 1126-1157. Positive. Order restored, dominion greatly enlarged from the Tagus to the Sierra Morena. Sancho III. Characteristics unknown. 1157-1158. Neutral. Brief and unimportant reign. 2 minor victories. Negative. Minority of Alfonso VIII. Control divided. 1158-1168. Negative. A period of anarchy and intrigues. Positive. Alfonso VIII, the Noble. Able, resolute, unselfish, rightly called noble. 1168-1214. Positive. Ruination of the Mohammedan Empire in the Great Battle at Las Navas de Tolosa. 1212. Peace at home. Negative. Minority of Henry I. Queen Berengaria, regent for less than a year. Then Alvaro Núñez de Lara. 1214-1217. Positive. Civil wars. The House of Lara became the scourge of the country. Ferdinand III the Saint, distinguished for great military talent and bigoted religious zeal, a sincere friend of learning, said to have been just, amiable, well-meaning. 1217-1252. Positive. Castile and Leon united. Great conquest of territory from the Mohammedans. Cordova, the whole of Murcia, and the cities of Jean and Seville taken. Beginnings of commercial activity. Court is composed of the 3 states met in 1250. Negative. Alfonso X the Wise. Impractical and visionary, especially distinguished for his learning and for his literary and scientific achievements. Energetic, restless, extremely ambitious, well-meaning though arbitrary. A singular compound of weakness and strength. As a king is weak. 1252-1284. Negative. Much civil discord and some conflict. No gain against the Mohammedans. Language, literature, science, law, and commerce advanced. Bad fiscal policy. Positive. Sancho IV. Brave, able, warlike, tyrannical, not a little cruel. False to his agreements. Had literary tastes, as considered to have written 2 works in prose. 1284-1295. Neutral. Difficult to get the truth about this reign. Family feuds and wasted resources. The king continually obliged to defend his throne. Successful over the pretenders and rebels. Tarifa in Africa taken 1292. Otherwise no gain against the Moors. Commercial advance. Positive. Minority of Ferdinand IV, Maria Regent. Great qualities of heart and mind. Skillful as a diplomatist and a politician. 1295-1302. Neutral. Disasters and rebellions which, however, were surmounted in the end. Foreign enemies, especially Aragon, frustrated. Hermandad, Association of Free Citizens founded. Negative. Ferdinand IV. Died at 26. Weak in inferior capacity. His moral traits are difficult to judge. Some say vindictive, passionate, and unjust. Others the opposite. 1302-1312. Negative. Interminable dissensions and revolts. Gibraltar taken from the Moors. 1309. Minority of Alfonso XI. Regency divided. 1312-1324. Negative. Civil wars and desolation. Positive. Alfonso XI. Hard, brutal, licentious, tyrannical, but just and vigorous ruler and warrior. His enemies are said to have honoured him. 1324-1350. Positive. A troubled reign, yet Castile grew in unity, importance, and political liberty. Great victory at Salado over the Moors. 1340. Algeria conquered. Cortes increased in importance. Neutral. Peter the Cruel. Bold, enterprising, or without ability, lacking in judgment, ambitious, tyrannical, and obstinate. Generally considered the incarnation of cruelty and vice. 1350-1369. Neutral. A period of turbulence. Wars of Aragon. Civil war raged between Peter and Henry for the throne. No marked advance or decline. Positive. Henry II. Ambitious, forceful, cruel, and tyrannical. It is said to have shown elemency at times. 1369-1379. Positive. Kingdom pacified and enemies subdued. Some progress in jurisprudence. Negative. John I. Weak in body and mind. Mild and amiable. Just and generous. 1379-1390. Negative. Castile defeated by Portugal in the important battle of Aljubarrota. In other encounters with the Portuguese, the Spaniards were generally unsuccessful. Negative. Minority of Henry III, Regency and a Council. 1390-1400. Negative. Civil wars without security for person or property. Positive. Henry III. Wise, resolute and just, beloved by his people. 1400-1406. Positive. Tranquility restored. Diplomatic successes. Legislative advances. Negative. Minority of John II, Ferdinand I of Aragon, Regent. Prudent and able, an excellent character. 1406-1416. Positive. Law and order maintained. Fortress of Antequera taken from the Moors. Negative. Minority of John II, Catherine, Regent. Regency and a Council. 1416-1418. Negative. Rival factions and discord again extend their influence throughout the kingdom. Negative. John II. Weak, almost imbecile, pleasure-loving and indolent, amiable and had some refined tastes. 1418-1454. Negative. Deplorable condition of affairs, anarchy and disorder. The Moors ravaged the country. Spain. Spain, however, gained in riches. Burke. Negative. Henry IV. Extremely weak-minded, indolent, cowardly and debauched. Good-hearted. 1454-1474. Negative. Rebellion, disorders, disasters, declines. Positive. Isabella. Remarkable ability and noble virtues. Prudent, resolute, and dignified. Sympathetic, unselfish, and modest. Imputation against her is excessive religious zeal. 1474-1479. Positive. Order established. Reforms in judiciary, finance, and legislation. Aragon. Neutral or positive. Ramiro I. Bold, ambitious, and enterprising. Rather obscure. 1035 to 1063, positive. Aragon consolidated. Began as a separate kingdom within narrow confines. Area and importance increased. Positive. Sancho I. Ramiro. Restless, enterprising. A successful warrior. 1063 to 1094, positive. Conquest from the Mohammedans. Area extended far as the Ebro. Positive. Peter I. As brave and enterprising as his father, noted for his justice and chivalry. 1094 to 1104, positive. Important conquest of the city of Huesca. Positive. Alfonso I, the battler, brilliant military leader, bold and restless, accused of duplicity and cruelty. 1104 to 1034, positive. More territory conquered, including the cities of Tudela, Saragossa, Tarragona, Catalonia, and most of the country south of the Ebro. Positive. Ramiro II, the monk. A man of little account. Lacked ambition and courage, said to have been modest and well-meaning. 1134 to 1137, negative. Dangers and difficulties. Navarre immediately threw off the Aragonese yoke. Castile won best cities from Aragon. Positive. Raymond Berenger. Consort of Petronella. He had a superior character, intelligent, determined, excellent moral traits. 1137 to 1162, positive. Dominions consolidated and united with Catalonia. 3 more cities taken from the infidels. 1153 to 1162 were peaceful and prosperous years. Positive. Alfonso II. Able, ambitious, and accomplished, a patron of the troubadours, and author of poems in Provençal. 1162 to 1196, positive. Several fortresses taken south of the Ebro. Prestige in foreign affairs enhanced. Aragon relieved from homage to Castile. First Cortes 1163, in which the Third Estate was represented, called by Queen Petronella on the death of her husband. Neutral, Peter II. Mediocre in ability. Not particularly firm. Frank, generous, impulsive, sensuous, evinced courage as a warrior on several occasions. 1196 to 1213, positive. No special prosperity or progress. 1 fort taken from the Moors. Aragon assisted Castile in the great and successful battle of Las Navas de Tolosa. Country impoverished through tributes to the Pope. Negative. Minority of James I, regency divided. 1213 to 1226, negative. Internal disturbances, decline in law and order. Positive. James I, the Conqueror. A bold, powerful leader of men. Fiery, cruel, inexorable, licentious, impulsive, and magnanimous on occasions. High literary talent. 1228 to 1276, positive. Important conquest of Valencia, Murcia, and the Balearic Isles. Improvement in jurisprudence. Increase in riches and trade in this and succeeding reign. Positive. Peter III the Great. Able warrior and politician. Ambitious, enterprising, just and merciful. 1276 to 1285. Positive. Sicily conquered. Malta reduced. French invasion repulsed. Privilegio General, the Magna Carta of Aragon granted. Alfonso III the Magnificent. 21 years old when he came upon the throne, died aged 26. Material is lacking for the proper estimation of his character, but he appears to have been a mediocre, perhaps a feeble, and certainly a prodigal prince. 1285 to 1291. Neutral, positive. Conditions remain stationary. Political intrigues. No special advance except in the power of the great vassals and communes. Positive or neutral. James II the Justice. Brave, vigilant, diplomatic, magnanimous, and benevolent, but debauched. 1291 to 1327. Positive. Gain of sovereignty over Corsica and Sardinia. Success in the Mediterranean. Peace and strength at home, especially in legislation. Sicily abandoned. Negative. Alfonso IV the Benign. Feeble in energy and mind. Good-hearted, fond of his people. On several occasions perhaps dishonourable and treacherous. 1327 to 1336. Negative. An insignificant reign. No advance. Commerce suffered somewhat from the attacks of the Genoese. Positive. Peter IV the Ceremonious. Active, sagacious, inflexible, but deceitful, violent, perverse, and extremely cruel. 1336 to 1387, neutral. No marked advance or decline. Wars, both civil and foreign, leading to disasters as well as glories. The chief gain was legislative. The ancient privileges were confirmed, and constitutional liberty re-established under a firm central power. Negative. John I the Careless. Weak, indolent, and pleasure-loving, a voluptuary, fond of hunting, music, and poetry. 1387 to 1395, neutral. Short and unimportant reign, not without its troubles. Efforts to suppress insurrections in Sardinia and Sicily were but partially successful. Much discontent prevailed. Neutral. Martin the Humane. Of about average capacity, great soldier, noted for benignity and justice. 1395 to 1410, positive. Advance offset by internal disorders, Sicily and Sardinia peaceful. Advance in the power of the just decree. Negative. Interregnum. 1410 to 1412, negative. Civil wars and disorders. Positive. Ferdinand I the Just. Vigorous, sagacious, moderate and just. 1412 to 1416, positive. Peace and order established. Neutral, positive. Alfonso V the magnanimous. Firm, able, generous, humane. The only charge against his character is that he was licentious, and at times unduly severe, but his virtues received more praise than censure. 1416 to 1458, neutral. No marked advance or decline. Wars in Italy occupied most of the reign. Conquest of Naples which proved a vainglory. Internal order well maintained. Commerce injured. Positive. John II. Ambitious, enterprising, and able. One of the shrewdest princes of his time. Ferocious temper, tyrannical, licentious. 1458 to 1479, positive. Wars or insurrections in Catalonia, in which the king triumphed in the end. Commerce and industry made a credible showing during these last two reigns. Ferdinand and Isabella. Positive. Isabella, see Castile. Positive. Ferdinand V the Catholic. Brave, active, ambitious, one of the shrewdest statesmen of his century. Impartial, temperate, and economical in his habits, but is charged with duplicity, bigotry, selfishness, and lack of gratitude. 1479 to 1504, positive. Insurrection subdued. Good order established. Conquest of Granada. Final subjugation of the Mohammedans, who were either converted or driven out. Reforms in the government. Increased prosperity of the country. Beginnings of colonial expansion. Growth of commerce. Positive. Ferdinand V the Catholic, regent. Vide supra. 1504-1506. Negative. Turbulent epoch settling in the Regency. Negative. Philip I the Handsome. Weak, insignificant, indolent, a profligate devoted to pleasure, gentle and pacific. 1506 for 2 months. Negative. Disorders and discontent. Depletion of the public revenues. Positive. Ferdinand V the Catholic, regent. Vide supra. 1506 to 1616, positive. Insurrections quelled. Conquest of Iran, Bergia, Algiers, Tunis and Navarre. Extension of commerce. Kingdom raised again to importance. Agricultural improvement. Negative. Regency of Joanna, Cardinal Ximenes, regent. A very able man. 1516 to 1517. Neutral, positive. Order maintained. War successful in Navarre. Disastrous in Africa. Positive. Charles V, the First, the Emperor. Inordinately ambitious. Was accomplished, restless, crafty, cold and selfish, gloomy and eccentric in his latter years. 1517-1556, neutral or positive. In this and the succeeding reigns, Spain reached her apogee of outward splendour. On the credit side, we may mention the conquest of Mexico, Peru, Milan, and Tunis, and the increase in money. On the debit side, this is perhaps offset by the cost of foreign wars and the loss of popular liberty. Neutral or positive. Philip II. A difficult character to grade. Mentally he was ambitious, industrious in petty details, but a procrastinator, and lacking in judgment and breadth of view. He was gloomy, morose, suspicious, despotic, jealous, and dissimulating, and by many considered cruel. His temperance is offset by his extravagant expenditures. His chief virtue appears to have been his patience. 1556 to 1598. Neutral, positive. Height of outward splendour and beginnings of internal decay. Acquisition of Portugal, Spain, lost control of the Netherlands. Riches and extravagance of the nobility. Depletion of national funds. Poverty of the people. Agriculture, industry and commerce declined. Destruction of the Armada. Negative. Philip III. Weak, indolent with a tendency to melancholia. Pious and well-meaning, but pleasure-loving, extravagant and careless. 1598 to 1621. Negative. Rapid decline. Poverty and depopulation. Rivalry and intrigues in the court. Independence of the Netherlands acknowledged. Expulsion of the industrious Moriscos. Negative or neutral. Philip IV. Indolent, weak character, governed by Olivares. Had a fair understanding and cultivated tastes, luxurious and licentious. 1621 to 1665, negative. Continued decline in agriculture, commerce, and the mechanic arts. Further depletion of finances, loss of Portugal and the island of Jamaica. Negative. Minority of Charles II, Mary Anne, Queen of Philip IV, Regent. Petty intriguer. Her private life was pure. Several others shared in the control of the government. 1665, 1679, negative. Decline continued. Intrigues, rebellion in Sicily, loss of Franche Comté, and 14 fortresses in Flanders. Negative. Charles II, an imbecile, virtues negative. 1679 to 1700, negative. Misery, poverty, hunger, disorders, decline, especially in agriculture, finances, and strength of the army. Negative. Philip V, indolent and sensuous, was well-meaning and good-natured, but became melancholy and finally insane. 1700 to 1745, positive. Improvement in commerce, industry, army and navy. Territorial losses, Gibraltar and Minorca. Neutral or negative, Ferdinand VI. Of mediocre or inferior capacity, but prudent, firm, and upright, became insane. 1745 to 1759, positive. Improvement in agriculture, commerce and industry, financial reforms. Positive. Charles III. Enlightened, efficient, just and sincere. Not brilliant, but had a very well-balanced mind. 1759 to 1788, positive. Continued improvement in financial and commercial conditions, including agriculture and useful arts. Efficiency of the army raised. Foreign policy not particularly successful. Bibliography for Portugal. A. Encyclopaedia Britannica, 9th and 11th editions. B. La Grande Encyclopédie. A. Stevens, H.M., History of Portugal, Story of the Nation Series, London, 1891. B. McMurdo, Edward, The Story of Portugal, 3 volumes, London, 1888-1899. Volume 1 is nothing more than a abridged translation of Herculano's História de Portugal, though Herculano's name is not mentioned. Volumes 2 and 3 are taken from Pinheiro Chagas and others. C. Dunham Essay, History of Spain and Portugal, 5 volumes, London, 1832-33. Out of date, but interesting to compare with modern opinions. D. Herculano A. Historia de Portugal, 4 volumes, Lisbon, 1853. The standard authority for the early period, but closes with the year 1279. E. Schaffer H. Geschichte von Portugal, 4 volumes, Hamburg, 1836-52. E. Same, French translation, Paris, 1846. F. Oliveira Martins, J.P., Historia de Portugal, 2 volumes, Lisbon, 1894-95. Brilliant and sketchy, his writings show much independence of judgment and sound scholarship. G. Pinheiro Chagas, Manuel, Historia de Portugal, 8 volumes, Lisboa, 1899. H. Camabaros Henrique da, Historia de Administratio Publica em Portugal, 2 volumes, Lisboa, 1885-96, based on original sources. J. Fonseca Benavides, Francisco da, Reinhast de Portugal, 2 volumes, Lisboa, 1878-79. K. Herculano A. Historia da Origem e do Estabelecimento da Inquisitor em Portugal, 3 volumes, Lisboa, 1846. L. Sousa Silva Costa Lobo A. D. Historia de Sociedade em Portugal, Lisboa, 1903. M. Oliveira Martins, J.P. Os Filhos de Joa I, 2 volumes, Lisboa, 1901. N. Cordero Roca A. Enésio sobre a História de Governo e de Legislação de Portugal, Coimbra, 1843. P. Jane, K.G. Vasco da Gama and his Successors, London, 1910. Q. Beasley, C.R., Prince Henry the Navigator, The Hero of Portugal and of Modern Discovery, London and New York, 1908. Ruler, positive, Henry of Burgundy, Count of Portugal. Brave, brilliant, enterprising, not much known about his personal traits. Condition of country, 1094, 1114, positive. founded the family prestige. Positive. Theresa. Very ambitious, able, and energetic. Politically astute. Her moral character has been subject to debate. Probably her virtues were not equal to her talents. 1114 to 1139. Positive. Dominions were built up and vastly strengthened. Positive. Alfonso I. Brave, tenacious, and enterprising. Great enthusiasm and love of glory. Charged with treachery and cruelty. 1139 to 1185. Positive. Portugal founded as a kingdom, in status, if not in name, and territory expanded to the south, as far as the Tagus. Negative. Sancho I. Able administrator, extremely energetic, violent temper. 1185 to 1211. Positive. Further advanced through internal improvements. Charters granted to many cities. Agriculture and immigration fostered. Neutral. Alfonso II. Able and vigorous but harsh and tyrannical. More of a schemer than a warrior. Avaricious and grasping. 1211, 1223. Neutral. Financial gains. Constitutional advance. First Portuguese Cortes. Royal power increased at the expense of the nobles. Minority of Sancho II. No one royal person in control. 1223 to 1227. Obscure period. Probably much anarchy during the first 3 years. Peace made with Pope Honorius III and conquest of Elvas. Neutral. Sancho II. A brave and dashing soldier, but indolent when not at war. Lacked administrative ability. Became sensual and unpopular. Material for his debating Sancho II is meagre, and the whole picture of his reign is coloured by party prejudice. 1227 and 1245. Negative or neutral. Much territory taken from the Moors. The reign ended in intrigues and civil war. The king deposed by the clerical party headed by Alfonso. Positive. Alfonso III. A great warrior and statesman, but an unprincipled tyrant. 1245 to 1279. Positive. Conquest of Algarve. General prosperity. Commerce and industry increased. Municipal organization became more extended, and Cortes more representative. Rebellion of Deniz. Positive. Deniz, called the labourer, great abilities. Ardent, sensuous, somewhat cruel, a passion of literature, and was himself a poet. 1279 to 1325. Positive. Country made great advances, especially in agriculture, administration of justice. Navy established. Commercial treaty with England, 1294. Several rebellions occurred, but these were brief and comparatively harmless. Positive. Alfonso IV the Brave. Able but cruel and tyrannical, is accounted chaste. 1325 to 1357. Positive. In general peaceful and progressive. Agricultural, commercial, and legislative advance. Portugal assisted the Spaniards in defeating the Moors. Salado, 1340. Famines in 1333. Black Death, 1348. Positive. Peter the Severe. A wise, despotic, and severely just ruler. A picturesque character. Popular in spite of his faults. Strong in his hatred and spontaneous in his love. 1357 to 1367. Positive. Stern enforcement of law and order. Commercial treaty and continuance of active trade with England. Agricultural prosperity. Royal treasury enriched. Negative. Ferdinand I. Naturally bright, affable, and imaginative, but was weak, indecisive, indolent, frivolous, and dishonourable. Lacked courage, failed to keep his faith, came under the influence of the notorious Leonora Tellez. 1367 to 1383. Negative. General disruption. Lisbon besieged. Portugal ravaged. Decadence in agriculture. Royal treasury wasted. Some repairing of castles and fortifications. Improvement in the marine. Positive or neutral. Regency of Beatrix. Leonora Tellez, consort of Ferdinand I, regent. Considerable ability, at least in intrigue. Ambitious and energetic. Her characters being much censored, perhaps unjustly, as her chroniclers were under the patronage of the House of Aviz. 1383 to 1385. Negative. Civil War. Positive. John I, called the Great, also the father of his country. Brave and able, prudent, diplomatic, popular with the lower classes. 1385 to 1433. Positive. Portugal greatly developed. Beginnings of expansion beyond the seas. Legislative improvement. Financial management not good at first. Taxes not burdensome. Neutral. Positive. Edward. Of good natural ability but lacked energy and decision. Moderate and enlightened in his views. Truthful and affectionate. Fond of literature. 1433-1438. Negative. Short reign, disastrous expedition to Tangier. Negative. Minority of Alfonso IV. Regency divided. 1438 to 1439. Negative. Brief period filled with discord. Positive. Minority of Alfonso V. Peter under the King Regent. Brilliant qualities, excellent character, liberal and accomplished. 1439 to 1449. Positive. Progress, increased commercial relations with Africa. Important first codification of the civil wars. Minor pests. Negative or neutral. Alfonso V. Weak and indecisive with little practical wisdom, instrument in the hands of his courtiers. Generous and impulsive, is accounted very chaste. 1449 to 1481. Negative. Country declined. Finances wasted. Exploration languished. Minor pests. Positive. John II, called the Perfect, the Great King, resolute, keen and subtle, severe and often cruel. 1481 to 1495. Positive. Marked increase in trade and prestige. Further exploration. Several minor pests during this reign. Neutral or positive. Emmanuel, called the Fortunate, a difficult character estimate. Mediocre, perhaps superior. His period has been too little studied. 1495 to 1521. Positive. Portugal's greatest days in outward splendour. Riches of the East poured into Lisbon. Negative. John III. A narrow, unenlightened mind, a weak and immoral bigot. 1521 to 1557. Neutral. Territorial increase and national supremacy maintained, but the germs of decay were beginning to show themselves. Inquisition definitely established. Neutral. Catherine of Spain, regent. Intellectual and energetic, but bigoted and unpopular. 1557 to 1552. Neutral. Conditions remain the same. Negative. Cardinal Henry, regent. A vain, weak and mean character. 1562 to 1568. Negative. Decay made itself more evident. Negative. Sebastian. Ambitious, rash and adventurous. Tyrannical, melancholic. An unbalanced and disordered mind. Killed in Africa, aged 24. His 10-year reign necessarily murders in his minority. 1568 to 1578. Negative. Disastrous war in Africa. Further decline in national strength. Negative. Cardinal Henry. Character above. He was now, furthermore, old and dying. 60 years captivity. 1578 to 1580. Negative. Country in turmoil and corruption. Portugal under Spanish rule. Neutral positive. Philip II of Spain. A difficult character grade. Mentally he was ambitious, industrious in petty details, but a procrastinator and entirely lacking in judgment and breadth of view. He was gloomy, morose, suspicious, jealous, dissimulating, selfish, ungrateful, and by many considered cruel. His temperance is offset by his extravagant expenditures. His chief virtue appears to have been his patience. References under Spain. 1580 to 1598. Negative. Internal decay to Portugal continued, though its outward prestige remained about the same. Negative. Philip III of Spain. Weak, indolent, with a tendency to melancholia. Pious and well-meaning, but pleasure-loving, extravagant and careless. 1598 to 1621. Negative. Financial exhaustion and mercantile decline in the East. Negative. Philip IV of Spain. Indolent and weak character, governed by Olivares. Had a fair understanding and cultivated tastes. Luxurious and licentious. References under Spain. 1621 to 1640. Negative. Disasters and discontent. Further financial and commercial decline. Increased poverty. Increased taxes. Neutral. John IV. Indolent and pleasure-loving. A negative character. Fond of music and hunting parties. Devoted to religion. The Queen Louisa de Guzman was a real head of the royal household. 1640 to 1656. Neutral or positive. 1640. Portugal proclaimed her independence. Wars against Spain characterized on both sides by weakness and indecision. Diplomatic position weak. Some revival in the nation's commercial activities. Positive or neutral. Minority of Alfonso I, Louisa de Guzman, regent. Energetic, ambitious and able. 1656 to 1662. Neutral or positive. Portugal's position somewhat strengthened, especially in the army. The tendency of the period seems questionable. Important victory over the Spaniards, 1659. They were in possession of southern Portugal, 1662. Diplomacy rather successful. Negative. Alfonso VI. practically an imbecile, with uncontrollable vices and excesses. 1662 to 1668, neutral. A period of wars with Spain, Portugal in the end successful, internal affairs in a bad condition. Methuen Treaty, 1703, not generally considered advantageous to Portugal. Neutral. Peter II, regent and king, ambitious, intriguing, and unprincipled. A rough, uncultured man with considerable shrewdness. His private life much condemned. 1668 to 1706, neutral. Country remained unprosperous in spite of the new influx of gold from Brazil. Neutral. John V. Superficial, luxurious, and extravagant, a notorious voluptuary. Had literary tastes and was not without a sense of justice. 1706 to 1750, neutral. Country continued to decline, court and government especially corrupt. Wealth from Brazil did not suffice to meet the waste and extravagance. Much building of churches, monasteries, and public buildings. Neutral. Joseph. A sensible, well-balanced character. Supported the minister Pombal, to whom the reforms are accredited. 1750 to 1777, positive. Reforms, internal improvements. Agricultural, finances, industry, and commerce advance. Great earthquake. Negative. Maria. Weak in intellect and finally became insane. Ruled jointly with Peter III, her uncle, and husband, who was also a mental weakling. 1777 to 1788, negative. Deplorable state of affairs again. Fiscal decline. Bibliography for the Netherlands. A. Encyclopaedia Britannica, 9th and 11th editions. B. Le Grand Encyclopédie, 31 volumes, Paris, 1886, 1902. A. Blogs. Petrus Johannes, History of the People of the Netherlands. Translated by Oscar A. Bajestad and Ruth Putman. 5 parts. London and New York, 1898. The best general history of the Netherlands. B. Kampen, N.G. Geschichte der Nederland in Geschichte der Europäischen Staaten, Herren und Orkelt. 2 volumes. Hamburg, 1831 to 1833. C. Motley, J.L. Rise of the Dutch Republic, 3 volumes, New York, 1856. Partisan in its spirit. D. Motley, J.L. History of the United Netherlands, 4 volumes, New York, 1868. E. Beer, An Algemene Geschichte der Wetterdels, 3 volumes, Wien, 1860. F. Davies, C.M. History of Holland and the Dutch, 3 volumes, London, 1851. Although out of date, contains many useful facts. G. Weinzelberger, K.T. Geschichte der Nederland in Geschichte der Europäischen Staaten Herr Enochert. 2 volumes, Gotha, 1879-1886. H. Cox W. History of the House of Austria, 5 volumes, London, 1820. Ruler, positive, Philip the Good. Enterprising, extremely ambitious, a clever statesman, only called the Good, was benevolent, affable, and just, but also ostentatious, immoral, and sometimes cruel. Condition of country, 1436 to 1467. Power of the country increased. Advantageous treaties led to growth of commerce and manufacturers. Agriculture improved. Gain in public finance. Loss of personal liberty. Positive. Charles I, the rash or the bold. An extremely able and ambitious warrior whose valour and zeal exceeded his judgment, open-hearted and free from deceit, but unscrupulous in his deeds. Rude and abstemious in his mode of life, selfish and tyrannical, notorious for his uncontrolled outbursts of passion, cruel and revenge, but was a model of conjugal fidelity. 1467 and 1477, neutral or positive. Costly wars which brought the country no advantage. Taxation was excessive, but the fundamental conditions enabled it to be well met. Wealth of the burgher classes increased in spite of decline of political liberties. The wars would carry on safely beyond the border, so that comparative peace and order ruled in the Netherlands. Negative. Mary, young and inexperienced. 20 years old when she came to the throne. 25 when she died. Intellect probably mediocre and inferior. Fond of outdoor sports. Popular with her subjects, partly on account of her beauty and grace, partially because of her leniency or even slackness of government. 1477 to 1482, neutral. Internal dissensions which reduced the country to a state of desolation. The navy encountered a severe disaster. The great privilege was granted which conferred the people in their liberties. Bruges suffered, but Antwerp grew. Positive. Maximilian I, regent. Able, vigorous, eloquent, learned, crafty and ambitious. Popular and magnanimous, chaste and temperate in his habits. is by some charged with duplicity, references under Austria. 1482 to 1494, negative. A period of party struggles, revolts of the cities, bread and cheese war caused by famine in the northern provinces. Order established after 10 years of disturbances and financial exhaustion. Much ministry among the people, heavy taxes. Fisheries and cloth factories were injured. Measures taken for increasing the naval power. Negative. Philip the Handsome, weak, insignificant, indolent, a profligate, devoted pleasure, gentle and pacific. References under Spain. 1494 to 1506, states lost their great privilege, but enjoyed peace and sufficient liberty. Considerable commercial advance, especially with Spain and Portugal. Positive. Minority of Charles V, second, Maximilian I, regent. Able, vigorous, eloquent, learned, crafty, and ambitious. Popular and magnanimous, chaste and temperate in his habits. Is by some charged with duplicity. References in Austria. 1506 to 1507, neutral. Brief period without special significance. Maximilian accepted as regent after some opposition. Difficult to separate this period from the following. Positive. Minority of Charles V, second. Margaret of Savoy, regent, daughter of Maximilian I. Brave and vigorous, a wise and able administrator. Also the author of many works in prose and verse. Mild, affable, and condescending. 1507 to 1515, positive. Administration of the government successful. Commerce and fisheries remained prosperous. Diplomatic position strengthened by alliance with England. Positive. Charles V, second, the Emperor. Sagacious, vigorous, accomplished, and tactful. Inordinately ambitious, selfish and crafty, gloomy and eccentric in his latter years. Much duplicity in his character. References under Spain. This period is a double rule, as Margaret was retained in the regency. Her influence must be added to that of Charles. 1515 to 1530, positive. Agriculture, industry, and trade continued in a flourishing condition. Court reformed. Liberty alone suffered. Antwerp became the first commercial city in the world. Positive. Mary, regent sister of Charles V. Strong, bold, masculine type, and much ability. Cold, obstinate, and unpopular. To her influence must be added that of Charles V. 1530 to 1555, positive. Conditions continue as above. Positive. Emmanuel Philibert of Savoy, regent for Philip II of Spain. A brilliant soldier of fortune, but as far as his relation with the Netherlands are concerned, his administration was brief and unimportant. He was better as a soldier than as a governor. 1555 to 1559, positive. A period of discontent, not characterized by any important change. Spain gained the important victory of St. Quentin over the French, in which the Dutch played an important part. Trade continued to increase. Margaret of Parma, regent, natural daughter of Charles V. Proud, courageous, ambitious, and able, a masculine type of woman, said to have been very deceitful, was personally good-tempered and affable. The influence of Philip II, and especially Cardinal Granvella, is to be added. 1559 to 1567, negative. Conditions everywhere disturbed by the religious questions, discontent, persecutions, uprisings, great emigration of fugitives. Camden has statistics to show the condition of trade between 1550 and 1566. In the summer of 1566, business had been practically at a standstill. Alva, regent. The influence of Philip II should be added. 1557 to 1573, negative. Conditions similar to those above, though somewhat worse. Requesens, regent. The influence of Philip II should be added. 1573, circa 1575, negative. This regency may be combined with the preceding. Positive. William the Silent, one of the great men of all times, able as a soldier, but was far more illustrious as a statesman, was remarkably precocious, possessed of indomitable energy and unbroken courage, broad and patriotic in his views, subtle and patient in his methods, eloquent but accomplished, tolerant and humane. Circa 1575 to 1584, positive. Holland and Zealand gained their independence and liberty. United provinces were established. 1580. These remained comparatively tranquil and increased in prosperity, while the southern provinces, no longer included in this tabulation, declined. Positive. Maurice of Nassau. A military genius of the highest order. His political ability was less remarkable. Honest in the main, generous and patriotic, certainly devoted to whatever he considered to be his duty, sometimes accused of arbitrary and personal motives. 1584 to 1525, positive. Dutch defeated the Spanish at most points. virtual acknowledgement of the independence of the United Provinces, increase in trade, manufactures, and general prosperity. East India Company founded 1602. Dutch became lords of the sea and chief traders of the world. Positive. Frederick Henry. Though not equally ingenious, William the Silent of Maurice was a highly talented, prudent, and successful soldier and statesman, sincere, generous, modest, and honourable, showed remarkable constancy of character. 1625 to 1647, positive. A period of splendour, increase in commerce, international prestige, naval victories against the Spanish. Positive. William II. A youth of brilliant promise and precocious gifts, brave, active, proud and ambitious, fiery and arrogant, though well-meaning and chivalrous. Died aged 24. 1647 to 1650, neutral. The prestige of the country remained unimpaired. The United Provinces were recognised by Spain as free and independent. Popular liberty declined. Portuguese in South America injured the Dutch interests. Negative. The States. Governed in theory at least by the States General and Council of State. 1650 to 1672, neutral. Commercial prosperity remained about the same. Weak diplomacy with decline in international prestige. Dutch colonies in North America and Brazil were lost, but colonial gains were recognized in the East. Internal discord and discontent. Uprisings in some districts. Positive. William III. Extraordinarily precocious, one of the greatest of diplomats, able as a statesman, as a soldier, brilliant though less great, brave, active, resourceful, not popular. An outward coldness covered a hidden warmth, both arbitrary and magnanimous. His aims were noble, his honour unreproached, free from vanity, domestic life not praiseworthy. 1672 to 1702, the country was saved from the encroachments of France. Commerce shows a credible record. Although the wars cost heavily, the country's credit was good at the close of the period. Much general increase of wealth. Revocation of the Edict of Nantes brought much desirable immigrants. Negative. The States. 1702 to 1747, negative. Decline in commerce and material prosperity. Their political influence more distinctly declined. Army and navy deteriorated. Public corruption. Petty family interests placed over patriotic. Taxes increased. Neutral and negative. William IV. A cultivated though dull, quiet mind. Mediocre talents. Upright in character and zealous for the welfare of his country. 1747 to 1751, neutral or negative. A period of internal commotion and some uprisings. Intended reforms were initiated, but the brevity of the period gives no opportunity to judge the outcome. Neutral or negative. Minority of William V, Anne, daughter of George II of England, regent. A woman of superior gifts and cultivation, but little good sense of judgment. Imperious, violent, headstrong, selfish, and ambitious. 1751 to 1759, negative. A few years of comparative peace and well-being were broken at the advent of the 7 Years' War, 1756. Dutch navy in a poor condition, commerce greatly injured, the diplomatic policy weak. Negative. Republic. The states exercised the power of stadtholder. 1759 to 1766, negative. Conditions continued as before, except that the navy became strengthened. In 1762, a serious business panic occurred. Negative. William V. Well-meaning, amiable, but weak and irresolute, lazy and addicted to the pleasures of the table. 1766 to 1795, negative. Trade injured by the English wars and American Revolution, decay of commercial companies, quarrels and disturbances, diplomacy weak. The period ended in a revolution. Netherlands became virtually a province of France. End of Appendix 1, Bibliography and Grading, Part 1. And end of Section 20. Section 21 of The Influence of Monarchs by Frederick Adams Woods. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Appendix 1, Part 2. Bibliography for Denmark. A. Encyclopaedia Britannica, 9th and 11th editions. A. Allen, C.F. Histoire de Denmark, 2 volumes, Copenhagen, 1878. B. Bain, R.N., Scandinavia, A History of Denmark, Norway and Sweden, Cambridge, 1905. C. Dunham, S.A., History of Denmark, Sweden and Norway. Lardner's Cabinet Cyclop, 3 volumes, London, 1839. Out of date but convenient for broad statements of such facts as go undoubted. D. Whitemeyer, H., Editor, Denmark, Its History, etc. London, 1898. E. Cox, W. Travels into Poland, Russia, Sweden, and Denmark. Cox has the reputation of being very partial in his estimates of royalty. 3 volumes, 1784. F. Wright. J. H. Editor. History of All Nations, 24 volumes. Philadelphia, 1905. G. Dahlmann. F. C. Geschichte von Dänemark. In Geschichte der Europäischen Staaten, Herren und Monarchs, 5 volumes. Hamburg, 1840-1902. Positive. Voldemar IV. Considered to be a man of genius, great in war and statecraft, shrewd, energetic, indefatigable, made everybody work, arbitrary and tyrannical in his nature. 1340 to 1375. Positive. Various regions were consolidated and reunited under a strong and orderly rule. Denmark became a powerful state. Construction of many roads, canals, mills, castles, and fortresses. The wars were successful except with the Hanseatic lead. Positive. Margaret, Regent and Queen. Of remarkable ability, prudent, vigorous, and despotic. Not much known of her private character. 1375 to 1412. Positive. Sweden subjugated and consolidated with Denmark and Norway. Schleswig recovered. Peace and order were maintained. Negative. Eric. Weak, incapable, cruel, capricious, and violent. 1412 to 1439. Loss of territory, disasters and defeats. Revolts of the people. Eric deposed. Neutral. Christopher III. There is very little in history concerning his personal traits. He is said to have had an enlightened mind. 1440 to 1448. Neutral. Brief and unimportant reign. Comparative peace and prosperity. Copenhagen grew in importance. Loss of influence over Sweden and Schleswig. Liberty of the peasantry declined. Neutral. Christian I. Active and brave, though of mediocre ability. Liberal, humane, amiable, and pious. 1448 to 1481. Neutral. No marked advance or decline. Sweden subjugated and then again lost. Finances in a bad condition. Neutral. John. Mild, prudent, reasonable, popular, subject at times to melancholia which bordered on insanity. 1481 to 1513. Neutral. Positive. Wars with Sweden which came to no profit. Disastrous invasion of Ditmarsh. Navy enlarged, finances improved, and various treaty with the Hanseatic towns. Positive. Christian II. Intellectual and extremely bold and enterprising, a friend of the lower classes, excessively cruel and obstinate, mentally unbalanced at times. 1513 to 1523. Positive. Improved jurisprudence and increase in commerce, better condition of the peasantry. Oppression of the nobles led to revolts and flight of the king. Sweden subdued, and then, 1520 to 1523, gradually under the leadership of Gustavus Vasa threw off the Danish yoke. Neutral. Frederick I. Of moderate ability with good sense, cautious, crafty, and peace-loving, most striking virtues or vices. 1523 to 1533. Neutral. Events of the Reformation. No marked progress or decline in material conditions. Discontent among the peasantry. Negative. Interregnum. Government divided. 1533 to 1534. Negative. Civil wars, violence, and cruelties. Positive. Christian III. A good ruler, patient, industrious, with strong common sense. 1532 to 1559. Positive. Comparative peace and prosperity, commerce increased, several wise laws enacted. Neutral. Frederick II. Of mediocre ability, tactful and popular. Frederick II was assisted by many able ministers. 1559 to 1588. Positive. Increased international prestige, better financial condition, more commerce and industry, many public buildings erected. Subjection of Ditmarsh. Negative. Minority of Christian IV. Regency divided. 1588 to 1596. Positive. Order and prosperity maintained. Positive. Christian IV. Brave, active, vigorous, able, magnanimous, with a high sense of duty. He is the best known king of Danish history. His nature, however, was over-ambitious, selfish, and sensuous. 1596 to 1648. Neutral. In the first part of this reign, Denmark enjoyed much commercial and industrial advance, and many internal improvements. In the last part, she suffered severely from foreign wars, especially in her conflicts with Gustavus Adolphus of Sweden. Neutral. Frederick III. An enigmatical character, shrewd and calculating, brave on occasion, mild, prudent, and amiable, charged with selfishness and duplicity. 1648 to 1670. Neutral. In the early part of the reign, there were wars with Sweden. in which the Danes lost territory. After that, internal conditions somewhat improved. From this reign and until 1848, Denmark became one of the most absolute monarchies in Europe. Christian IV. Brave but weak and incapable, good-natured and popular, but extravagant and devoted to ease and pleasure. 1670 to 1699, neutral. Wars with Sweden, barren of results. Commercial advance and better navy. Decline in agriculture, finances and conditions of the peasantry, weak diplomatic position. Positive, Frederick IV. Vigilant, able and successful, amiable, popular and well-meaning. Immoral in his private life. Accused of unprincipled ambition. 1699 to 1730, positive. General prosperity, Schleswig acquired and annexed to Denmark. Fiscal condition much improved. Many schools built. Condition of peasantry ameliorated. Serfdom abolished. Neutral, Christian VI. Mediocre ability, diligent and sincere. Ruled by others. Shy, sickly and mildly melancholy. Benevolent and pious. 1730 to 1746, neutral. A period of peace, growth of industries, a better navy, decline of finances, agriculture, and liberty of the peasantry. Neutral, Frederick IV. Intelligent but not brilliant, moderate, well-meaning and conscientious. 1746 to 1766, positive. Condition of peace continued. Commerce industry advanced. Agriculture and the peasantry in a bad way, but improvement was shown during the last part of the reign. Negative, Christian VIII. Weak and ignorant. A dissipated degenerate. Practically insane. 1766 to 1808. Positive or neutral. The sweeping reforms of Struensee occupied the last part of this reign. They were of questionable value. Last part of the reign was progressive. Bibliography for Sweden. A. Encyclopaedia Britannica, 9th and 11th editions. B. Biography Universelle, 85 volumes. C. La Grande Encyclopédie, 31 volumes, 1886 to 1902. D. Brockhaus, Conversations Lexicon. A. Gege, E.G., The History of the Swedes, translated by J. A. Turner, London. First portion, comprising first 3 volumes of the original from the earliest periods to the accession of Charles X. Continuation, see French or German editions, 1845. A. Gege, E.G., Geschichte Swedens, in Hieron und Eket Geschichte der Europäischen Staaten, 4 volumes, Hamburg, 1832, Gotha, 1855. B. Dunham, S.A., History of Denmark, Sweden and Norway. Lardner's Cabinet Cyclop, 3 volumes, London, 1839. Out of date but useful to compare with modern opinions. C. Beer Adolf, Allgemeine Geschichte der Worthadels, 3 volumes, Wien, 1860-84. D. Wright, J.H., Editor. History of All Nations, 24 volumes, Philadelphia, 1905. E. Cox, W. Travels in Poland, Russia, Sweden and Denmark, 3 volumes, 1794. F. Bain, Arne Nisbet, Scandinavia. A Political History of Denmark, Norway and Sweden from 1513 to 1900, Cambridge, 1905. G. Bain, Arne Nisbet. History of Charles XII, New York, 1895. H. Sundberg, Gustav, Editor. Sweden, Its People and Its Industry, Historical and Statistical Handbook, published by order of the government, Stockholm, 1904. J. Carlson, F.F., Geschichte Swedens, continuation of Gege, 3 volumes, Gotha, 1875 to 1887. K. Stavenau, Ludwig. Geschichte Swedens, 1718-1772. The 7th volume and continuation of the work of Gege and Carlson in Hedren and Ukert, etc. series. Gotha, 1908. Ruler, positive, Gustavus Vasa, a man of very high ability, brave, cautious, economical, and extremely industrious, stern, just, and even tyrannical, but virtuous and popular. Condition of country, 1525 to 1560, positive. Sweden won her independence from Denmark. Law and order maintained. Increase in commerce. Considerable progress in agriculture and mining. Taxes alleviated. Neutral, Eric IV. Of brilliant mental endowments. A very good orator, poet, musician, and painter. Devoid of practical wisdom. An incompetent ruler. Suspicious, violent, cruel, and headstrong. Became at times mentally deranged. 1560 to 1568, negative. Public treasure wasted. Much general discontent and suffering. Reign ended in a rebellion in which Eyre was deposed. Neutral, John III. Learned and gifted as a student. As a rule, his position is doubtful. An unbalanced mind. Violent, selfish, dishonourable, extravagant. 1568 to 1592. Neutral. Much disorder and want of economy. Industry made little progress. Events of the Catholic reaction. Wars of Russia, which led to some conquests along the Baltic. Negative. Sigismund. Weak and bigoted, though alleviated in literature and the arts. Unreliable, willful and obstinate, devoid of excessive force. 1592 to 1595. Negative. Religious disturbances continued. Negative. Sigismund. And positive. Duke Charles, afterwards Charles IX. Charles acted as a regent for Sweden. Sigismund was king of Poland. 1595 to 1600. Negative. Religious and personal warfare between Charles and Sigismund, the latter deposed. Positive. Charles IX. Strong, decisive, and sagacious, zealous to promote the interests of his people, yet severe in the exercise of his power, and subject to violent fits of passion, unscrupulous in his methods. 1600 to 1611. Positive. Successful diplomacy, commerce, manufactures, and mining flourished, improved judiciary. Unsuccessful war with the Danes in the last years of his reign. Positive. Gustavus Adolphus. Of exceptional genius, great warrior and statesman, adorned by his subjects for his many noble virtues. 1611 to 1632. Positive. Marked growth of Sweden's international prestige, great improvement of the army, which gained many brilliant victories. Acquisition of Ingria, Riga, and a part of Karelia. Prosperity in all economic conditions. Negative. Minority of Christina, regency divided. Oxenstierna, a non-royal statesman at the head of affairs. 1632 to 1644. Positive. Sweden continued to play a successful part in the 30 Years' War. Reforms in the internal administration. Manufacturers, especially of arms and ammunition, were in a flourishing condition. Positive. Christina. Superior intellect and many learned accomplishments. Her character was extremely erratic, mistrustful, haughty, satirical, passionate, and licentious. 1644 to 1654. Positive or neutral. Successful termination of the wars with Denmark, 1645, and also the 30 Years' War, 1648, in which Sweden obtained the duchies of Bremen, Verden, and most of Pomerania and Wismar. Sweden very high among the nations. In the last years came a general discontent and peasant uprising. Positive. Charles X. Extremely brave and enterprising. An able general. In the main just, though prone to fits of anger. 1654 to 1660. Positive. Denmark forced to give up Scania, Halland, Blekinge, and other territories. Sweden maintained her international prestige. The wars were, however, burdensome. Negative. Minority of Charles XI. Regency divided. 1660 to 1672. Neutral. Increased trade and industry, especially iron and silver. Improved jurisprudence. Livonia acquired by Sweden. On the other hand, there was much fermenting discontent among the lower classes. The finances were very badly managed. The foreign policy was weak. Sweden playing into the hands of France. Positive. Charles XI. Ambitious and energetic, with high political ability, chaste, temperate, economical, anxious for the welfare of his country. He was, however, stubborn and severe, and considered by many an unprincipled tyrant. 1672 to 1697. Positive. From 1672 to 1679, a period of wars in which Sweden was at first humiliated but finally victorious. The latter part of the reign, peace and prosperity with marked progress in commerce and industry, improved financial condition, attained, however, by measures injurious to a certain minority of the subjects. Negative. Minority of Charles XII. Regency divided. Count Piper, Prime Minister, in fact, though not in name. April 5th, November 6, 1697. Neutral or positive. Dissensions and disturbances. Diplomatic strength fairly well maintained. Good financial management continued. Positive. Charles XII. Extraordinary martial genius. His ambition was madness, and his valour was ferocity. Rude but chaste, simple in his mode of living, indifferent monarch, but a great soldier. 1697 to 1718. Negative. Foreign wars which brought misfortune and poverty upon the country, declined trade, industry, and agriculture, Some excellent civil and criminal laws were enacted. Lost the Baltic provinces to Russia. Negative. Ulrica and Eleanor. Deficient in courage and talent. Considered to have a penchant for intrigue and vindictive nature, she is credited with domestic virtues. March 1719, April 1720. Negative. Loss of Bremen and Verdun to Hanover, but these and other events belong to the treaties which closed the wars of Charles XII. Frederick I, well-meaning but weak and lazy, politically a non-entity. 1720 to 1751, positive, then negative. First 20 years were peaceful and progressive under the direction of Horn. Increase of commerce, trade, mining, and general exports. Kingdom placed in a better state of defence. In 1741, Sweden fought a ridiculous and unsuccessful war with Russia. In 1743, humiliating peace of Abo, by which Sweden lost eastern Finland. Negative or positive. Adolphus Frederick. Mentally inferior, weak and indecisive. Mild-tempered and peace-loving. 1751 and 1771. Negative. Country in a state of lethargy. Its international influence had become insignificant. Internal commotions, decline in manufactures, peasantry oppressed, government became notoriously corrupt. Positive. Gustavus III. Brilliant, accomplished, energetic, and versatile. In addition to his talent as a statesman, he was distinguished as a poet and dramatist. His life was governed by selfish ambition. His disposition was harsh, arrogant, and imperious. 1771 and 1792. Positive. Revival agriculture, industry and commerce. Beneficial reforms in the administration of justice. Bibliography for Russia. A. Legrand Encyclopedia. B. Encyclopaedia Britannica, 9th and 11th editions. C. Brockhaus, Conversations Lexicon. A. Rambaud Alfred, The History of Russia from the Earliest Times to 1877, translated by L. B. Lang, 2 volumes, London. B. Strahl und Hermann, Geschichte der Russienstädte in Hieran and Ilkut series, 7 volumes, Hamburg and Gotha, 1839 and 66. C. Kelly, Walter K. The History of Russia, compiled from the works of Karamzin, Tulk and Segur, 2 volumes, London, 1854, out of date. D. Beer, Adolf. Allgemeine Geschichte des Welthandels, 3 volumes, Wien, 1860-84. E. Solovev, S.M. Histoire de Russie, translated from the Russian by the Princess Suvorov, Paris, 1879. F. Bain R. Nisbet, Slavonic Europe, A Political History of Poland and Russia from 1447 to 1796, Cambridge, 1908. G. Morfill, W. R. Russia, In the Story of the Nation series, London, 1904. H. Walezewski, K. La Barodian Dynastie, Les Premiers Romanov, 1613 to 1682, Paris, 1909. J. Ralston, W. R. S., Early Russian History, London, 1874. K. Bain, R. N., The First Romanovs, London, 1905. L. Walezewski, K. The Romance of an Empress, Catherine II of Russia, translated from the French, 2 volumes, London, 1894. M. Walezewski, K. Le Héritage de Pierre le Grand, Régime des Femmes, Gouvernement des Faveurs, 1725-1741, Paris, 1900. N. Walezewski, K. La Crise Révolutionnaire, 1584 to 1614, Paris, 1906. O. Morville, W. R. A History of Russia from the Birth of Peter the Great to Nicholas II, London, 1902. P. Bain, J. N. The Pupils of Peter the Great, Westminster, 1897. Q. Bain, J. N. The Daughter of Peter the Great, Westminster, 1899. R. Walezewski, K. La Dernière des Romanov, Paris, 1902. Ruler, positive. Ivan III the Great. Cool, resolute, deliberate, and economical. A skillful diplomatist, stealthy and cunning in his methods. Tyrannical and passionate. Condition of country, 1462 to 1505, positive. Russia founded as an empire and consolidated. Conquest of Novgorod, Bulgaria, and a part of Lithuania. Acquisition of Tver, Rostov, Yaroslav, and Kazan. Army and finances strengthened. Considerable building activity. Neutral. Vasily V. Not brilliant, but possessed industry, prudence, tenacity, and diplomatic cunning. Very autocratic in his rule. 1505 to 1533, positive or neutral. Strength of the empire maintained, some reversions at the hands of the Tartars, but at the end the country was enlarged and strengthened. Many hardships endured by the people, such as famines, fires, and pestilences, successful foreign diplomacy. Neutral or positive, minority of Ivan IV, Helen Glinska, stepmother of Ivan IV, regent. Able and resolute, but unpopular and immoral. 1533 to 1538, neutral. Not an important period. Despotic authority and order maintained in spite of court intrigues. Minor wars in Lithuania and Crimea. Negative. Minority of Ivan IV, regency divided. 1538 to 1547, negative. Intrigues, uprisings, and disorders. Tartars harried the empire. State treasury plundered. Positive. Ivan IV the Terrible. Energetic and very able, especially in statecraft. Was merciless and dissolute, notoriously cruel and superstitious, especially the last part of his life, when he became virtually a madman. 1547-1584, positive. Kazan and Astrakhan conquered and annexed. Siberia invaded and partially subdued. Many churches built. Some increase in foreign trade. Famine and pestilence in 1570. Not all the wars were successful. Moscow was burned by the Tartars in 1574. Negative. Fyodor I. Extremely weak-minded, had a good character, pious and philanthropic. Boris Godunov, the real ruler, see below. 1584 to 1598, positive. Empire strengthened. Tartars repulsed. Smolensk fortified. Archangel built. Swedes driven into Narva. Further subjugation of Siberia. Commercial relations broadened. Peasantry bound to the soil and consequent depopulation. Positive. Boris Godunov, brother-in-law to Fyodor I. Great capacity and unbounded ambition. A tyrant. Cunning, unscrupulous and suspicious, but not wantonly cruel. Patronized literature. 1598 to 1605. Neutral or positive. Externally, Russia's diplomatic position strengthened. Internally, a great commotion during the last 6 months attending the false Demetrius. Great famine 1601 to 1603. Depopulation among the peasantry, but there was an influx of desirable foreigners. Positive. Minority of Fyodor II. A youth of 16. Murdered in less than 2 months. Reign may be considered minority with the power divided. April 13, 1605, June 1, 1605. Negative. Treasons and conspiracies. Neutral. Demetrius. Ambitious, courageous, accomplished, versatile, but imprudent. Good-natured, affable, and well-meaning. Magnificent and extravagant. 1605, May 18, 1606. Establishment of a more peaceful condition of affairs and many beneficial laws, soon followed by a conspiracy in which Demetrius was murdered. Treasury depleted. Neutral or negative. Vasily, Basil, Shuisky. A crafty, unscrupulous intriguer. Timid in action, faithless and unpopular. A nervous little old man, very shrewd and very stingy. 1606 to 1610, negative. Russia invaded by the Poles. General confusion. Tartars plundered the border. Negative. Interregnum. 1610 to 1613, negative. Anarchy for 2 years followed by the expulsion of the Poles. Civil disorder, however, continued until 1613. Treasury plundered. Neutral. Michael Romanov ruled jointly with his father. Positive. Fyodor Federet from 1617 to 1633. Michael was an amiable, honourable, conscientious prince of mediocre or perhaps superior capacity. Fyodor Federet, of similar temperament and equally virtuous, was highly endowed with wisdom and ability. 1613 to 1645, positive. Internal condition of the country somewhat improved, especially in the condition of the people, in commerce, manufactures, and the army. Population increased through the introduction of many desirable foreigners. Negative. Minority of Alexis. Boris Morozov in control. 1645 to 1650. Neutral positive. Much oppression, injustice and discontent. Several insurrections and riots. On the other hand, the army was improved and the frontiers strengthened. Neutral positive Alexis. About the average of mental capacity, a well-balanced mind, very industrious and conscientious. He is especially noted for his good nature, humanity, and gentle, courteous behaviour. Good husband and father. 1650 to 1676, positive. In spite of troubles, the reign was undoubtedly a period of progress. Codification of the laws, incorporation of the country of the Cossacks, the territory gained from Poland, minor rebellions put down, trade and foreign relations broadened. Finance, however, remained in a bad condition. Negative. Fyodor III. Reigned from the age of 14 to 20 years. May be considered as a minority or divided regency. 1676 to 1682, positive. Successful wars with the Tartars. Several reforms, one of which, the abolition of the Myestnichestvo, was important. Neutral or positive. Minority of Ivan and Peter the Great, Sofia regent. A remarkable person of exceptional courage, force, and much ability. Historians differ in their estimate of her moral character, some picturing her as unscrupulous, cruel, and licentious, others as comparatively blameless. 1682 to 1689, negative. A period of confusion and massacres, insurrection of the Stilites, unsuccessful expedition against the Tartars. Positive. Peter the Great. Extraordinary ability, willpower, and energy. Impulsive, passionate, tyrannical, but often clement. Coarse, brutal, licentious, epileptic. 1689 to 1725, positive. Order established with a firm hand. Addition of the territories of Little Russia, Livonia, Estonia, Ingria, and a part of Finland. Seaports obtained. St. Petersburg founded. Foundation of a navy. Improvement of the army. Increase in manufactures, commerce, and the liberal arts. Negative or neutral. Catherine I. Ignorant, unambitious, though shrewd and sensible. Not much political ability or inclination to direct the helm of state. Life indolent and intemperate. Gentle in disposition and very humane. 1725 to 1727, positive. A peaceful reign without marked internal change. Diplomatic relations strengthened with Austria and Germany. Taxes reduced. Positive. Minority of Peter II. Regency in the hands of a council. 1727 to 1730, neutral. Intrigues in the court. No marked advance or decline. Maurice of Saxony prevented from getting possession of Courland. Diplomatic apathy. Negative. Anne Ivanovna. Had a fair natural intelligence, but her mind was narrow and uneducated. Many bad traits of character, sullen, vindictive, selfish, and sensuous. Laziness alternated with bursts of energy. 1730 to 1740, neutral positive. Reforms in the army, poor condition of the navy, canals and public roads built. Successful intervention in the affairs of Poland. War with the Turks not especially successful, but Russia gained a few towns, though at much expense. 20,000 persons said to have been banished to Siberia. Increased taxation and oppression. Minority of Ivan VI, Regency of Byron. October 28, 1740, November 20, 1740. A short period without any special significance. Overthrow of Byron's regency. Negative. Minority of Ivan VI, Anne Leopoldovna, regent. Indolent, timid, and very incapable, lacking ambition, lived in seclusion, dissolute and slothful, except her natural mildness, had not a single quality which could, by any possibility, command respect or admiration. November 20, 1740 to December 6, 1741. Neutral. A short period. Intrigues of violence soon led to the overthrow of Anne, Ivan VI, and their party. Swedes defeated. September 3, 1741, but the Russians did not follow up their victory. Neutral positive. Elizabeth. Uneducated but possessed a very keen mind. Indolent and selfish. Capricious and indulgent. Good-natured, but subject to outbursts of passion and anger. Extravagant and extremely licentious. 1741 to 1762, positive. Pomerania and the southern part of Finland acquired. Increase of commerce and manufactures. Improvements in banking. Siberia began to be peopled. Much tyranny. A large number of persons banished to Siberia. Treasury exhausted through extravagancies. Many public buildings erected. Native. Peter III. Half imbecile, weak, dissolute, violent, was however called good-hearted, indolent. January 5, 1762 to July 10, 1762. Neutral. Brief reign, several legal reforms. Abolition of the secret court of police and of some monopolies. Some improvement in the navy and army. Many talented Frenchmen banished from the country. Much discontent and sedition, ending in a revolution. Positive. Catherine II. Extraordinary character. Ambitious and courageous. Had great enthusiasm, resolution, natural wit and insight. Charming in manner, with boundless good humour, but was heartless, unscrupulous, and extremely licentious. 1762 to 1796, positive. Important conquests in the south and west. Part of Poland, the Crimea, the Kuban, Courland, and a part of the frontiers of Turkey added to Russia. Legal reforms regarding the administration of justice. Population industry increase. Financial exhaustion. Increased international prestige. Internal administration not so good. Poor condition of the army. Negative. Poor. Foolish, arrogant, almost insane in his capricious eccentricities. Fits of benevolence alternating with tyranny. 1796 to 1801. Negative. Decline in national prestige. Nation brought to the verge of bankruptcy. Decline in exports of raw material. Great perversion of justice. Small territory of Georgia annexed in 1799. Bibliography for Prussia. A. Allgemeine Deutsche Biography, 52 volumes, Leipzig, 1875-1906. B. Encyclopaedia Britannica, 9th and 11th editions. C. Brockhaus, Conversations Lexicon. D. La Grande Encyclopédie, 31 volumes, Paris, 1896-1902. A. Tuttle, Herbert, History of Prussia, 4 volumes, Boston, 1894-1896. B. Rank, L. von, 12 Bucher, Preußische Geschichte, 5 volumes, Leipzig, 1877-1879. C. Droysen, I.G., Geschichte der preußischen Politik, 14 volumes, Berlin and Leipzig, 1868-1886. D. Prutz Hans, Preußische Geschichte, 3 volumes, Stuttgart, 1900-1901. E. Rank L. von, History of the Reformation in Germany, 3 volumes, London, 1847. F. Berner Ernst, Geschichte des Preußischen Staats, 2 volumes, München, 1891. G. Beer Adolf, Allgemeine Geschichte des Westlanders, 3 volumes, Wien, 1860. H. Voigt, Frederick, Geschichte des Brandenburgisch-Preußischen Staats, 2 parts, Berlin, 1867. J. Pearson W. Preußische Geschichte, sei Bent verbessert und Vermehrt-Fleisch, 2 volumes, Berlin, 1898. K. Levy Z. Études sur la histoire de presse, Paris, 1890. L. Rank, L. von, Memories of the House of Brandenburg and History of Prussia during the 17th and 18th centuries, translated, 3 volumes, London, 1849. Ruler, positive, Frederick I. Vigorous, able, masterful, popular, tactful, good-hearted, but without any higher sense of honour, one of the best scholars in Germany. Condition of country, 1415 of 1440, positive. Peace and order largely secured for the first time in many years. Turbulent nobles suppressed. Wars against Mecklenburg and Pomerania generally successful. The Uckermark again united to Brandenburg. Neutral, Frederick II, son of Frederick I. Careful and thoughtful, determined in pressing his claims, not inclined to warfare, of an impious, melancholy temperament. Tenacity of purpose was his most noteworthy trait. 1440 to 1470, neutral or positive. Further consolidation. Pretentious nobles were humbled. The towns of Berlin and Cologne brought to order and subjection. New mark acquired. Advantageous diplomatic relations with Mecklenburg, Saxony, and Hesse. Public debt increased. Positive. Albert III, Achilles, son of Frederick I. John, see below, also governed in Brandenburg, highly talented as a soldier and politician. Active, adventurous, combative, a lover of splendour and the pleasure of life. Concerning his moral character, there is a difference of opinion. He was perhaps underhanded, tortuous, and self-seeking in his mighty ambitions. Much of the actual government of Brandenburg was left to his son John, see below. 1470 to 1486, neutral positive. A period of warfare and heavy taxation. The enemies in Brandenburg and Pomerania and Mecklenburg were humbled. Considerable dissatisfaction and disorder, but the disruptive forces were kept fairly well in check. Neutral, John, Cicero. Considered an easy, comfortable, and mediocre character, well educated and a patron of learning, deficient in strength of purpose, but cannot be called distinctly weak. 1486 to 1499, neutral. A comparatively featureless period. Treaty of Pomerania of doubtful significance. Power of cities declined. That of the nobles increased. Government tend towards centralization. Tax on beer. Internal order not very well maintained. Minority of Joachim I, Frederick of Ansbach's regent, 1499 to 1502. Brief period. Nothing of importance. Neutral or positive. Joachim I. A man of remarkably strong will, narrow-minded, taciturn, not gifted with showy qualities, but succeeded in pursuing a shrewd and definite policy, noted for his learning which was of a pedantic nature. 1502 to 1535, positive. The most notable event was the introduction of Roman law. Its value to the country is debatable. Both the nobles and the cities were held in stern subjection, diplomatic position strong, internal order very well maintained. Neutral. Joachim II. Of mediocre ability and no very firm views or convictions, not gifted as a soldier or administrator, but withal a very clever politician, a lover of pleasure, pomp, and lavish expenditure, took a cultural interest in the fine arts, not a man of bad intentions. 1535, 1571, neutral. Reformation spread quietly and was officially recognized in 1539. Power of the estates increased. Bad financial management left the country in debt. Peaceful relations with empire and small card league. Political treaties were wise. Neutral positive. John George. A contrast to his father. Extremely vigorous and energetic. An able administrator. Not inclined to warfare. Harsh, tyrannical, perhaps unjust. Similar to Mazzini's tastes, since means genuinely interested in the welfare of his country. 1571 to 1598, positive. Finances at first greatly strengthened, afterwards somewhat declined. Country advanced in general prosperity. Manufactures and trade increased. Much desirable immigration of Protestant refugees from France and especially from the Netherlands. Peace and neutrality maintained. Renewed understanding with Pomerania over the question of the succession. The Austrian diplomatic position became isolated and not strong. Many new public buildings and fortifications. Neutral. Joachim Frederick. Medium grade ability. Well educated and industrious. Quiet, peaceful, honest, and well intended. 1598 to 1608. Neutral. Few striking events. Establishment of a state council. Rat, which drew power away from the estates, which had not succeeded well in preserving order. Some political events towards the ultimate control of Prussian. Neutral. John Sigismund. Not a man of marked personal character or strength of purpose, but possessed in the hand of a fair share of instinctive shrewdness, inclined to outbursts of rage alternating with complacency. A hard drinker and prone to idleness, but was probably not without patriotic intention. 1608 to 1619, neutral. Much religious commotion, and ending in the recognition of the principles of toleration. East Pomerania united to Brandenburg through marriage, otherwise not an important interesting period. Dispute over Jülich Cleves remained unsettled. Negative. George William. Timid and capricious, sought his own ease and comfort. Weak morally and physically as well as mentally. 1619 and 1640. Negative. Very marked decline. Attempted to play a neutral part in the 30 Years' War met with every disaster. Brandenburg crushed between Denmark and the Emperor. Prussia between Sweden and Poland. The nation brought to bankruptcy. Political dissolution and internal lawlessness. Positive. Frederick William. Called the Great Elector. Rugged, vigorous, patient. One of the ablest men of his day. Prudent and careful. A strong, direct will. Often violent temper. A liking for strong drink. Not altogether popular or nicely scrupulous, but was a man of broad and essentially high ideals. 1640 to 1668, positive. Definite and vigorous policy at once established. Army reorganized, disciplined, and rendered effective. Important victories of Fehrbellin and Stettin. The Diet suppressed. Agriculture and commerce improved and encouraged. Much desirable immigration. Revenues greatly increased. Acquisition of Eastern Pomerania, Magdeburg, Holzberat, and Minden. General political importance greatly enhanced. Negative. Frederick I. Ability below the average of kings. Vain, ostentatious, interested only in petty details, relied on the judgment of others, humane, generous, even extravagant. 1688 to 1713, negative. Corruption in the government, deterioration of the army, depletion of the treasury, excessively burdensome taxation, foreign policy weak. Prussia gained the status of a kingdom. and some further desirable immigration took place, but in general the period was one of decline. Positive. Frederick William I. Very parsimonious, industrious, determined, and arbitrary. Not an attractive person, but was nevertheless an able administrator. Coarse, brutal, and ferocious, appears to have been devoted to duty, at least as he saw it. 1713 to 1740 positive. Country enjoyed peace and internal development. Most important were the military and financial improvements. Industrial expansion, immigration encouraged and population increased. No great external achievements. Diplomatically, Prussia became isolated. Positive. Frederick II the Great. Broad and comprehensive genius. Great firmness of will. Insatiable ambition and love of power. An indefatigable worker. Cold, cynical, and arbitrary, but not devoid of personal attachments. Attentive to justice and the welfare of humanity. 1740 to 1786 positive. Great progress in nearly every department. 70 million thalers in the treasury at the close of the reign. Army raised to 200,000 well-disciplined troops. Agriculture improved. Colonies of immigrants established. All kinds of manufactures flourished, especially silk. Prussia became for the first time recognized as a power in Europe. At least 100,000 foreigners came to Prussia, and altogether the population increased enormously. It is not pretended, however, that Frederick's rule made his subjects happy. Bibliography for Austria. A. Allgemeine Biography, 52 volumes, Leipzig, 1875-1906. B. Encyclopaedia Britannica, 9th and 11th editions. C. Wurtzbach, Biographies Lexicon, 60 volumes, Wien, 1856-91. D. Brockhaus, Conversations Lexicons, 2 volumes, Leipzig, 1906. E. La Grande Encyclopédie, 31 volumes, Paris, 1811-62. A. Cox, W. House of Austria, 3 volumes, 1847. A. 5 volumes, London, 1820. B. Leger Lewis, P.M. A History of Austria-Hungary from the earliest times to the year 1889. Translated from the French by Mrs. Birkbeck-Hill. Prefaced by A. Freeman. London, 1889. C. Huber Elfens. Geschichte Österreichs, 5 volumes. Gotha, 1885-96. D. Menzel Wolfgang. History of Germany from the earliest period to the present time. Translated from the 4th German edition by Mrs. Geo Horrocks, 3 volumes, London, 1876-79. E. Wright, J.H., Editor. History of All Nations, 24 volumes, Philadelphia, 1905. F. Greenlee Hatton. History of the 30 Years' War. Translated by Andrew T. Brooke, 2 volumes, New York, 1884. G. Beer, Adolf. Allgemeine Geschichte des Welthandels, 3 volumes, Wien, 1860. H. Prutz, Hans. Staatengeschichte des Abendlands im Mittelalter, 2nd volume, Berlin, 1897. J. Krohns Franz Horbuch der Geschichte Österreichs mit besonderer Rücksicht auf Länder. Völkerkunde und Kulturgeschichte, 4 volumes, 1876-79. K. Rank, Leopold von. History of the Reformation, Germany, 3 volumes, London, 1905. L. Mayer, Franz M. Geschichte Österreichs mit besonderer Rücksicht auf des Kulturleben, 2 volumes, Wien and Leipzig, 1900-01. M. Whitman, Sydney, Austria, New York, 1889. Ruler, positive. Rudolf I of Habsburg, Emperor. Physically and mentally a grand figure in the age in which he lived. Noted for his practical wisdom, prudence, and sense of justice. Condition of country, 1276-1291, positive. Austria, Styria, and Carniola acquired through force of arms by Rudolf of Habsburg, who had already been elected emperor. The most important fact is that order and tranquility were restored. Positive. Albert I. Able, energetic, brave, firm, excessively ambitious, was avaricious, capricious, and extremely cruel, but is credited with an austere frankness and with domestic virtue. 1283 to 1308, positive. Internal order vigorously maintained. Tyranny was felt chiefly by the nobles. Robber barons were suppressed. Burghers, the suburban class, and serfs were catered to and received benefits. Most of the interest centres around events outside of Austria and the efforts of Albert to strengthen the then disorganized empire. Frederick and Leopold. Neutral. Frederick the Handsome. Mediocre ability, brave, amiable, and not deficient in accomplishments, mild, benevolent, and honourable. Neutral. Leopold. Bold, hardy, energetic, possessed considerable talent for warfare, but was a restless, turbulent spirit, lacking judgment. He seems to have fallen into a state of melancholia after the Battle of Merdolf, 1322, and died 1326 in a fit of frenzy. 1308 to 1330, a period of warfare with the Swiss, Bavarians not characterized by success or by important results in any direction. On the whole, the Austrians appear to have been the losers. Their territorial gains were the country of Ferret, 1324, and the domains of Kyburg, 1326. In 1315, the forest towns threw off the Austrian yoke. Positive. Albert and Otto. Albert the Wise. A distinctly superior ruler, high talents as a soldier and administrator, learned, benignant, humane, extremely popular with his subjects. Otto the Gay, an obscure character but little mentioned, died February 16, 1339, aged 37. 1330 to 1359, positive. Increase in territory and external strength. Territorial gains. Breisach, Schaffensen, Rheinfelden, Neuburg, Rappenschwell, and the Duchy of Carinthia. Losses. Lucerne, Glarus, and Zug. Vienna and Klagenfurt, the capital of Carinthia, received new municipal codes. Suppression of trial by combat in Carinthia. Positive. Rudolf IV. This prince was called by 4 different surnames: the Silent, the Magnificent, the Learned, and the Founder. Each one, says Kroner, characterized one of his qualities. He is generally credited with high and precocious talents and a knowledge of the arts and sciences, serving in advance of his times, was secretive in his plans, and perhaps underhanded in his methods. He is believed to have falsified charters to further the independence of the empire. Died aged 25. 1359 to 1365, positive. Brief but important reign. Austria proper gained the large territory known as the Tyrol, and became more independent of the empire. Internal administration was vigorous. Trade and manufacturers were encouraged. Taxes imposed on wine and beer. University of Vienna and Cathedral St. Stephen founded. Albert and Leopold. Neutral. Albert III. Placid and peaceful disposition. A slow, serious person, not deficient in firmness nor understanding. Attached to the pursuit of literature and the exact sciences, popular with his subjects. Neutral. Leopold. Brave, ambitious, impetuous, devoted to warfare, but his plans are not well thought out. His character described as rapacious. 1365 to 1395, neutral positive. A period of external wars of doubtful outcome, internal conditions in Austria peaceful, considerable waste of resources, gains in territory, 1367, Breisgau, 1374, the property of the Counts of Gorica in Carniola, 1379, the bailiwick of Sorbia, 1381, Hohenberg, 1382, Trieste. From 1379 to 1386, territories of the House of Habsburg were divided between Albert and Leopold. Austria alone fell into Albert. Neutral. Albert IV and William Albert IV. A rather vague and doubtfully outlined character, was called by some the Patient, had a reputation for piety and devotion to religion and occult sciences, always wanted to took a dangerous pilgrimage to Palestine, which gained him much dramatic admiration. Died in 1404. William de Frontlich, an obscure person, said to have been popular and to have had knightly qualities, died in 1406. 1395 to 1405, neutral. A brief and unimportant period. Dissensions among Habsburg branches, Styria, Carinthia, and Carniola, administered by William, who claimed also Austria. An agreement was reached that both should rule jointly, 1404. Some parliamentary advance, distant. Minority of Albert V, Leopold IV, and earnest regents. Neutral, Leopold. Of no great ability and little virtue, quarrelsome and self-seeking, outwardly polished, and a patron of learning, his character has perhaps been unduly slandered. Positive. Ernest de Erzern, younger brother of Leopold IV. strong, positive, able, and excessively ambitious and covetous. 1406 to 1411, negative. A period of discord. Lawless nobles and banditti devastated the country. Sometimes the power of Leopold was predominant, sometimes that of Ernest, and the aim of both was to enrich themselves by exactions and impositions before the young Albert could assume the reins of government. Positive. Albert V, Emperor 1438. Able administrator, a firm, serious, dignified, lofty type of man. Simple in his tastes, taciturn in nature, magnanimous, highly esteemed. 1411 to 1439, positive. Change in tranquility and prosperity, security for life and property. Turks driven from Hungary. 1435. Bohemian Hungary came to the Habsburgs through marriage of Albert V with Elizabeth, heiress of these countries. Native. Minority of Ladislaus, posthumous. Control of the government divided. Ladislaus was a weak youth and died at 17. 1439 to 1457, neutral. Austria, Hungary, and Bohemia may theoretically be considered as united in this reign, under a single crown worn by the youthful Ladislaus. Practically there was no union. Various parties and factions were at war with each other. The period not without glory from the important victories gained by Hunyadi and Ladislaus of Poland against the Turks. Frederick III, Emperor, and his younger brother Albert. In 1458, Albert was granted Upper Austria, Frederick Lower Austria. Vienna was to be the joint residence. Neutral, Frederick III. Slow, persistent, phlegmatic, lacked energy, his disposition peaceful, sedentary in his tastes, a lover of learning, stubborn and selfish. His private life was chaste and abstemious, consistently devoted to the aggrandizement of his family. Neutral, Albert. Ardent, impetuous, restless, rash, gay, excessively ambitious, prodigal, fond of war. 1457 to 1463, negative. On the death of Ladislaus, Hungary and Bohemia separated from Austria. This period is occupied by party warfare between the brothers Frederick and Albert. Neutral, Frederick III, Emperor, see above. 1463 to 1493, neutral. The Turks several times invaded Corniola and Styria. In 1485, the Austrians were defeated by Matthias Corvinus, King of Hungary, who made Vienna his capital. House of Austria aggrandized its power by the marriage of Maximilian with Mary, Heiress of Burgundy. Though often considered a weak and unfortunate reign, there is a good deal to be said on the favourable side. Austrian political influence was considerably augmented. Something was accomplished towards suppressing lawlessness and furthering justice. Sorbian League benefited Austria. Taxation was especially burdensome, considerable building. Positive. Maximilian I. Vain and versatile, called the last of the knights, brilliant, eloquent, learned, ambitious, and hard worker, but too impulsive and erratic. He is by some charge of duplicity. He was amiable and popular, a picturesque figure, one of the best remembered of the Habsburgs. 1493 to 1519, positive or neutral. Austria enlarged and consolidated. Establishment of law and order. Reforms and improvements in the internal administration, in the army and navy, and police regulations. Foreign diplomacy weak. Finances decline, taxation high. Positive. Charles V. Sagacious, vigorous, inordinately ambitious, much duplicity in his character. Selfish, cold, his virtues negative rather than positive. References see Spain. 1519 and 1521. Neutral. Brief period, no important changes. Positive. Ferdinand I. Well educated and very industrious, though not endowed with brilliant talents. Is generally considered a superior ruler. Amiable, frank, just, sober, and pure in his domestic life. Inclined towards peace and a moderate policy. 1521 to 1564. Neutral. Period of the Reformation. Uprisings in Tyrol, Hungary, and Bohemia, which were suppressed. Civil wars in Transylvania, which country was lost. Finances declined. Positions extended by several important districts. Army strengthened and conditions of the peasantry improved. Industry grew. Positive. Maximilian II. Wise and prudent. Talented, liberal, and amiable. A model husband and father. An excellent character in many ways, but was perhaps lacking in firmness. 1564 to 1576, positive. Period of peace, law, strength, order, and justice. Austria not successful in the question of Poland. Cities were very flourishing, lower classes prosperous. Rudolph II. In youth he evinced good capacity and considerable learning. Mild, indolent, and pleasure-loving. increasing melancholia and a penchant for drink terminated in mental weakness during the last 14 years of his life. Resigned his crown. 1576 to 1611, negative. Many civil and religious uprisings, internal confusion, weakness and corruption in the government, agrarian difficulties, and peasants' war. Negative. Matthias. In his youth, active, restless, and ambitious, no great ability, unreliable and intriguing. During his latter years, which comprised the period of his reign, he showed little interest in affairs of state. 1612 to 1619, neutral. Unsettled conditions continued. Civil and religious troubles. Humiliating peace with Turkey, 1615, treasury depleted. Neutral. Ferdinand II, diligent and well-meaning but narrow-minded, patient and devout but tyrannical and bigoted, perhaps cruel, private life praiseworthy, extravagant in the use of money. 1619 to 1637, negative or neutral. Part of the 30 Years' War period. Various foreign wars. No marked progress in the material side. Much building religious edifices. Finances depleted. Many intelligent subjects emigrated. Loss of personal liberty. Neutral. Ferdinand III. Of mediocre ability, learned and fond of the arts, but lacking in strength and decision of character. Mild, frugal, and extremely just. 1637 and 1657, neutral. Establishment of internal peace, constitutional progress, frugal financial management, decline in international prestige, loss of Alsace, considerable depopulation. Neutral. Leopold I, a learned recluse, diligent in application to details, but lacking in depth and decision, private and domestic virtues praiseworthy, well-meaning, extremely charitable. 1657 to 1705, positive. By the Peace of Karlowitz, Austria acquired Turkish Hungary, Slavonia, and Transylvania. Improvements in the administration of justice and in the army. Financial depletion. Some decline in trade. Positive. Joseph I. Clear, active, and vigorous intellect. Amiable, generous, tolerant, and humane. Tastes, artistic and scientific. 1705 to 1711, positive. Brief reign. Wars of Spanish succession was on. Empire showed strength in its inner and outer activities. Negative. Charles VI. Stupid and obstinate. A poor ruler, deficient in intellectual grasp. Cold, jealous, suspicious, unreliable, though probably well-intentioned. Pious, fond of the fine arts. 1711 to 1740, negative. Peace of Passauritz. 1718. Brought increase of territory, which, however, was of doubtful advantage. Events of 1733 to 1739 on fortune of Austria. By the Peace of Belgrade, much territory given back to the Turks. Finances and a condition of the army reduced to a deplorable state. Weak diplomacy. Some increase in trade and industry. At the close of this reign, Austria had sunk to a point of extreme weakness. Positive. Mary Theresa. Brave, amiable, very industrious, economical, kind, charitable, a good wife and mother, strict, even illiterate in her practices. 1740 to 1780, positive. The various portions of the kingdom unified and centralized. Austria gained slightly in territory and greatly in prestige. Industry, commerce, and agriculture improved. Neutral. Joseph II. A very strange character. Restless, brave, ambitious, mentally alert, and well-informed, but was impractical and visionary. An incompetent general. Benevolent, generous, and anxious to bring about reforms. Austere but amiable. Praised for his domestic virtues. His chief vice was duplicity. 1780 to 1790, neutral. Neither progress nor decline is clearly marked. A period of internal agitation and foreign wars. The reforms were too drastic to meet with success. Some improvement in agriculture, roads, and canals. Some dearly bought success against the Turks. The diplomatic position of Austria was weakened to the advantage of Prussia. Positive. Leopold II. A clever, cautious politician, intelligent and energetic, kind-hearted and just. Is said to have been a libertine. 1790 to 1792, neutral. Brief period. Opinions vary as to its significance. Restoration of law and order by conciliations. Perhaps a weakened diplomatic position. Private liberty somewhat curtailed. Bibliography for Turkey. A. Encyclopaedia Britannica, 9th and 11th editions. A. Creasy, Sir Edward. History of the Ottoman Turks. London, 1877. B. Freeman, E.A. The Ottoman Power in Europe, London, 1877. C. Von Hammer-Pogstall, J. Geschichte des Osmanischen Reiches. 4 volumes. Budapest, 1834-35. D. The Cambridge Modern History, edited by A. W. Ward, J. W. Prothero, Stanley Leiths. Planned by the late Lord Acton. 13 volumes, Cambridge, England, 1902-11. E. Sinkesen, J. W. Geschichte des Osmanischen Reiches in Europa. 7 volumes, Hamburg and Gotha, 1840-63. F. La Jonquière, Histoire de l'Empire Ottoman, Paris, 1881. G. Land Paul Stanley, The Story of Turkey, London, New York, 1900. H. Jorga N. Geschichte des Osmanischen Reiches, 2 volumes, Gotha, 1908-09. Positive. Osman, Othman I. Brave, resolute, subtle, and able warrior, and popular leader, highly eulogized for mildness, humanity, and justice, although he is reported to have murdered his uncle. 1288-1326. Positive. Foundation of the Ottoman power. Dominion enlarged, partially at the expense of rival chieftains, but principally from the Greek Empire. Positive. Orkan. Great organizer, superior military and political talents, a brave warrior and upright prince, free from cruelty. 1325-1359. Positive. Extensive conquest from the Greeks in Asia Minor. Army of Janissaries founded, also many mosques, colleges, and other public institutions. Positive. Murad Amurath I, able warrior and politician, in the main upright though cruel at times. 1359-1389. Positive. Prosperity and victories. Conquest of Rumelia and Bulgaria. Positive. Bayezid I, the Thunderbolt. An able general distinguished for his rapidity of his movements. Cold, cruel, licentious, and a drunkard. 1389-1402. Positive. Conquest of the greater part of Asia Minor and a considerable portion of Greece. Victory of allied Christians at Nicopolis. Defeated by Tamerlane at Angora. Negative. Interregnum. 1402-1413. Negative. Kingdom weakened in the struggle of rival princes. Positive. Muhammad I. Accomplished, just, and magnanimous, a patron of literature and poetry. 1413-1421. Positive. Turkish dominion again consolidated and restored. The European power of the Ottomans made but small advance. Considerable building of mosques, etc. Positive or neutral. Murad Amurath II. An able, just, and humane ruler. His character was as noble as it was commanding. 1421-1451. Positive. Turkish power advanced. Thessalonia added. In the wars with Hunyadi, victories balanced defeats. Positive. Muhammad II the Conqueror. Not only a great soldier and statesman and organizer, but a master of many languages, was notorious for his cruelty, lust, and faithlessness. 1451-1481. Positive. Marked advance. Famous capture of Constantinople. Serbia and Bosnia reduced. Also Trebizond, Karaman, the Crimea, and many lands of the Greek archipelago were added to the Turkish dominion. Much building of schools, mosques, etc. Neutral. Bayezid II. Unambitious and peace-loving, simple his habits, austere in his devotions, fond of speculative philosophy, his virtues were much praised, deposed by his son Selim. 1481-1512. Neutral. A general lethargy, practically no advance against the Christians, many internal disturbances, no special decline, a single naval victory, apparently no lack of finances, more building. Positive. Selim I. A warrior of high ability, remarkable for his political, sagacity, and literary talent, extremely cruel and bloodthirsty, cared little for pleasure. 1512-1520. Positive. Empire doubled in extent, conquests of Kurdistan, Syria, and Egypt, increase in the navy. Positive. Suleiman I the Magnificent. One of the ablest rulers of his time, brilliant genius in war and government, extremely just, free from vices, warm-hearted and sincere. He is, however, accused of undue severity in ordering the execution of many of his officers and relations. 1520-1566. Positive. Turkish Empire attained the summit of its power and glory. Conquest of Hungary, Transylvania, Rhodes, and a large portion of Armenia. Much building of mosques, bridges, and roads. Negative. Selim II. Weak in intellect, extremely degraded, idle, sensuous, addicted to drunkenness and the coarsest vices, cruel and treacherous. 1556 to 1574, neutral. Neither advance nor decline clearly marked. Cyprus and Tunis were won. The Turks met an overwhelming defeat in the famous naval battle of Lepanto. Negative. Murad, Amurath III. Weak and sensual as well as cruel, but his mind was not altogether without cultivation. He ruled in name only. 1574 to 1595, negative. Rapid decay, insubordination in the army. Transylvania, Moldavia, and Wallachia rose in revolt. Negative. Muhammad III. Feeble ruler, devoted to pleasure, weak-minded, jealous, sickly, voluptuary, put his 19 brothers to death. 1595 to 1603, negative. Inglorious reign, decline, unsuccessful war in Persia, revolts in the army, a victory over the Austrians and Transylvanians, but nothing came of it. Negative. Ahmed I. Irresolute, weak, selfish, indolent, though moderate and good-natured, too much love of pleasure. 1603 to 1617, negative. Further loss of national prestige. Negative. Osman, Othman II. A bold, ambitious youth with little political wisdom or military skill, very cruel and hard-hearted, but not sensual. 1618 to 1622, negative. Loss of territory which was restored to Persia. Revolt of the Janissaries and murder of Osman. Negative. Mustafa I, an imbecile. 1622 to 1623, negative. Miseries, disorders, intrigues, robberies, and murders. Positive. Murad, Amurath IV. Courageous, vigorous, decisive, passionate, tyrannical, cruel, and a drunkard. 1623 to 1640, positive. Order and discipline re-established. Turkey again restored to something of its former glory. Revenues were honestly administered. Baghdad retaken from the Persians. Reforms in the army. Negative. Ibrahim. Weak and sensuous voluptuary. Cowardly, selfish, cruel, brutal. 1640 to 1648, negative. All the evils that had been incurred for a time broke out afresh. Treasury depleted. Taxes increased. Negative. Minority of Muhammad IV. Caprili, Grand Vizier, 1656-1661, followed by his son, Fazil. Both were men of great ability. 1648 to 1663, positive. Disorders and evils until 1656, when Caprili came into control. Of this progress and prosperity, order established. Tenedos Lemnos taken from the Venetians. Negative. Muhammad IV. Weak, selfish, not especially cruel, devoted to hunting, had some literary tastes, lazy and good-natured, just and clement. 1663 to 1687, neutral. Island of Candia captured by the Turks under the leadership of Fazil Ahmed, but after his death in 1676, disaster followed disaster and many cities were lost. Naval power declined. Negative. Suleiman II. Dull though well-meaning, devoted himself to petty details and reorganizing the army, not idle or sensual. Pious, credulous. 1687 to 1691, negative. Mutiny and pillage by the Janissaries. Turks lost a great part of Hungary, but recovered Servia and Belgrade. Negative. Ahmed II. Feeble, melancholy, and pious. Had little influence. Mild, well-meaning, fond of literature. 1691 to 1695, negative. Defeats, domestic insurrection, pestilence. Negative. Mustafa II. Naturally intelligent and cultivated. Started with firmness and good intentions, not a strong character. In his outer life sank into ease and sensuality, was deposed. 1695 to 1703, negative. First part of the reign successful against the Austrians, last part disastrous. Further defeats, loss of territory and international prestige. Peace of Karlowitz, 1699, marked the final decline of the Ottoman power. Neutral and negative, Ahmed III. Mediocre, peaceful character, lover of ease and luxury, ruled by his Grand Viziers. 1703 to 1730, neutral. Success against Peter the Great at the Pruth. Recovery of Azov and Moria, balanced loss of territory in the disastrous War of Austria. Internal conditions were fairly prosperous. Negative. Muhammad I. Little intellect, no influence, mild in disposition, quiet in his tastes, humane and affable. 1730 to 1754, positive. A fairly prosperous reign. Success against the Austrians. Belgrade, Osova, with the portions of Serbia, Bosnia, Wallachia restored to Turkey, increased international prestige. Negative. Othman III. Inferior ability, changeable, passionate, left the direction of affairs to others. 1754 to 1757, negative. Brief reign, no important changes. Negative. Mustafa III. Mediocre ability and much industry. Well-intentioned, but hasty and headstrong. Devout, austere. 1757 to 1773, negative. First part of the reign filled with reforms and not unprosperous. Last part disastrous. Russians took Crimea, Moldavia, Wallachia in 1770. Negative. Abu-ul-Hamid. Weak and insignificant ruler, left the direction of affairs to his vizier. 1773 to 1789, negative. Humiliating peace of Kainarji in 1774. In last part of the reign, Turkey suffered further defeats by the Russians and Austrians. End of Appendix 1, Part 2, and end of Section 21. Section 22 of The Influence of Monarchs by Frederick Adams Woods. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Appendix 1, Part 3. Bibliography for Scotland. A. Dictionary of National Biography, 66 volumes, London, 1885-1901. B. Encyclopaedia Britannica, 9th and 11th editions. A. Burton, John H. History of Scotland, new edition revised, 9 volumes and index. Edinburgh and London, 1873. B. Mackintosh, John. The History of Civilization in Scotland, new edition, 3 volumes, 1892-95. C. Brown, P. Hume. History of Scotland, 3 volumes, Cambridge, 1899-1909. D. Lang, Andrew. History of Scotland from the Roman occupation, 4 volumes, Edinburgh and London, 1900-07. Positive. Robert Bruce. Able warrior and administrator. Brave, popular, liberal, and pious. 1306 to 1329. Positive. Many wars in which the country was exhausted, but victories far outnumbered the defeats. Scotland was consolidated and freed from English rule. Many wise laws are enacted relative to the administration of justice and organization of the army. Negative. Minority of David II. Randolph, Earl of Moray, Regent. 1329 to 1332. Positive. Vigorous and successful government. Negative. Minority of David II. Donald, Earl of Mar, nephew of King Robert Bruce, Regent. Weak and incapable. July 1332, August 1332. Negative. Disasters. Negative. Minority of David II. Sir Archibald Douglas and afterwards Sir Andrew Moray, Regents. 1332 to 1338. Negative. Scots defeated by the English. Neutral. Minority of David II. Robert Stewart, afterwards Robert II, Regent. At this time young and active. 1338 to 1341. Positive. Strongholds of Perth, Stirling, and Edinburgh were won back. Negative. David II. Incapable, headstrong, extravagant, passionate, devoted to pleasure. 1342 to 1371. Negative. Scots defeated. English overran the southern part of Scotland, which was obliged to pay a large ransom to England. Deplorable state of internal disorder. Turbulence among the nobles. Impoverishment of the country. Some parliamentary advance. Neutral. Robert II, House of Stuart. A man of judgment and fair ability, but at that time his life in poor health, indolent and peace-loving. Simple and affable in his manners. Not much is known about his private life. Had many illegitimate children. 1371 to 1390. Rather uneventful and vague conditions. Scots were victorious over the English at Otterbourne, 1388. Social progress of the nation was much retarded. Minor border raids, but the general result was a gradual recovery of Scottish territory. Negative. Robert III. Of less intellect and even more indolent than Robert II, his father, otherwise much like him. 1390 to 1402. Negative. Decline. Scots suffered several defeats. English harried over the border. Lawlessness among the nobles. Miseries among the people. Parliament enacted some good laws. Positive. Minority of James I. Robert, Duke of Albany, son of Robert II, Regent. a man of energy and ability. 1402 to 1420, positive. Important victory for the government of Harlaw, better establishment of order. Negative. Minority of James I, Murdoch, son of Albany, regent. Weak, lazy, incompetent. 1420 to 1424, distinct decline. Positive. James I, fearless, active, accomplished, an able administrator and organizer, literary tastes, a lover of peace and justice. 1424 to 1437, positive. Prosperous and comparatively peaceful reign. Subjugation of the Highlands. Many legal reforms related to private warfare. Justice, commerce, coinage, etc. Many parliaments. Negative. Minority of James II, regency divided. Archibald and then William, Earls of Douglas, were only nominally regents. Crichton and Livingstone alternately had the custody of the young king. 1437 to 1451. Negative. A period of private wars. James II, accidentally killed in his 30th year, considered promising young man, energetic and impulsive. 1451 to 1460. Neutral. Civil wars and border raids. Good progress in legislation relative to agriculture, coinage, and the administration of justice. Positive. Minority of James III. Kennedy, grandson of Robert III, chief regent. Wise, moderate, and upright. 1460 to 1466. Positive. Comparatively peaceful and orderly. Lord of the Isles defeated. Negative. Minority of James III. Regency divided. 1466 to 1474. Negative. Plots and conspiracies among nobles. Decline in the administration of justice. Negative. James III. Lacked bravery and energy. Of rather inferior capacity, though a lover of literature and the fine arts. Charged with a propensity for low company. 1474 to 1488. Negative. A period of lawlessness. Conspiracies of the malcontents. Defeat and murder of the king. Loss of Berwick to the English. Debasement of the coinage. Neutral. James IV. Ambitious and brave, but rash and chaotic. Not adept in diplomacy or generalship. Truthful, liberal, and popular, but licentious. 1488 to 1513. Neutral. Establishment of law and order. Beginnings of naval power. Increase in international importance and commerce. Disastrous defeat at Flodden, in which the flower of Scottish chivalry perished. Financial exhaustion. Neutral. Minority of James IV. John Stuart, Duke of Albany, cousin of James V, regent part of the time. Difficult to estimate, one finds differing views about him, enterprising and able as a negotiator, though a poor general, lavish and extravagant. 1513. Negative. Turmoil and internal contest. Mergers into the following period. Negative. Minority of James V. Regency divided part of the time. 1528. Negative. Unsettled conditions continued. Positive. James V. Ambitious, vigorous, with more than average ability, popular with the lower classes, irregular in his manner of life. 1528 to 1542. Positive. Successful reign with the exception of the Scotch defeat at Solway. Renewed order and prosperity. Negative. Minority of Mary. James Hamilton, Earl of Arran, regent. Weak, easy, fickle. 1542 to 1554. Negative. The country suffered greatly by the English raids. Positive. Minority of Mary, Mary of Lorraine, regent. A strong, able character. 1554 to 1550. Neutral. Events of the Reformation. No marked progress or decline in political material matters. Positive or neutral. Mary, Queen of Scots. Brilliant and emotional, not particularly wise politically, passionate, revengeful, and unpatriotic. 1550 to 1567. Negative or neutral. Conditions similar to the foregoing period. Positive. Minority of James VI. Murray, regent. A man of energy and firmness, his character has been estimated very differently according to the temper or prejudice of those who have judged him. 1557 to 1570. Negative. Order restored and justice administered. Then famine and pestilence, English invasion and civil war. Neutral. Minority of James VI. Matthew Stewart, Earl of Lennox, regent. Intellectual mediocrity and lack of personal stamina. 1570 to 1571. Negative. Plots and counterplots, intrigues and seizures. Neutral. Minority of James VI. Earl of Mar, regent. not distinguished, honest and faithful. 1571 to 1572, negative, civil wars and turmoil. Negative, minority of James VI, Earl of Morton, regent, non-royal. 1572 to 1580, positive, peace and order re-established. Negative, minority of James VI, regency divided. 1580 to 1587, negative, disorder, raid of Ruthven. Neutral, James VI, first of England. Shrewd but vain, foolish and weak. Learned but pedantic and trivial, pompous and arbitrary. Not the coward he has sometimes painted. 1587 to 1625, positive. Diminution of disorder, some increase in general prosperity, introduction of new industries, glass, soap and leather, and development of woolen manufacture, loss of political liberty. Bibliography for England. A. Dictionary of National Biography, 66 volumes, London, 1885-1901. B. Encyclopaedia Britannica, 9th and 11th editions. A. Green, J.R. A Short History of the English People, 4 volumes, London, 1894, New York, 1893. B. Freeman, E.A. History of the Norman Conquest, 6 volumes, Oxford, 1871. C. Stubbs, William. The Early Plantagenets, New York, 1876. Epochs in Modern History. D. Gardiner, S.R. The History of England from the Accession of James I, 10 volumes, London, 1893-99. E. Rogers, J.E. Thorold. The History of Agriculture and Princes in England, 7 volumes, Oxford, 1896-1902. F. Cunningham, W. The Growth of English Industry and Commerce during the Early Middle Ages, Cambridge, 1890. G. Cheney, E.P. Introduction to the Industrial and Social History of England, New York, 1901. H. Thrale, H.D. Editor. Social England, A Record of the Progress of the People by 19 Specialists, 6 volumes, London, 1893-97. J. Stubbs, W. The Constitutional History of England in its Origin and Development, 3 volumes, Oxford, 1874-78. K. Freeman, E.A. The Reign of William Rufus and the Accession of Henry I, 2 volumes, Oxford, 1882. L. Gibbons, H. D. B. Commerce in Europe, London, 1891. M. Yeats, J. The Growth and Vicissitudes of Commerce, London, 1872. N. Woodward, W. H. Expansion of the British Empire, Cambridge, 1899. O. The Cambridge and Modern History, edited by A. W. Ward, G. W. Prothero, Stanley, Leiths, planned by the late Lord Acton, 13 volumes, Cambridge, England, 1902-11. P. Ramsay, Sir J. H. The Angevin Empire, London, 1903. Q. Willie, J. H. History of England under Henry IV, 4 volumes, London, 1884-98. R. Ramsay, Sir J. H. The Foundations of England, 2 volumes, London, 1898. S. Hunt, W. Poole, R. L. Editors. The Political History of England, 12 volumes, London, 1907. T. Norgate, Kate. England under Angevin Kings, 2 volumes, London, 1887. U. Davis, H.W.C. England under the Normans and Angevins, London, 1905. Ruler, positive, William I the Conqueror. Remarkable genius and iron will, an unscrupulous and somewhat cruel tyrant, good husband and father. Condition of country, 1066 to 1087, positive. England unified, marked advance in law and order, although the people were oppressed. Positive or neutral, William II, Rufus, brave and able soldier, crafty statesman, clever but unsustained, a violent ruffian, extremely tyrannical and perfidious, especially debates in his private life, both avaricious and extravagant. 1087 to 1100, neutral. Conquest in Normandy and Maine, extension of the power of England on the Welsh marches, still on the northwestern frontier, but the heavy cost of the wars brought the people to a state of extreme wretchedness. Taxation was especially oppressive. Neutral, Henry I, Beauclerk. Of marked ability and self-control, a good soldier and a great administrator, energetic, industrious, learned, eloquent, and judicious, cold, crafty, cruel, and dissembling. Temperate, he was, however, licentious. 1100 to 1135, positive. The taxes were heavy, but the general picture of this reign is distinctly bright. Peace and security in the land, and relatively active trade. The country gained in prestige through the French wars, Charter of Liberties. Many towns also received charters. Negative, Stephen. Brave, active and well-meaning, but incapable. A mild man, soft and good, and in no justice, frank and generous. 1135 to 1154, negative. A period of anarchy and suffering, invasion by the Scots and loss of territory on the border. Positive, Henry II. Rough, sensuous, vigorous, industrious and learned. Temper violent. A great lawgiver, led an extremely active life, and a wonderful memory. His worst characteristic was his tricky dishonesty. He was certainly popular with all classes of the people. 1154 to 1189, positive. Re-establishment of law and order, marked advance in jurisprudence, reforms in the currency, England's power rose, active building. Positive or neutral, Richard I. Brave and brilliant warrior, possessed many accomplishments, frank, generous and sincere. He was also passionate, impetuous, licentious and haughty, but not essentially cruel. 1189 to 1199, positive. Constitutional progress on the lines of the former reign. The country suffered from excessive taxation resulting from the Crusades and the King's ransom. Positive, John. Not lacking in cleverness and spasmodic energy, but devoid of judgment and breadth of insight. Utterly depraved, mean, vindictive, licentious, cruel and false. 1199 to 1216, neutral. Turbulence and disorder resulting in the Magna Carta. The rights of individuals divided and enhanced. This constitutional growth must be regarded as of great importance. Negative. Regency, William Marshall, Earl of Pembroke. 1216 and 1219, positive. Order established. Negative. Regency, divided. Herbert de Burgh, Pandolf, Pedro de Roches, Stephen Langton. 1219 and 1227, positive. Further restoration of order, French influences expelled. Negative. Henry III. Feeble administrator, vain, reckless, extravagant, obstinate, and undependable. Sexually immoral, and not in the least cruel. 1227 to 1272, neutral. A period of trouble and suffering. In contrast, we find the beginnings of a parliament and germs of constitutionalism. The crown became impoverished, but the wealth of the nation was, as a whole, increased. There was much building on a large scale. Positive, Edward I. Stern, able, laborious, and conscientious. Practical administrator, chaste and temperate, true to his word, arrogant, vindictive, and perhaps cruel. 1272 to 1307, positive. General prosperity and marked economic advance. Judicial reforms. Conquest of Wales and Scotland. Depletion of treasury. Negative. Edward II. Cowardly, incapable, dissolute, a hard drinker, not tyrannical, weak, indolent, and faithless. 1307 to 1327, negative. Misery and national decline, loss of Scotland. Negative. Regency divided. Queen Isabella, Mortimer, and several others. 1327 to 1330, negative. War with Scotland unsuccessful, and shameful peace of 1328. Positive. Edward III. Extremely enterprising, yet adventurous, brave, active, and able, though not a great organizer. Selfish, ambitious, ostentatious, and licentious. 1330 to 1377. Positive. Restoration of order. Important constitutional and social advance. Extension of international importance and growth of commerce. However, a reign of hardships and poverty for the people. Black Death. Negative. Regency in a council. 1377 to 1389, negative. Political and social discontent. Peasant risings under Wat Tyler and others. War with France, characterized for the most part by disasters. Neutral and negative Richard II. A strange character, full of contradictions. Good natural ability and occasional firmness of will, but was impetuous, revengeful, foolish, extravagant, arbitrary, and extremely fitful. 1389 to 1399, negative or neutral. Court factions and petty civil warfare, Misery and discontent continued. Power of House of Commons increased. Neutral. Henry IV. Extremely energetic, also brave, prudent, accomplished, and sagacious, devout, temperate, and chaste, perhaps upon occasions cruel, but on the other hand, often showed clemency. 1399 to 1413, neutral. The general poverty of the previous reign continued, internal troubles and civil wars. The nation gained ground in political power and prestige, increased influence of the commons. Positive. Henry V. Brilliant commander and statesman, pure in life, temperate, liberal, merciful, and honourable. 1413 to 1422, neutral. Conquests in French territory. England's glory greatly enhanced and diplomatic position strong. Internal order was maintained, but the country was much strained on account of the French war. Negative. Regency. Humphrey of Gloucester. Fourth son of Henry IV held the title of Protector, but the real government was equally shared by the Council. The Duke of Bedford, third son of Henry IV, also played an important role as leader in France and as regent. 1422 to 1440. Negative. Loss of French territory. Decline in England's political prestige. The general state of things had never been less oval. Parliamentary franchise became narrowed by a statute of 1429. Negative. Henry VI. Extremely weak with periods of insanity. He was merciful, pious, domestic, had literary tastes. 1440 to 1461. Negative. 1440. End of Gloucester's regency. 1442. Majority of Henry VI. Further loss of French territory. Country impoverished and exhausted. Anarchy prevailed. Cade's rebellion. Neutral or positive. Edward IV. Brave, vigorous, eloquent, vicious, cruel, sensuous, and extravagant. An able general and diplomat, who was spasmodic in his activities, affable in his manners and popular in spite of his vices and autocratic rule. 1461 to 1483. Neutral. Civil and agricultural wars and violence. Commercial advance and the beginnings of manufacture. Much building of churches and manor houses. The Wars of the Roses did not much affect the general prosperity. Legislation and taxation were poorly administered. Power of Parliament declined. Neutral or positive. Richard III. Regent and King. Brave, ambitious, cunning, and clear-sighted. Probably cruel and unscrupulous, though not the monster commonly pictured. There is simply little known about Richard III. 1483 to 1485, neutral. Similar to the reign of Edward IV. Positive. Henry VII. Prudent, vigorous, able, despotic, and very avaricious. A patron of art, literature, and commerce. His chief fault was his practice of extortion. Details of his private life, but little known. 1485 to 1509, positive. Gradual establishment of order. Marked growth of commerce. Constitutional retrogression began during the latter part of the reign with decline of the power of the baronage. Exchequer well filled. Positive. Henry VIII. Extraordinary vigour of mind and inflexibility of will. Accomplished and versatile, but imperious, selfish, cruel, and sensual. 1509 to 1547, positive. Greatly increased importance of England internationally. Growth of agriculture, grazing, commerce, manufacture, and navy. Greater influence over Wales and Ireland. Constitutional decline. Negative. Regency of Edward VI. Somerset and Northumberland. Protectors. 1547 to 1553. Negative. Decline in international prestige, depletion of the treasury, revolts and general discontent. Neutral. Mary. High-spirited and courageous, and devoted to what she considered her duty. In her youth, precocious and promising, but afterwards suffered from a weak constitution, and in latter days mentally unbalanced, not wantonly cruel. 1553 to 1558, negative. A period of persecution. England defeated and humiliated abroad. Positive. Elizabeth. Extremely able, scheming, practical and brave. Vain, luxurious, wilful, mendacious, and vindictive. Patriotic and unusually popular. 1558 to 1603, positive. Peace, prosperity, progress, political prestige vastly increased. Growth in wool manufacturers by greater growth in commerce. Neutral. James I. Shrewd but vain, pedantic and trivial. Unscrupulous, pompous, and arbitrary. A heavy drinker. 1603 to 1626, positive. Steady progress in material conditions. Improvement of agriculture. Colonial expansion, growth of manufacturers, European campaigns and policies not successful. Foreign political prestige declined. Neutral, Charles I. Proud, reserves, accomplished, little political wisdom. Temperate and chaste. His chief faults were duplicity and obstinacy. 1625 to 1649, positive. Expansion of commerce and general material prosperity. Decline in international prestige. Public discontent. Distress during civil war. Parliament struggled for its existence. Negative. The interregnum. The Commonwealth. 1649 to 1659, positive. Marked improvement in commerce, agriculture, and in the navy. Negative. Charles II. Affable, witty, and debonair, but had no ambition. Sensual, dissipated, indolent, and extravagant. 1660 to 1685, positive. Important constitutional legal advance. Growth of the House of Commons. Increase in shipping, silk trade, and banking. Agriculture did not improve. Much desirable immigration in this and subsequent reign. Foreign policy weak. Negative. James II. Industrious and perhaps well-meaning in his political aims, but lacked judgment, tact, and breadth of insight. Much courage and fair ability in youth, but this had deteriorated by the time of his ascension. A great libertine until a few years before his death, when he became a religious ascetic. 1686 to 1689, positive. Further development of industries, tyranny, people empowerment finally asserted themselves. 1688. Henceforth House of Commons' most important branch. Positive. William III. Extraordinarily precocious, one of the greatest of diplomats, able as a statesman, as a soldier, brilliant though less great, brave, active, resourceful, not popular. An outward coldness covered a hidden warmth, both arbitrary and magnanimous. His aims were noble, his honour unreproached. Free from vanity, domestic life not praiseworthy. See also under Netherlands. 1689 to 1702, positive. Development of a constitutional monarchy, Bill of Rights, international prestige again, as in the days of Cromwell. Trade and wealth increased. Negative. Anne. Dull, narrow, weak, obstinate, deeply religious, many simple virtues. 1702 to 1714, neutral. Successful foreign policy. Commerce continued to expand. Industries prospered. New trade established between Nova Scotia, Newfoundland, and Hudson's Bay Territory. Gibraltar and Minoria acquired. Growth of the cabinet. Negative. George I. Dull and ignorant except for a fair knowledge of military affairs. Frugal, steadfast in his friendships. Coarse in his tastes. Vicious in his private life. 1714 to 1727, positive. An era of peace and material progress. Silk, woolen, linen, and glass industries prosperous. Negative. George II. Dull, methodical, parsimonious, and martinet. Coarse and licentious in his tastes. 1727 to 1765, positive. 1727 to 1739, peace and prosperity. 1739 to 1760, foreign policy became more vigorous. Victorious in foreign wars. Conquest of Canada and India. Foundation of charitable industries. Neutral. George III. Had a good memory, much tenacity of purpose and talent of a narrow sort. Unyielding, frugal, of punctilious virtue. Last part of his life he was insane. 1665 to 1667, also Beckles Wilson, George III, as man, monarch, and statesman. 1907. 1760 to 1811, positive. Loss of the American colonies, but commerce with them was soon greater than before. Great progress in agriculture with the science of cultivation and rotation of crops, and in cattle through improvement in breeds, in manufactures by inventions like the flying shuttle, jenny mule, and steam engine, many canals built and waterlands reclaimed. End of Appendix 1, Part 3, and end of Section 22. Section 23 of The Influence of Monarchs by Frederick Adams Woods. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Appendix 2. Reprinted from Science NS, Volume 30, Number 777, page 703 to 704, November 19th, 1909. A new name for a new science. The following list, though noticeably brief, attempts to include all books and memoirs in which the facts of history of a personal nature have been subjected to statistical analysis by some more or less objective method. Such researches may be made to contribute to the science of eugenics. They also stand upon the borderline of the allied sciences, psychology, anthropology, and sociology. Since investigations of this nature contribute to several sciences, at the same time primarily to the philosophy of history itself, it seems necessary to have some special name to designate this class of work. The word biometry, already in general use, does not meet the requirements. It fails to express the primary value of this class of research, namely elucidation of the philosophy of history for its own sake, and also fails to suggest that the work should be carried forward by the historians themselves. I propose the word historiometry, derived from the Greek historia, history, and metrisai, measure. It may be noticed that these investigations treat only of groups of individuals. I am already convinced that the indications of several researches which I have now underway, that the quantitative method may be successfully applied to historical events of a more general character. Bibliography of Historiometry. Dicandol, Alphonse. Histoire des sciences et des savants studies du Sicilies, Geneva, etc. H. George, 1873, contains lists of scientific names objectively and personally compiled. Cattell, J. McKean. A Statistical Study of Eminent Men, Popular Science Monthly, February 1903, page 359 to 377. Abstract and Psychological Review, March 1895. The names of 1,000 eminent men of all time are here arranged in the order of their eminence by the strictly objective and valuable space method. Attempts should be made to test the limits of the accuracy of this method by comparing these names with those selected by other methods. Cattell, J. McKean. A Statistical Study of American Men of Science. Science, November 23, November 30, December 7, 1906. Although the facts are not drawn from history, they are useful as a check to compare with historical statistics. The names were selected by the method of voting. Ellis, Havelock. A Study of British Genius. London, Hurst and Blackett, 1904. First appeared in Popular Science Monthly in February, September 1901. A valuable study based on the Dictionary of National Biography, contains lists of British men of genius and talent, objectively derived and useful for further study. Galton, Francis. Hereditary Genius, an Inquiry into its Laws and Consequences, 2nd edition. London, Macmillan. 1892. The earliest of biographical statistical studies, first published in 1869. Many of the lists of names are not compiled by any strictly objective method. Galton, Francis. English Men of Science, Their Nature and Nurture. London, Macmillan, 1874. Fellows of the Royal Society. Galton, Francis, and Schuster, E. Noteworthy Families, London, Murray, 1906. Families of Scientific Men Objectively Studied. Jacobi, Paul. Études sur la sélection chez l'homme. Avant propos per Gabriel Tarde. 2nd edition, Paris, Alcan, 1904. The last quarter of this work dealing with the origin of French men of talent has decided scientific value. The first portion of the book deals with royalty. Le Pouvoir contains no statistical treatment as entirely misleading. Lorenz, Otakar. Le Buch der gesamten wissenschaftlichen Genealogie, Stammbaum und Ammentafel in ihrer geschichtlichen, soziologischen und naturwissenschaftlichen Bedeutung. Berlin, Hertz, 1898. Suggested at the time it was written, but contains scarcely any statistical treatment. Odin, A. Genèse des grands hommes, gens de lettres françaises modernes. 2 volumes, Paris. H. Welter, 1895. A study of 6,382 French men of letters. Valuable for its facts. The conclusions are often unwarranted. Woods, Frederick Adams. Mental and Moral Hereditary and Royalty. A statistical study in history and psychology with 104 portraits. New York, H. Holt, 1906. Abstract in Popular Science Monthly, August 1902, April 1903. Brief abstract in Psychological Review, March 1902. The individuals are included in the study by a strictly objective plan. Attempt is made to reduce the subjective element to a minimum, while grading them to a scale of 10 by averaging opinions of historians. Conclusion that hereditary outweighs environment is arrived at by several statistical methods. The general method of averaging opinions is shown to be practical and to give orderly results, harmonious with the researchers in hereditary. Human heredity shows to be alternative, non-blending. The Great Men of France, 19th century. From London Times in Science, January 11, 1907. Names were obtained by popular vote. Frederick Adams Woods, Massachusetts Institute of Technology. End of section 23. Section 24 of The Influence of Monarchs by Frederick Adams Woods. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information on volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Appendix 3. Reprinted from Science, N.S., Volume 33, Number 850, page 568 to 574, April 14, 1911. Historiometry as an Exact Science. In the issue of Science for November 19, 1909, under the title A New Name for a New Science, I propose the term historiometry for that class of researches in which the facts of history have been subjected to statistical treatment according to some method of measurement, more or less objective or impersonal in its nature. These researchers have chiefly had in view the listing and grading of historical characters, over the purpose of studying mental heredity or for the better appreciation of problems associated with the psychology of genius. Researches of this type are capable of a far greater expansion and application than is generally supposed. They can be applied to events as well as to individuals. They can, by treating the vast store of human records which exist in books as material for the construction of an exact science, work towards the solution of a wide range of historical problems, such as the causes underlying the rise and fall of nations, or other fundamental questions in history. Before anything can be done which shall give general satisfaction and agreement, it will be necessary for this subdivision of science to justify itself, to measure its own shortcomings, to appreciate its own limitations, as well as to prove its own right to recognition of independent estate. If we are to fathom historical causation by objective methods, it is obligatory first to prove that history itself, as we commonly find it in the printed records, is a sufficiently valid account of what actually happened. Second, it was equally necessary to find proof that the objective methods correctly deal with these facts. It might be supposed that the second proof awaits the first, but this is not necessarily so. If the records themselves were very much at fault, so that the statements of historians were very far from ideal truth, or if the objective methods of collecting and analyzing these statements were subject to a large error, or if both these forces were in play, then it would be difficult to find wherein the trouble lay. But if, on the contrary, it fortunately be that history, as we find it in its important statements, a fair representation of the truth, and the methods of historiometry which deal with these records are also sound, then it is not difficult to prove both propositions at the same time. I will give some instances to illustrate this, which show that such is the case for several types of historical records and for several methods of history measurement. This could not be done did we not possess some third criterion, some third standard of comparison of a non-historical nature. One such non-historical criterion is furnished by the known correlation ratios for resemblances between close blood relatives as determined in the anthropometric laboratory. These have been worked out and accurately measured for mental and moral traits, stature, head index, and length of forearm. I have shown in Hereditary and Royalty that if the members of royal families are graded by the objectives applied to them by historians and encyclopedists, and then the coefficients of resemblance are measured between the near of kin who have been so graded, these coefficients, historiometric, substantially agree with the anthropometric. Such would not be the case if historians presented the truth correctly, or if for any other reason the truth were largely unattainable. To make this clear, it is only necessary to think what the result would be if history were merely a pack of lies agreed upon, as the extreme view puts it. We should then fail to properly pick out our true intellectual giants and runts. The result would be nothing but confusion. A whole series of errors would be distributed at random. It should act like rain on waves and flatten down to a common level, the real differences between the individuals. The correlation measurements would fall, and we should get no results comparable to those obtained from the delicate and accurate measurements of the anthropometric laboratory. Furthermore, any weakness in the method of grading, any failure to properly classify the great man in the high grades and the degenerates in their proper grades would work in precisely the same direction to lower the correlation coefficients. The supposed errors of history and the difficulties of grading act as two united strains of tension to pull the coefficients down towards zero, which would be the coefficient for random distribution. If the coefficient can stand the strain without declining, then roughly speaking, we may conclude both that the historical foundation is just and that the method of procedure is sound. There are two other illustrations of method which I would like to summarize here. One of these series of tests is the trying out of a standard biographical dictionary, historical persons, against two lists of contemporaries, non-historical persons, and all three in terms of still another set of facts, namely birthplaces of distinguished Americans. The second series of tests concerns the relative fame of Euripides versus Sophocles, the encyclopedias having been used and then this compared with expert modern criticism, and both with the opinions of the Athenians. As concerns American history, one fact is very evident at the start. Whatever be the method of grading as applied to Americans, or whatever be the mental eminence graded, some states in the Union, some sections of the country, have produced more eminence than others far beyond the expectation from their respective white populations. In this regard, Massachusetts always leads, and Connecticut is always second, and certain southern states are always behind, and fail to render their expected quota. I have already pointed out that the ratios seem orderly for the first approximation. That is, the higher the grade of the individuals, the greater and greater becomes the proportion of those born in Massachusetts. This may be expressed as a ratio, P, into the random expectation. Thus, if there were no forces at work beyond chance distribution, the ratios for all sections of the country would be expressed by unity, P equals 1. If there be found twice as many persons born in a certain locality as one would expect from the population, let it be expressed as P equals 2. 3 times as many, P equals 3, etc. These ratios are easily computed and can be expressed as fractions or with decimals. I have computed these ratios for the 13 original states, but will present here only the statistics from Massachusetts and Virginia. It will be seen in Table 1 that Massachusetts has never failed to produce twice as many eminent men as the population would lead one to expect, and has, for some ranks and types of achievement, produced about 4 times the expectation. P ranges between 2.1 and 4.7. Virginia, on the contrary, has but rarely produced as many as might be expected from the large white population, and the ratios in the same table are either below the expectation or not significantly above it. The other New England states, statistics not here given, have all done more than their share, but always less than Massachusetts. New York gives a trivial though constant express above the expectation. From here southward the ratios drop off suddenly, so that New Jersey, Delaware, Pennsylvania, Maryland, North Carolina, and Georgia have always furnished less than their share. For South Carolina the ratios again rise and exceed the expectation, but only by the slightest measurable amount. North Carolina, of all the 13 original states, has always had the worst record in the way of producing distinguished men. The ratios falling to about 1/4 of what might be expected from the white population. Table 1 is displayed on the previous page. Displayed on the page are 4 columns titled The List of Names, total in the list born in USA, number born in Massachusetts, number born in Virginia, and the ratios or number of times and random expectation according to the population at the time of their birth, divided between Massachusetts and Virginia. Table 1 is also continued on the additional page. Regarding the tables for the 2 contrasted states, Massachusetts and Virginia, and following down through the columns marked ratios and number of times, the random expectation according to the population at the approximate age of their birth, one sees first that the Massachusetts ratios run from 2.1 to 3.9, and the Virginia from 0.2 to 1.1. The higher Massachusetts ratios are associated with the lists of names in which the standards for admission to lists are higher. That is, specially selected groups of the more eminent. Massachusetts also shows an extra merit when science or literature is alone considered. But this is merely an accentuation of some cause or causes which have enabled her to lead, no matter what type of success be the criterion. There is also to be seen a probably significant gain in the ratios for Massachusetts from the census of 1790 to 1850. A further study of this special phenomenon might develop some interesting conclusions. The ratios also rise when only those in Libbincott's are considered who have received adjectives of praise. 9/10 of the persons named in this dictionary are given a passing note by the editors, and nothing critical is said of their lives or their work beyond the barest record. But 1/10 receives such adjectives of praise as celebrated, illustrious, eminent, famous, noted, etc. A priori, we may suppose that these represent an extra superior group as compared with the other 9/10. A posteriori, the supposition is verified, because how else can be explained the rise in the ratio for Massachusetts from 2.8 to 3.8? If this adjective method did not select a superior group, it would not raise the ratios, or in other words, draw it further away from random hazard for which p equals 1. The more accurately it seizes hold of the right persons and justly expresses real differences dependent upon natural causes, the more it will raise this ratio. One can now see how it is possible in this way, and in similar ways, to actually test the validity of any method of selection. Its value depends, among other things, upon its ability to raise or lower a ratio in a proper degree, suitable to the case in hand, so that the ratios shall fit in and harmonize with other ratios and other results. If, for instance, the space method or the selecting of 234 men who have added the most space allotted to them in the dictionary had not raised the Massachusetts ratio from 2.8 any more than, say, 2.9 or 3.0, we might be justified in concluding that this method was inferior in accuracy to the adjective method. As it turns out, it raises the ratio to 3.6. So one suspects that the space method is not quite as accurate as the adjective method, since it does not raise the ratio as much, though it deals with a smaller group. Of course, one instance like this does not decide anything. I merely give it as an illustration of the ways in which historiometry may proceed. I have also essayed a new method, namely, selecting from Libbincott's list composed of all those Americans whose biographies have been written and published in separate works. This constitutes a very small and presumably correspondingly select group, 129 in number. The ratio for Massachusetts here is seen to rise to 3.9, practically the maximum. It should, of course, do so if the method is sound and is successful in seizing hold of the right man. This may prove a very accurate, practical, and rapid method of objectively listing great men in ancient or modern history, subject of course to such limitations and adjustments as special problems may require. It can be seen the general raising of the ratios is in no way dependent on the dictionary containing a large number of clergymen and writers. As a matter of fact, more than a third of the names are those of lawyers, bankers, merchants, politicians, government officials, soldiers, manufacturers, and engineers. Here, by narrowing the list from 1,266 to 232, and dealing with only a small group, we raise the ratio from 2.4 to 3. It might be supposed by some that a greater attention is shown Massachusetts by writers of books, biographies, and histories, because these writers live in the neighborhood. Libbincott's Biographical Dictionary, however, is published in Philadelphia. Still, it may be influenced by previous writings and early biographical dictionaries published in the neighborhood of Boston. If this is so to any appreciable extent, then we should expect the ratio of Massachusetts to fall when present-day persons are graded by methods which have either nothing or little to do with historical traditions. To such methods of grading we fortunately possess in the compilations known as Who's Who in America and American Men of Science. The ratios for Massachusetts do not fall. They dovetail in with the ratios from Libbincott's. Hence we may conclude that the differentiations found in Libbincott's are not caused by unjust historical traditions, and furthermore, as far as one can see, they are not in part caused by the same. Who's Who in America has been often used as an objective basis for sociological inquiries, but the criticism has been made in this book gives undue inclusion of authors and professors. I think this criticism is unjust, About 40% of the whole fall under the more practical types enumerated in Table the First. These I've considered separately as far as initials A, B, and C. The order ratio for Massachusetts of P equals 2.5, which is very close to that of the whole book, P equals 2.6. The same for Lippincott's is P 2.4, which is not in its exact theoretical position, as it should be higher than that drawn from Who's Who in America. It will, of course, be appreciated that the clearing up of small disagreements like this requires further analysis and the computation of the probable errors. The ratios from Virginia the First present in this abstract merely as a general contrast to Massachusetts. I prefer to make further statistical inquiries before attempting to interpret their meaning. The third series of tests which illustrate the exactitude of historiometry are drawn from comparative studies of the fame of Euripides and Sophocles. In Science, October 7th, 1910, Mr. C. A. Brown called attention to the fact that Sophocles received the first prize from the Athenians 20 times, and Euripides only 4 times, while since their deaths, various writers from Plato to Emerson have referred to the quoted Euripides more than Sophocles. Mr. Brown also shows that both Curtius and Grote, and biographical dictionaries and encyclopedias as well, allot more space to Euripides than they do to his elder rival. This seems to indicate that the opinion of the Athenians has been reversed by posterity, but the real explanation I have found to be otherwise. Table 2 is displayed on the previous page, with 3 columns of authorities, Sophocles and Euripides, that are further divided between spaced lines or pages, and adjectives pro and con. It appears that the problem that Mr. Brown proposes is a very delicate one. These 2 great Greek dramatists stand in such an exalted position and so close to one another, both being near the extreme range of human genius, that probably not 200 individuals who ever lived had exceeded them in eminence. Therefore, compared with all men of all historical time, these 2 are almost merged in something like a point at the extreme end of a line. It is like splitting and measuring the components of a binary star at a great distance. It would be no discredit to any objective method of differentiation if it failed to give interpretive conclusions. As it is, it turns out that the problem presented is just within the limits of historiometric discrimination, so that figures yield uniformity and repetition warranting real conclusions. I have extended Mr. Brown's list, and have found confirmation of this statement that more space is devoted to Euripides than to Sophocles. This would leave the impression that Euripides is today frankly considered the greater of the 2, which is not the impression that one gains by even a cursory reading of the printed matter so spaced. Furthermore, I am informed by John Williams White, Professor of Greek Emeritus of Harvard University, that for the last 100 years a general estimate of scholars has placed Sophocles above Euripides. This is precisely the conclusion which is obtained from the extraordinary character of some of the terms and sentences of eulogism which one finds applied to Sophocles. In these terms authorities one never finds for Euripides anything like the following. There has hardly been any poet whose works can be compared with those of Sophocles for the universality and durability of their moral significances. Of all poets of antiquity, Sophocles has penetrated most deeply into the recesses of the human heart. Muller and Donaldson. He renders tragedy a perfect work of ideal art. R.C. Jebb. Occasionally the direct comparison is made, and then Euripides suffers, for instance, as when Gilbert Murray says, "No wonder Sophocles won 4 times as many prizes as Euripides. Sophocles shows at times one high power which but few of the world's poets share with him. In the second, Oedipus, there is a certain depth of calm feeling, unfettered by any movement of mere intellect, which at times makes the subtlest and boldest work of Euripides seem young man's poetry by comparison." It can be easily seen that this general impression can be checked up and is unfriendly expressed by each ratio of the adjectives of praise, pro, against those of dispraise, con. For every single authority consulted the answer is the same. The proportionate ratio favours Sophocles. The space method fails here to give a verdict agreeing with modern ancient opinion, probably for special reasons peculiar to the case. More plays of Euripides are extant, and there is more to be said in the way of adverse or qualifying criticism. It is not to be denied that the interest in Euripides is and always has been intense, perhaps greater than in Sophocles, but the position of the latter is more majestic and more sublime. The lexicons alone would have given this conclusion in a few minutes' reading. All these facts, in connection with those taken from Lippkott's dictionary, indicate that the adjective method is a very delicate way of measuring small differences if for any reason it is desirable to do so. The questions here touched upon concern only the individuals, but I know from material as yet unpublished that the quantitative adjective method can be applied to events as well as to persons. If its validity for the study of individuals can be securely grounded, then its application to events will naturally follow, and I will thereby the more easily and surely established. Space has permitted only a brief abstract, but I think that enough has been given to prove that researches of this nature furnish harmony and order, intertwine and mutually support each other, form an organic structure, and are entitled to recognition among the exact sciences. It must be remembered that exactitude in science is a relative term. Abstract mathematics may be exact, but no science of physical measurement is really exact. Astronomy, which is usually thought of in this way, only gives an approach towards an ever-expanding ideal. No two observers have ever been quite agreed upon the latitude of the Greenwich Observatory, and the last transit of Venus was, if I remember rightly, in comparison with the computer prediction, some 11 seconds off. All we ask is that the exactitude shall be sufficient for the practical needs of the problem in hand. I think it must be agreed that this first synthesis and coordination of isolated researchers presents a very encouraging picture. It indeed gives proof that a workable instrument has been obtained capable not only of dealing with questions as intricate as human nature and its attributes, but actually at the same time demonstrated the essential validity of the historical data on which are based the percentile grades, ratios, correlations, and other superstructures. This latter conception is to me the most interesting side of the whole matter. It has usually been impossible to scientifically refute those critics who claim that the so-called facts of history are so uncertain and subject to so great an error and prejudice that it is unsafe to build conclusions upon them by statistical methods. They have not, of course, ever known that such was the case, nor have they ever had any way of estimating how far the records of history as they exist in standard works, encyclopedias, and biographical dictionaries actually deviate from the absolute truth. It has been assumed, on the other hand, by those who have been engaged in grading historical characters, that the records represent a fair approximation towards the ideal truth. The human record which we call history stands somewhere between two extremes, somewhere between the quagmire of complete falsehood and heights of perfect truth. It is possible, as we go on, to appreciate with closer and closer accuracy just what deviation from ideal truth any great set of historical records contains. Such researchers give promise of at last finishing the long-sought correct method of penetrating the tangled and perplexing jungle known as philosophy of history. This domain of thought is today in poor esteem among those who, as historians of the modern school, seek in documentary sources to reconstruct the past around some central theme, some individual age or nation. No wonder these careful investigators have become distinguished with the a priori dogmatism, the Barthesian spirit, the free generalizations from half-truths, and the eternally conflicting conclusions. Historical philosophers, in the desire to explain everything at once, have been content to formulate theories, and then pick from the totality of history selected facts to support them. With methods highly subjective, and carrying a large personal equation, they could not help but find exactly what they wished. The ways of the inductive science may be slow at first, but even a small nucleus of collected and coordinated facts soon grows with astonishing rapidity, and every objectively established piece of work makes it, with accelerating speed, that much easier to progress along lines of certainty and exactitude. Frederick Adams Woods, Massachusetts Institute of Technology. End of section 24. And the end of The Influence of Monarchs by Frederick Adams Woods. Recorded by Leon Harvey.